It's time to start the show. It's time to start the show. Welcome to the Aaron O Show. It is Monday, the beginning of the week for some of y'all, and the week never stopped for most of us. All right. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody today? It's about that time. What's going on, Sherelle? I see Sherelle had, of course, Sherelle's the first one in the building. Kazi, what's going on, Kazi? I see Nino up in here. J1, what up, J1? I saw J1 earlier. I saw you. I'll be in the clouds while I'm working. I'm gonna get in trouble for that. I'm gonna get in trouble for that. Donnell, what up? Yeah, we going live. We going live. We going live. Is Flora here? Oh, Flora's here. Okay. I see what's going on. Big Mufasa, Miss J. Ali, what's going on? Zara from the UK. Zara from the UK, huh? You always getting in trouble. What's going on, Sugar Bum? Kuma, what up? I got Miss Keisha. Chanel's in here. TB, what up? Lady N. My brother Spence is in the building. What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, this is just gonna be a chill show. Don't even feel. Everybody just relax. We just chilling today. We just chilling today because I'm gonna be taking a few days off for sure. That I'm probably not gonna be streaming. So, so we just gonna vibe out today. Shadow Dragon, what up? Shout out to the Shadow Dragon. Miss B Taylor, what's going on? What's going on? Sugar Bum, day one is not a loser. Don't do that, Sugar Bum. Don't. The show ain't even started, Sugar Bum, and you going off. Don't do that. Don't do. Who's wishing Flora happy birthday? Listen. We don't. You know it's not Flora's birthday. She needs to show her ID. We need to read her driver license. You can't trust nothing Flora say. You can't trust nothing Flora say. If Flora says her birthday, she probably lying. She probably lying. Let's be honest. Flora ain't even her real name. Don't trust her. I'm telling y'all right now, don't trust her. I'm gonna give y'all fair warning. Fair warning. Oh, okay. I see how this gonna go. Moderators, please time out Flora consecutively for the disrespect consecutively. I see we're gonna start the show off just right. Actually, Kuma, I only have a few months of vacation, but that's nor here nor there because I never use it anyway. I'm lucky to get 4 days in a row off. So I believe vacation is for rich people. Okay. The rest of us got to work. And y'all gonna learn that one day, probably in your late 40s, 50s, and 60s. You're gonna learn about not working. You're gonna learn your lesson. Sugar Bum on her birthday. Yes, on her birthday. Because I don't believe her. If she don't show me no ID, I don't believe it's her birthday. Motivated Vision. I don't believe her. Do you know how long she's been trolling us? Oh, no. We don't believe her. We don't believe her for 1 second. Don't y'all fall for that. Y'all over there, she probably got all friendly with y'all. Look, Sugar Bum. You really believe it's her birthday? This is crazy. Go to her page. What's on Motivated Vision? I could literally change on my page to today is my birthday. Come on now, y'all. If she don't show no birth certificate, no social security card, no ID, I don't trust her. This is the problem with y'all. Y'all let these people get on the internet and just tell y'all anything. Stop. We gonna stop the lies now. I done seen too many manips going on. And I'm not gonna let it happen around here, Flora. We don't believe you. You need more people running around here. She has evidence. She had a dinner. she went. Who took her to dinner then? Did she take a picture with his hand like on the table? And then like the big old happy face blocking out his face. Did she do one of those pictures? Come on now. Oh, she took herself to dinner because she loved herself. You right. My apologies. You right. That's how you're supposed to do that. If you love yourself, you take yourself to dinner. That's the new wave. That's the new wave. Well, let me start the show off right. Shout out to the sponsor of the last show. Miss Arnold, she wasn't playing last show. She was very upset with some of the disingenuous conversation that was going on. But you know, we gotta work what we can work with, okay? Come on, B Taylor. Like B Taylor, let's be honest. You know that she ain't got no proof that she went and had no dinner with nobody. So she probably with the new Photoshop, you can just AI you a boyfriend in a picture at this point. So matter of fact, I'm not even requiring picture confirmation. I require video proof. You gonna need to be in the video, and he's gonna need to be in the video. And then he gonna have to hold a sign that says, I am a real person. I am a real boy, like Pinocchio. Because other than that, don't trust her. Do not trust her. Y'all know y'all can just Photoshop a person inside a picture. So I don't trust her. I don't trust her right now. They've been showing me all this new AI stuff. Shoot. So don't even fall for that, y'all. Look, she's a liar. Look, everybody knows. Everybody knows that she be lying. She been lying since we first met her, okay? She didn't change her name 2011 times, in the chat. She been lying from day one. Okay. My guy Robert says they have the AI video now. Thank you. That's my point. So therefore, y'all, she's a liar. She's a liar. And until she come on the stream with her ID that says her birthday on there, y'all are not to believe her. Y'all not to believe. She don't even use. What y'all think her real name is? What y'all think her real name is? Honestly, if y'all had to take a guess, what you think her real name is? We all know it's not Flora. So, come on, Shin. You know her name is not Flora. Yo, man, I'm about to make a new profile. And I'm gonna change my name to Harry Potter. At this point, y'all believe anything. My name is Harry Potter from now on. Change my name. I'm about to be Harry Potter because this is getting insane. I thank you, best friend, for being a sponsor of the last show. Very much appreciated. And thank you for using your real name and not hiding behind these fake names like everybody else because you're a real one. And you ain't never had to fake it like the rest of these ones. Gotta be careful with these fake. They be faking. So I don't trust them. I don't trust none of these fakers. Just don't. No. Coming here talking about it's your birthday. Yes. What's the price to let her come back? No motivating visions. First of all, I just timed her out. She's not blocked. She blocked from Fight Club, but she not blocked over here. She come over here. Ain't nobody blocked her over here. So she just got timed out. Well, actually, I can't even see the chat, to be honest with y'all. I have to pull up the chat. So I can't even see if she got time out, to be honest with you. So let me see. But I look, me knowing my people, I don't really have to check because I'm sure they don't mind timing her out because they know she be so I ain't even got to worry about that, to be honest with y'all. Let me see here. Yeah. There we go. It's been a day. It's hot right now. Hot. See, they say, give me 1 second. Big Giz, what up? AL, what's going on, bro? All right. Now, okay, I need to adjust that. Give me 1 second. I see what's going on here. That's part of the problem. My title isn't working. So, because my title says TBA, it hasn't updated, so I need to fix that. Give me a moment here. There we go. Yeah, we gonna fix that. Update it right now. There we go. And I'm just simplifying for now. All right. Jay Ali, you said I'm struggle streaming. Dang, that's cold. You know what, Jay Ali? If I didn't love you so much, I'd ask why you ain't been streaming, but I ain't gonna do that. I'm just kidding. Don't get me in trouble. Last time it was demon time. I don't want no problems. I apologize. Okay. I got 15 seconds to delete whatever I said here on StreamYard before I get to YouTube. 15 seconds is like the delay. So I got to get better at tech so I can just say something mean and just cut it out before it even gets to the stream. Wind Chime. Now, Wind Chime been drilling me talking about when you going to unblock me. And Wind Chime act like they don't see me now. I see what's going on. Wind Chime, Aaron O contributed to his 401k today. I did not. I don't know if this is a contribution. That dang thing almost maxed out anyway. I don't ever actually check. To be honest with y'all, I don't actually look. I don't really look at. Let me not say that. People gonna get too confused, and I don't want to throw nobody off. All right, I don't want to throw nobody off. I don't want to throw nobody off. I want to ask y'all something though. Now, last time we was here, well, what should I do first? I have a dilemma. And the dilemma is, how do we start the show? Do we start with the dilemma or do we lead to the dilemma? This is the struggle stream. And Jay Ali, this happens to people when they're just going with the flow. Okay. They're going with the flow and they're creating in real time. This happens. Okay. So I'm going to have to make a decision here. Maybe I'll go with the dilemma first. Because if I get the dilemma out the way, then we can get into a more calm state. All right. Let me ask y'all this. Do y'all believe there's old school law, okay? Old school law. I think it's like Hammurabi. It's old school law, right? It's like an eye for an eye, a hand for a hand. What do you guys think about that? Do you think that's fair? An eye for an eye, a hand for a hand? Because I know a lot of people that believe if you get at them, they're gonna get back at you. I know a lot of people that believe if you get at them, they're gonna get back at you. I know that's what some people believe. Now, my question is, do y'all believe in that old school law, an eye for an eye? See, I see what's going on here. I believe that, hey, the StreamYard is tripping again. Every single time. Give me 1 second. I got to figure out this StreamYard is tripping. Give me 1 second. Anyway, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll be on the go because StreamYard be tripping. So I'm not going to even stress out about it. Not going to even worry about it. Justice. And all right. I think what we're going to do first is we're going to deal with the dilemma. Because I do believe an eye for an eye. But I believe it could be an issue. I don't know why the chat is not working. Y'all notice that the chat is not working for y'all either? Okay. Something's going on with the StreamYard in the chat is tripping. So it is what it is. We just have to grind through it. The chat is not tripping. The chat is tripping and the StreamYard is tripping. So we just going to push through it. It is what it is. All right. Now, I believe in an eye for an eye. I believe if you kick my cat, I kick your dog. But it is. It's tripping. But in this world that we live in, we got laws, we got rules. Now, I'm going to ask y'all to make some tough decisions. I'm going to ask y'all to make some tough decisions here. Oh, Zara, I know it's the StreamYard. We've been having trouble all weekend. It is what it is. Tara, what kind of car you got? Because if you saying if you kick my car, I kick your face, that's not really the same. That's not really the same. So what kind of car you got, Tara? Because if you that mad about a car, it better be a very, very nice car. At least a Toyota Corolla, maybe a Prius. Because if they kick your Prius, I understand. And nobody should mess with a nice, beautiful Prius, okay? But you can't, Just Jay says, you go low, I goes to hell. Well, we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it because I'm gonna put you in a interesting conversation here. Because even I get torn, right? Even I get torn with these dilemmas here. And this story here is to me much of a dilemma because I'm not sure how to respond to it. I'm very much unsure of what's right or wrong in this scenario. So I'm gonna let you guys be the judge of it, and we're gonna get into it. My brother LA Wilkes said YouTube been acting up all day. It's actually been like this for the last few weeks, bro. But appreciate the super chat. But it's been tripping for the last few weeks. I don't know what it is. I think YouTube is probably updating some features and they're trying, because mind you, it's all about advertising. And you know, they have this 9-second rule. If you curse in the first 9 seconds of your video, you get demonetized off the rip. So if you curse in your first like 9 seconds, your demonetization is almost like immediately. So I think they're running something to be very, very much aware of this type of stuff because they got to pay their advertising. And that even leads into like what Netflix is doing with their subscription-based pricing model and all that kind of stuff, which we can get into another time. But that's really what I think it is. I really think they're running something to detect certain things, and they're constantly changing, evolving the system so that people can't get into their product. That's my humble thoughts on that. But we chopped it up later. I want to get y'all dilemma thoughts here, okay? I want to get y'all dilemma thoughts here. Make sure I got my sound up.
County.
A father is accused of shooting the man who allegedly killed his son. It happened earlier this month on Dink Ashley Road at the corner of Ed Brooks Road. Anthony Wilson is live now with those breaking details. Anthony, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Barbara. It's a tragedy affecting 2 families and an investigation that's going to probably involve at least 2 counties. Now, the family of the man now charged and jailed here in Person County spoke exclusively with me this morning.
Man, they love that exclusive, right? We got all these. Nobody got no exclusive with come on, with social media going on, ain't no exclusive. But in short, if you take out somebody's child and they take you out, is that fair? That's the question.
He was just out of it, going off and stuff. He just said he killed my son. He killed my son.
Lawrence Claiborne's talking about the reaction of his son, Kevin Woods, when a truck hit and killed Claiborne's teenage grandson, JR, this morning. Shortly.
Now, the reason why this is so crazy is because this literally happened in the span of a few hours. Like minutes, etc. Like, I've actually never really heard anything like this story. This is why it stuck out to me. Shadow Dragon, that is true. That now listen to the story. We're gonna play it out. But the guy that was speaking, his son is locked up right now because somebody hit his grandson, and so his son went off. I don't know if that's right or wrong.
After it happened at 6:30, the teen's uncle heard
the worst news possible, that my grandnephew was gone and my brother had been taking the deal. But as far as everything else goes, I'm at a loss for words. Just a little confused.
Person County investigators tell us, according to information they've received, as Kevin Woods and his son walked down the middle of Dink Ashley Road, the truck hit the teen, and then investigators say Woods shot and killed the truck's driver and stole the truck. Woods is
so I don't know why people do interviews when you that emotionally distraught. I don't know why y'all interviewing with the news, but somehow because remember he said we got the exclusive. How much you going to get paid? And is it okay to get paid off a tragic incident like this? I'm just wondering, right? Is it okay to get paid off a tragic incident like this? Because honestly, this type of stuff happened to me. I'm not talking to the news reporter. We ain't got nothing to talk about. This ain't the time for me to be on the TV thing speaking to you. So I just don't understand why this is a constant thing. But somehow, some way, people in their most vulnerable states, they want to be on national TV speaking about things when they probably not the most clear-minded, right? So Fantasy Island girl, they live somewhere probably in the South, I'm guessing, where there's a lot of roads, so they walk. If something happens, they walk, right? It's not uncommon for you to walk on the side of the road. It's just not. Heck. But I can understand why you being a critical thinker, Fantasy Island girl, you're wondering why they walking down the road. I don't know if it's the middle of the road, but they walking down the road, to say the least, right?
Relatives tell me he and the son were walking back to their home for a gas can after their van ran out of fuel. They also say Woods drove the truck to that home after shooting the driver. Now, Woods is charged with second-degree murder and felony larceny of a motor vehicle. While deputies searched the Woods home, JR's brother Charles Minor told me,
he was a good person, man. He was a real good person. He wanted to be an IT guy. Like he wanted to do, he wanted to be positive and like he wanted to help people. He was a people person.
Authorities tell us the truck driver, Jeffrey McKay, was.
Now, that's one of the hardest things for me, right? One of the hardest things for me is to describe somebody's potential life, knowing that they'll never get the opportunity to like challenge that or pursue it, right? So when he's speaking about the dreams, hopes, aspiration that his brother had, it's like, dang, to just know it's gone, it's like, man, that's a tough one right there. That is a very, very tough situation. That's why I don't like them speaking in these situations because it's just such an emotional state. But Fantasy, he's walking down the road. Him and his family walking down the road because they ran out of gas. The van or the truck broke down, so they had to get down the road to go get some gas, come back, yada yada. That's what happened. And on their way there, somebody hit them, and I'm going to presume that in that moment there was a reaction when you see your child lifeless or attacked in pain. I don't even know how to describe it, to be honest with you. I have no idea how to describe it. Zero idea of how to describe that. But moral of the story is he fired multiple rounds at the person that was driving the vehicle and then took the vehicle. I don't even know if I should say stole, but I guess that's the legal term. And then drove back to the home, etc. And where eventually, I don't know if he was later arrested because he called it in or whatever the case is, or they just caught him. But it's actually, I've never heard anything like to this degree. Like hit him, bang, bang. Like I've never heard anything like this to this degree. So it's actually an interesting story.
Was a probation officer from Youngsville, and the truck was part of the State Department of Adult Corrections.
So mind you, the person that ran his son over, that he fired on, is is pretty much a deputy or whatever, an officer from the correction facility or something of that nature. So now you're dealing with people that are going to be very torn between people and their law enforcement, etc. So, that's a tough one. This is a very, very tough case.
It's an unusual investigation for Person County deputies.
I mean, we have things like that happen, but this is kind of a first. I've been to people struck by cars and I've been to shooting, but I haven't ever had this happen at the same time. Sad situation all around for all the families.
It certainly is, and we're working to learn more.
So, what do you guys think? Do you think he should go to jail? If you are on the jury, right, and you hear this case, father, son, walking down the street or walking in the road, right? I don't know if it's the middle of the road, because the middle of the road, you probably would have got hit. I'm going to assume on the side of the road, that's where most people walk at. And somehow, some way, the son was hit, freaked out, fired rounds, stole the vehicle, drove back, panicked, whatever you want to call it, So the question is, do you lock him up? Do you let him go, or do you lock him up? Because I'm actually going to be honest with you. I'm very, very torn because I'm trying to figure it out, put myself in this situation, right? You're a father, you're the protector of your son, your family, right? Look, Angela says, was it an accident or on purpose? I know it matters whether it was an accident or on purpose, but let me ask you this. Does it change the outcome? Doesn't change the outcome. Your child is gone. And like I said, in that moment, do you think it was an accident? Do you respond that way, that it's an accident? Obviously, more details are going to have to come out, right, for us to properly evaluate it. But the way I'm thinking about it right now, I'm very, very torn. Because if I'm on the jury, right, I'm thinking in the sense I'm on the jury. Let's not assume we're the judge, right? Because if we judge, and we have the sole decision making, right? But let's presume that we're on the jury and we hear this, right? How many years you give him? Tory Lanez got 3 to 10, right? Or something like that, right? And nobody lost life. The football player got like, I don't know, 2 to 3 years for the vehicular, whatever it was, right? So the question is, how much time? If you're going to give him time, how much time do you give him? Just Jay said he needs to be locked up his levels. That's interesting. Because Just Jay don't play about her kids at all. So that's interesting how she, I see, that's what I'm saying. You're not in like an emotional state, but I don't think, I don't know. I really don't know how much time I could give him. I know he's wrong. Let me be very, very clear. I know he's wrong. I know he's wrong. Well, I can't even definitively say I know he's wrong, but I'm going to presume he's wrong because we're going to presume it was an accident. We're going to presume that it was not intentional and that he just emotionally responded to knowing that his child is basically see what happened and it's over with, right? It's easy to us to respond, but do you think that in that moment we're in the right state of mind to respond logically? I don't even know. I don't know what I could do. And now let's presume he's a law-abiding citizen, never been arrested, never been in jail, part of the community, etc., right? Has no negative background. What do you do then? It's definitely not premeditated, Cree. It's definitely not premeditated at all. It's not. It's not even close to premeditated because it literally happened in the span of a few minutes, at least in that moment. Son died, fire shots at the truck, steal the truck. The stealing the truck part is where it gets complicated, right? See, Easy says why he stole it. I don't know why he stole the truck. I'm going to presume he panicked, right? Because his emotional response, fired, whatever it is, panicked, stole a vehicle because he didn't have no car, he didn't have no other movement. So I'm going to presume he panicked. And yes, he shouldn't have stolen the truck, right? But at the same time, do you want to lock him up for stealing the truck? How much time you give somebody for stealing the truck? Let me be honest with you. I don't think I'm going to give somebody a lot of time for stealing the truck. I'm gonna try to keep tabs on this particular case because I think this is extremely interesting. Because I've never really heard anything like this before. Not a minor, then father, return fire, correction facility, truck, et cetera, et cetera. Like there's a lot more details that need to come out, but at this moment, I don't think I could really lock them up. people do things like, for example, y'all saying he stole a truck, right? Let me give you an example. Sometimes you run. Like when there's lights put on, hey, police, like sometimes people run and they're like, I didn't know you was. We said we was. I was scared. You could look, it could have been somebody else. And people have actually won cases because you can naturally be afraid. It's not so shocking that you're terrified that somebody said this and they bleep lights or whatever the case is, and you got afraid. It's not shocking. So it doesn't shock me that he panicked and stole the vehicle, or he probably didn't even register that he's stealing the vehicle, y'all. Let's just be honest. It didn't register as hey, I'm stealing this vehicle. He panicked. He freaked out. He didn't know what to do. So most people, what they do is what he did. He went home. And what does that mean? He went to a safe space, right? We revert to default settings, right? So in that default state of mind, when the panicking, etc., can't think, he just went somewhere where it's comfortable, where he doesn't require much thinking. That's home. It's not like, he drove and put him on high-speed chase. He was at home. So more details going to come out, but I think that's a really interesting thing. I think it's a dilemma. I don't know if y'all going to lock him up. I'm going to put a poll out there. I'm going to see how many of y'all is ready to lock him up. I'm going to see how many of y'all. I'm going to see how many of y'all want to lock him up and how many of y'all going to let him be free. Now, JJ, I know you. If it's your family, you're going to be like, just lock me up. I'm going to take the consequences. But I know you guys are being emotionless because it's not your child. And so it's hard to care. But I want y'all to do your best to care. Try to care for it. Look, listen, this is a horrible scenario all the way around, by the way. This is a horrible scenario all the way around. Nobody is going to leave this in a better light or better space, right? Nobody wins whether he goes to jail or he's found I don't even know, I can't even say innocent, right? But if he's acquitted for whatever the case is, right, whatever it is, nobody wins in this scenario. And of course, like Just Jay said, his background matters. If he has a violent history and all that type of stuff, all that stuff matters. I can't say it doesn't. And they'll probably try to destroy that person in trial, but nobody's going to win this one. Nobody's going to win this one. Everybody lost this day. Everybody lost this day. Fathers, mothers, grandma, everybody lost this day. But I've never seen quite a scenario like this where a loss of life, a response, and another loss of life, and then a decision on somebody else's life. There's 3 lives that are potentially going to be lost and thousands destroyed because they all got family. So that is a dilemma case for me. Some of you guys are like very much black and white type of people. I believe in the gray area of life because I believe there's nuance to everything because things in life require levels of understanding, right? It requires levels of understanding. So I think there needs to be a gray area because if it's white or black, there tends to be less of an understanding aspect. There's tend to be less of a care, right? There's tends to be less. It just, to me, it seems it's much harder for you to be kind to someone when you're a black and white thinker. JJ wants to know, was it an accident? JJ, I'm going to presume it was. More details must come out, but the short story is, JJ, father, son, walking down the road because the van ran out of gas, right? Broke down, basically, whatever the case is. While they're walking, a truck slams into I believe he's 14. Okay, I don't remember the exact age, but I believe he's 14. Truck smashes into him I'm going to guess at a relatively high speed. And in that process, the father pulls his weapon and fires at the vehicle. In that situation, in that process, he ends up taking out the driver, and there's loss of life there. And then he takes the vehicle. I'm going to presume he panics, and he drives back to I think he drove back home in a space, and he ended up getting arrested. And that's where we stand at this moment. So it's more presumption in that area because we don't know. But I'm gonna assume it was an accident. This don't seem like a targeted thing. He's 14. It's highly unlikely to be targeted, hit you with a vehicle. Most people, when it's targeted, but hey, we can't rule out anything. Shout out to Donnell for the Cash App. I appreciate it, fam. I really do. But I wouldn't say that's targeted. But we're gonna keep up on this case because I need to follow up on this one because this is a dilemma for me. This is very much a dilemma for me. But you guys tell me, what do you guys say? 62% say put him in jail. Wow. Okay. It's actually a lot less than I thought. I thought you guys would be much more stringent. I thought you guys be in the higher 80 percentile of locking them up. So in that sense, it shows you guys got children. It shows you guys got a family and that y'all a little bit emotionally tied to this case a little bit. Because if it was y'all probably go off. So that's pretty much how I would interpret that one. But I think it's pretty interesting. I'm missing something. I am missing something, but I don't remember what I'm missing. Okay, that's fine. We'll come back to that. Now, let me ask you guys this. Last show, and you know what? I have no problem because this is going to be a chill show. So I have no problem opening it up to the panel. Now, last show we did, I talked about the president of the United States. I talked about the president of the United States and how y'all better watch your mouth. And I learned to watch my mouth, okay? Because somebody down in Utah didn't watch their mouth. They was running their mouth. They was talking a little too much. And they thought because we're in a free country that they could say and do whatever they want. However, you cannot do and say whatever you want. There's consequences for that. Kobe Jordan, I believe he was 14. I'll put the video in the chat. So then if you want, you can look through it real quick and see if it states the age on there. I don't remember. And you know me, I haven't really had time to comb every single review of it because it's relatively just uploaded today. So, but we talked about the president, and now because y'all talk so much smack about the president, I have a question for y'all. Y'all know how when y'all talking about if I was the president, I would have free health care for everybody, right? If I was the president, we'd get rid of homelessness. You know, that part you're lying about. But if y'all was the president, all you guys believe you would do something. Everybody in the chat, just give me a short, if you were in charge, you got elected, what would be the one thing you would change? Because that part I'm truly intrigued by. If you was the president, what would be the one thing that you would use your executive powers and influence to change? If you el presidente. Because that part I'm really interested in. AFR, what's going on, brother? It look like you in the airport or something. You traveling? Yeah, his internet ain't working. I think he took a trip. What's going on, bro?
I'm here. What's up? I didn't hear what you said in the beginning. Sorry.
No, I got you. I'm just wondering if you was president, what would be a focal point for you to change? What would be that one thing you like? I'm gonna change this, and this is the power. If I had one thing, I could just put this power in, right? What would be the one thing you do?
I'm sending in the National Guard. I'm sending in the National Guard to clean up some cities. You're not going to be able to be having open drug air markets and shooting up schools where near black children are. So you don't get to sit on the block and do what you want. You either got a job or you're doing something productive, or you're gonna have to stay in your house. But you're not going to be out there gang banging in a neighborhood, making it unsafe for black children. And if there are black children out there want to act a fool, then you're going to get locked up. So
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Now let me ask y'all this. Either man going off. So let me ask you this. You don't get to run the United States, right? Your influence is in another country, another continent. Let's just say you're the president of some country in Africa, right? Do you think you can handle being the president?
it depends on the country.
Depends on the country. See, what I found is a lot of people don't have a lot of appreciation, but I'm with you. I don't think people can run every country. I don't think I can move Obama to every other place and he'd be a leader. I don't think he could. I don't think people can handle it. Like, what I'm starting to learn is that it takes a whole lot of strength, a level of fearlessness, in order to be in power in other countries, right? Outside of maybe like the US and the good parts of Europe and the UK. Okay, Either Man. Oh, Either Man says, I can run every other country. Perfect. You the guy I want to talk to then. Now, you might be busy, so I can't ask you to come up now because I know you might be busy, but you're the person that I'm going to be talking to right now, okay? You're the person, this conversation is for you, okay, Mr. Either Man? Gang. Now, Granville says he ain't changing nothing. Okay, well, fair enough. Now, gang. Now, Either Man says he can run every country. Now, let me tell you, I can't do it. I cannot run every country, especially outside of America. I realize how great it is to be the president in America, okay? As I'm reading up on, I realize how great it is, right? Because the most I've seen right now, Trump is getting in a lot of trouble, I agree. But at a time, the only fear that existed was people was trying to pretty much impeach Bill Clinton. They was like, Bill, we need to get rid of you. You know what I'm saying? We need to get rid of Bill. And I was like, dang, y'all really gonna do Bill like that? But they was. But if you look back on that, that's really not that big of a deal, right? If you really look back on that, that's not the biggest deal in the world, right? Because, if he get impeached, oh well, he leave office fine. He still make hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars doing other things, right? But if you had to be in charge of, let's say, a country in Africa, right? And Either Man says he can lead every country, right? So let's just say he is the leader of this country.
Here is your latest Africa news. Amadou Abdramane, Colonel Major at National Council for the Safeguard of the Homeland. The CNSP, National Council for the Safeguard of the Homeland, and the transitional government would like to inform the national and international audience that since the events of July 26, 2023, deceitful and delusional allegations are being spread around by certain lobbies related to West African politicians and their international mentors. The CNSP and the transitional government heavily condemn the toxic disinformation campaign, which is being done for the sole interests of one individual and his clan.
Now, here we're going to insert Either Man as the president of Niger, right? That's him. He the president of Niger, right? And he said he can run any country, right? So basically what they're talking about is what's going to happen currently to the president of Niger. Take a listen to this.
In order to discredit the Nigerian transitional authorities and to destroy any negotiated solution. All of that in order to better justify a military intervention from foreign powers and certain political leaders in ECOWAS's name. The Nigerian transitional authorities bemoan this behavior of certain elements within the international community, which expresses solidarity towards some political leaders from the South, while at the same time showing a lack of empathy towards the Nigerian people, who are heavily affected by the illegal, inhumane, and humiliating ECOWAS sanctions, which have led to a scarcity in pharmaceutical products.
Now, ECOWAS has put a lot of stipulations and sanctions and all type of things that they're doing to areas that's not being compliant, right? That are not being compliant with basically what the French and other people want them to do, right? So now, mind you, Ida Man is the leader.
Food and electricity. Having taken everything into consideration, the Nigerian government has so far gathered all the elements needed for national and international courts of justice to prosecute the former president, as well as his local and international accomplices, for high treason and putting in jeopardy Niger's internal and external security, following his talks with foreign leaders and leaders of international organizations.
Now, Ida Man, see, you said turn my value up. They got to come and get you. Now, imagine this, Ida Man. Imagine this. You are the leader there. Now, all of a sudden, they do a coup, and you ousted. And now you up on charges for treason. See, that's one thing that typically don't really happen in the U.S. That's that. See, look, if I had a choice, I would want to be the king of England. I'd want to be the king of the UK, right? Because at least then I just get all the royalties and all the residuals, and I'd be royalty. That's much better of an idea to me. But Ida Man believes he can go to Africa, be the leader, and be at all the time at risk of being taken over by military leaders.
Well, hopefully they don't kill him. Hopefully they'll let him live out his rest of his life in like house arrest mode or something like that. Or maybe if he'll get lucky enough, he'll lead for a little while, and then he'll live just long enough to get exiled. He'll get on the last plane out the country, filled up with some suitcases with some money he stole. That's the best he can look forward to.
So you said Ida Man's gonna do the same thing those other leaders been doing. He gonna get rich, and he gonna starve the people at the bottom. So basically, the stuff that Ida Man been talking about while he in the U.S., he gonna go out there and do that out there too.
Because he's gonna go over there and figure out that all these changes he want to make, they're not gonna happen how you think they gonna happen. So he's gonna be like, damn. Well, since I can't really actually stamp out corruption and help, he's like, shoot, my kid's gonna live good then. Screw it. And then he's gonna be like, damn, these people suck. I can't do anything. And then he's like, oh, tribalism, and then he's gonna get ran up out of there.
Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. JJ says, force government budgeting and tackle the debt before we collapse. Oh no. Yeah, that's the easy fix though, but you pretty much have to fire everybody in Congress. Yeah, you have to fire everybody in Congress. No, Ida Man, you're the leader over in Africa, and one of the countries there where you are always at risk by getting overthrown by somebody else, and then going on trial for treason. I don't want that job. See, so I will never ever try to be the leader of any African countries ever. I don't like the day system way set up that somebody just be like, I'm the king now. I'm the leader now. I run the country now. Like, no. I don't like that. So no, I'm gonna stick good here in the good old US of A, or I'm gonna go to Great Britain or something, and I'm gonna go be the king over there and just get my residuals. That's the only two options I'm deciding with right now.
Nah, I want to run Canada. If I had to be like a president or a cop or not cop, like a president or like a big politician, I'd be like, I'll run a province in Canada, or I'll be like the president of Canada. That'd be so sweet.
So I think Canada has like a prime minister. I don't think they use the term president.
Well, yeah, I know. I was being facetious, but still.
Yeah. So yeah, nah, Canada. Nah, I don't. You want to at least have a fighting chance. They ain't got no military. You want at least a fighting chance.
Nah, their military is decent enough. It's serviceable. I'll just say that it's serviceable. So you can do something with them. They're not complete punks. It's just the people are mostly pussies.
They are complete punks. Ain't nobody ever said we scared of the Canadians. Ever. Not ever.
They have a history of fighting bravely. They do.
They have a history of getting protected by Big Brother. You know, Kanye West got a son. My big brother was Biggs. So listen, they got Big Brother. That's what they do out there. Now the women, beautiful women out in Canada.
Oh yeah,
but protected. Yeah, they need Big Brother for that. So no, I'm not being the prime minister of no dang Canada. That ain't happening.
But England don't even have a military no more. They're at the worst shape pre-World War I right now.
Hey, listen,
they down bad.
That's not my problem. See, I'm the king, so I ain't running none of that stuff. I'm just getting
Parliament got to get to work. Gotcha.
I'm getting all the luxurious stuff. Thank you very much. Sorry, Vanny Roo. You might know a sniper out in Canada, but I have to warn you, ain't nobody worried. I ain't never heard nobody say the Canadians are coming. Close your doors. Sorry, it ain't never happened. It ain't never happened. And it's not your fault. Y'all just good people. Y'all lovely, kind people, and stay that way.
That poutine is the best, man. That's my favorite meal. Poutine, I can eat that every day, except the cheese curds. I don't like the cheese curds on top. But poutine is the shit, man. I want some poutine right now.
Yeah. So yeah,
you don't know what poutine is? Whoa, you don't like poutine?
I don't know what that is. And
what? That's okay. It's French fries with gravy, and they put cheese curds on top.
I'm a simple man. I don't get excited for food. I'm not a foodie. I don't get excited.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you're a little different.
Yeah, listen, I'm a simple man. I keep life simple, the less complications it is. Okay. That's how I look at that. Either man say he can run Africa. He better stop. Because
Africa is not a country, for one, either man. Let's start there.
No. I just mean a country in Africa. He knows. He knows what we talk about. I'm saying he couldn't run anything in any parts of Africa. None of them. Not one. No. It's too risky.
I'm trying to think of a country, but you're right. I can't think of a country where he wouldn't get run up out of there.
It's too risky. It's too risky. You can't take these type of risks when you know your people in your military can just lock you up in a house and say you did something. Maybe you did or maybe you didn't, and then put you on trial. That's crazy. No deal. No deal at all. I'm staying away from that. I'm staying out of that. Not a chance. AO says the IMF runs. Yeah, I believe you. JJ says you can touch the royal families in the Middle East. I mean, would I want to be the Saudis, the Saudi prince? Would I want to be the Saudi prince?
Unless you like Game of Thrones.
They got a lot of oil money.
Well, no, but like you gotta have to still like they're just like medieval times. Like there's people vying for permission and power. You gotta remember he had to pull out like once when Ben Salman came into his own, he had to snatch up a whole bunch of elites and put them in the most expensive hotel and torture their asses and take their money and stuff like that and let them know. Like he had to do a lot of brutal stuff to get the reins of power there. So you got to maintain power over there. It ain't just given to you. Like everybody has to respect you or fear you. Nobody there's no love over there. So that's all. Yeah, it's a tough place.
It's just too dangerous out there. I don't believe I'm capable of running no country out there. None. Zero. None at all.
I think it's actually easier to run a country in Africa than it is to run a country in America. See, the president, truthfully and honestly, don't have any power in America to really make any changes. That's why we see president after president who really don't do nothing. They're just like this puppet figure that we see. But in Africa, you can make some things happen. First thing I'm gonna do in Africa is I'm gonna triple the country the country revenue in the first year. It's gonna be tripled. So they worth $50 billion. They're gonna be worth $150 billion by the time I get done with them, right? And then y'all was talking about treason. Listen, you're not a good president in Africa if you don't get charged with treason by the end of your stay. Like if you got like, they gotta actually want to take you out by the time you there because you made such a big impact. Right. And then you talking about the military, that's gonna be my right-hand man. That's my goal, is to make the general my friend. If you're not making the general, you gotta understand those sanctions came from France. They did not come from his military. Listen, that was an outside source. Listen, we hear outside sources all the time talk about what the country should do. But I'm telling you right now, we would change completely.
So you believe that you can pick a country in Africa and you can be the change?
I could change the whole country.
So you believe you gonna
listen? I'm be the only country in Africa that I'm be part of NATO. Matter of fact, we joined the NATO the second day I'm in office. The second day I'm in office, we gonna be part of NATO. NATO, we gonna say, hey NATO, we ready to cut the deal. I'm the man who made the decision. We ain't worried about none of that other stuff that they happen. See, the thing is, the goal is I'm gonna get American protection day one. So you get to talking what you gonna do this. We bringing American troops to that African country day one.
Ukraine ain't even in NATO.
That's because Ukraine has been part of Russia forever. What do you mean? Like Russian people stay in Ukraine. You know that, right? Well, did stay like they was Russian.
And we got Chinese people in America. We got Japanese people in America. We got Ukrainians in America. What you mean?
So I hope I got an African. See, if you talk long enough, the Africans come out the woodwork, and he gonna tell me why I'm wrong about this. But I'm telling you, first thing we do is we join NATO, right? Because if we join NATO, the first thing we're gonna do is we want American troops. I want American troops on my land. Send them over. Send me. You know, old good Biden. Biden will send me about 100,000 troops. He'll send me on top of that.
Did you get your vaccine too, either man?
I don't believe in vaccines. Listen, he gonna send me about $3 trillion. As soon as I join NATO, guess what? I get $5 trillion from Biden. Biden's gonna cut the check. You know, Biden like cutting checks. Since I'm doing what he said, $5 trillion, I just took this from a $50 billion country to $5 trillion because they did it. He gonna buy our weapons. He's gonna buy all the stuff we need just because I'm part of the U.S. We will be the United States of Africa at that point.
I gotta say this, Iman.
Tell me about why I'm wrong.
This is very naive. You know what I mean? It's very naive. That's what you just said right now shows that you have a very, very limited understanding of how the West work. In 1904. A man by the name Lord Lugard gave a speech to the Western countries, and he said this: no matter what you do, do not allow Africa to industrialize. And it happens up to today. Let me say this to you. If America give Africa $1 trillion, America will never allow Africa to industrialize to the level you're thinking. It will never. You know why? The moment Africa industrializes, America weapon material that they use in making weapons goes 5 times. You know why? Because if Africa remains poor, America gets its material cheap. If Africa doesn't produce the finished goods, America will do the finished goods, because America cannot source material for building weapons anywhere else other than Africa. Africa produces 60% of raw materials needed to build cars, build cell phones, build weapon system, build everything you want. So the
I
West,
can't
I'm
control
coming.
the whole. Hold on, listen. I can't control the whole continent. I only control one country. We still gonna have all the other countries to pull from. I'm just gonna be the United States of Africa, and we gonna.
That is why I'm telling you that.
Thank you. We gonna go and we go pull. See, he talk about. Listen, see, it's just like Puerto Rico, right? People talk about Puerto Rico and this. It's a reason Puerto Rico is U.S. territory. I ain't gonna go down in detail about it, but guess what? The United States, like, oh, you telling me we can get us some real estate over there in Africa? Guess what? Not only that, I'm taking Aaron with me. Aaron don't know he coming, but Aaron's gonna be my vice president, right? Because I know Aaron gonna actually say the right thing. See, I'm gonna mess it all up, and I'm gonna get it. Then Aaron's
Be the
gonna
man.
like, you know what? We gonna give you, because you can say whatever you want about these African countries. If I go in there and say, hey, America giving us $5 trillion and we gotta play ball, guess what? Them people gonna fall right in line. They're gonna accept those American troops, and just like they putting those Russian flags up, you're gonna see United States of America. When we start putting flowing drinking water throughout that whole country with that $5 trillion, they're gonna say United States of America, and they're gonna become Americans too. But go ahead, AFM or AFR, my bad.
Thank you. I'm glad you can read, so that you're well on your way to being president. Either man, what you're saying, it sounds good, but unfortunately, you're suffering for what's called magical thinking. For one, it's not a guarantee America is going to agree to put troops on there. Whether you join NATO or not, that's really of no import. It's whether people will actually be compelled to send troops there for whatever reason. And usually that's not going to be the case, because they're going to want to get something out of it. So you saying you're going to join NATO and all these organizations, for one, they got to let you in them. That's number one. And there's no guarantee. You see what they're doing to Ukraine and all these other countries. And then also, too, in order to get with these supranational organizations for them to get on your side, you're going to have to probably hit some American some human index goals, like UN development index goals or whatever like that. So you actually have to start hitting certain markers before they'll even start messing with you at certain levels and stuff like that. So it's very, I don't know, it's kind of haphazard what you're talking about. And then also another thing, which you're talking about changing the economy very quickly, like GDP year over year or month over month or whatever, easier said than done. The last time anything like that's really happened, I would say maybe Chile, when there was a fascist dictatorship with Pinochet, where he got economists straight from the Chicago school, and he started executing people and throwing them in jail and kind of doing what he wanted, and that worked for him. But that's kind of a special circumstance. So that's not going to work everywhere else.
We already have bases in Africa, though. Like there's tons of bases all around Africa. We have at least 20 plus bases.
Like let me give you a fun fact.
Yeah, but what are they there for, though? That's the thing. Because
American.
That's what I'm saying. So bases there don't equal that they're going to have a whole bunch of military power there that they're just going to send. There has to be a reason, and there it's for regional security.
Listen, see, let me tell you how it works, bro. I don't need a whole bunch of soldiers. I just need some American soldiers. Matter of fact, send me 100. I don't need a whole bunch of. Send me like a small battalion, because you killed one American. You know what? American is now invested in that war. Regardless, I get what you said, that Americans can go over to Africa and they can be taken out, and then they gonna turn a blind eye because Americans dying on. No, you are completely wrong, my sir.
What happened to Libya?
Listen. I don't need a whole bunch of soldiers. I just need U.S. presence, because if you have U.S. presence, it's a totally different. They look at you.
Either man, there was U.S. Special Forces soldiers in. Hold on, real quick, real quick. Obama sent 100 plus Green Berets into Africa looking for Coney and all the other stuff. 100 soldiers isn't going to do much.
I don't want.
Look, you're trying. Okay, either man. Okay, no, but either man. What you're talking about is making a pretext to send massive U.S. forces. So you're trying to force a context or a pretext to send in U.S. forces. That's lame as fuck.
Well, you call it whatever you want to call it.
Do you even understand do you understand why this coup even happened at the first place? Do you understand the premise of that coup? Do you understand the premise of that coup? Do you know what
We're
that coup
talking about all
signified? Can you
countries in
tell me?
Africa. Listen,
The coup
Aaron,
that happened in
Aaron,
Niger, do you
no,
understand the
listen. I get
premises
what
of that
you're
coup?
saying, but Aaron used that as an example. He didn't say that country. He said if you were a part of a country like this is the type of thing that can happen to you. I get what you're trying to say. Why that coup is happening, but what I'm telling you is when you ask, I'm not talking about some special forces who don't supposed to be there. I'm talking about a group of people who supposed to be there because that company have, that country have allowed them to be there. Guess what? Other foreign nations look at that different when American soldiers are present. Like that's common sense.
Okay, they're not okay. Just because somebody invites a U.S. president doesn't mean America just shows up. Like that's what you don't understand either, man. Plus,
I'm giving you an
also, hold on. Also, on top of that, even though lately we've had Congress kind of give away their job to the executive, to where the authorization of military forces used a lot by presidents instead of Congress declaring war and doing their job. I get that, but if Congress decides to push back, which they have, you got a whole bunch of internal problems. So like you're speaking of a very narrow situation. I just don't think it's really realistic. It's not that as easy as you say it is.
Well, see, this is what the reason I have a problem with these niggas on YouTube. Listen. Me being the president of some random African country is not realistic. We're talking a hypothetical situation, and this guy want to say, "Hey, let's be so realistic." No, it's first of all, the whole example is unrealistic for an American to go over to Africa and be a president. But I'm telling you, I get how you say that it's a chance that it couldn't happen. Guess what, buddy? It's a chance that it could happen. And guess what? He asked, what would I do? Now, we don't know unless we're in the situation if it's going to be successful or not. Matter of fact, so we don't know that. But what I do tell you, if American soldiers are present, the chances of me being more successful, especially if I get America, whatever I do, if I get America to back me, guess what? France is going to fall in line. Italy's going to fall in. All those other people are going to fall in line because American is the big brother. They are the little brothers. We know this to be factual. So what you do is you strike a deal with the big brother, and guess what? The rest of the little guys fall into place. That's how you run the countries. And you can call me whatever you want, but I know, guess what? Ain't too many people that American back lost the president. They haven't lost somebody running their country when American backed them. I'm just saying.
What about Afghanistan, either man?
So with Afghanistan, if we look at the whole presence, listen, let's talk about it. If you look at the whole presence of Afghanistan, the reason that Afghanistan was sustained for as long as it was is because of the U.S. presence. When we seen the U.S. president actually withdraw from Afghanistan, that's when we seen that their economy actually started to collapse because they pulled the soldiers out and how they pulled the soldiers out. But as long as I got U.S. soldiers, I'm good.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true at all. The U.S. soldier, I was there too, mind you. I was in Afghanistan, barely had control of the place. So
you thinking U.S. So I just want to make sure I hear you correctly. U.S. presence in Afghanistan did not make a difference.
I mean, he's not there.
No, let me ask the question again. Are you saying when the U.S. presence was in Afghanistan, do you believe that it did not make a difference in how they operated?
Who operated?
Never mind. Don't worry about it. Aaron, what's the
well, I'm asking who operated
I'm asking a very simple question, right? When the United States American soldiers were in Afghanistan, did it affect how they operated?
Who is they? Who operated what?
Like when we look at Afghanistan and their nation and whole, did America have an influence on that while they was there?
Did they have an influence on? Yeah, of course they did. They effectively ran the government.
That's the point. If I had the same situation and U.S. soldiers
So they run you either, man. So what you're saying is that you'll just be a puppet.
That's the whole point of my premise. Yep, I want America.
You want to be a puppet? Then you're not running the country. You're not really the prime minister or president. You're just a puppet. So that defeats the whole purpose of you running an African country.
Let's ask the question. Tell me what African leader that you know run the country.
Ones that don't have the U.S. military in their country. Most of those guys, you know.
All right. Okay. I'm just telling you is that you link up with the big dogs, and then what you do is you make sure you make your money while you're there.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad you're not a diplomat either, man.
Yeah, we gonna move on to the next thing I want to talk about because I'm just gonna be king. Let me get all this. Let me get all the gold and all that stuff, and y'all come visit my museums, and I get residuals.
I said, what you want to be king of?
England. Mm. Yep. Like we still got the U.S. support and all that kind of stuff. Nobody really gonna bother us, but my residuals gonna be crazy, and I get to wear one of those crowns. And when I be like, "Yes, king," yeah, I'm gonna actually be a king. While the rest of y'all just keep saying, kings, everybody ain't king. So that's one of the reasons, right? But let me move on to this next thing. Lee, what up? You know, Lee been acting up the last few streams, so I'm gonna make sure he's good.
Hey,
He over there fighting on the last stream and all this type of stuff.
Me and Lee had a good conversation the other night, man.
Yeah, salute to my man, Unlikely, man. That's my brother. That's a smart brother. A lot of haters out here, but he just be putting them hoes in their place. Yo, shout out to Unlikely.
Don't put me in that. No, I'm not. Let's go with everybody.
We good, bro.
Unlikely you be putting whores in their place. Is that what you do?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, he does simp for every once in a while for the ladies, but you know, he's just a gentleman. So it's all good. I'm a gentleman too, but I just don't simp.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Aaron.
AFR. If we had to pick who would be the biggest simp on the panel, who you think they'd vote for? If I ask the chat right now, who y'all think is gonna be the biggest simp on the panel? Who you think they're gonna say?
Either man.
You crazy. You crazy. You crazy.
I think they're gonna say either man too. I ain't gonna hold you. I think they're gonna.
You've been overly nice a few times. I'll just say that.
Well, we know who the biggest lame on the panel. We ain't even got to vote for that one. We go ahead, Aaron. Continue.
Hey, I wear New Balances, so I'm used to people calling me a lame. So it's all good.
I rock New Balances too, and trust me, they don't call my New Balances lame.
Shout out to the New Balances.
Yeah, I'm not a basketball American, so I don't wear Nike.
What is?
All right, well, let's
let that go.
I want to talk to y'all about these union strikes. So we know we got the strike going on in Hollywood, right? We got the strike going on in the auto industry. There's strikes going on. Coffee at Starbucks they've been unionized. I'm gonna play this quick video of what happened here, and we'll get your thoughts, and then we're gonna expand it to what I'm thinking about actually about these freaking strikes, because it is pretty interesting to me. Let me pull it here. Somebody's been messing with my stuff. That's good enough. I'm happy with that one. Check this one out.
Where's the tip option?
We don't have it in this one.
So there's this claim that Starbucks. Now I'm not saying this to be true. There's just a claim, and that video looks obviously edited that way to highlight it, right? That they removed the tipping option as maybe a retaliation style method for them unionizing. I wouldn't say that's factual, because nobody in their right mind would admit to doing that, because it's retaliation against, and you get sued. You know that. But let's just say off the record, that was a technique.
Well, I think what they did is, how can you prove? I want to make sure everybody get paid equally And that's the job of the union. How can we prove that tipping? How we know everybody gonna get their fair share of the tip? So I think that it was a smart idea, and 100%, yeah, they should remove the tip. You know, you want your $18 an hour and not $1 more, because that's what unions actually fight for you to get your exact pay that you want. So, in my opinion, I think it was strategy. The tip don't go to the company. This is for workers. The companies do not benefit at all for tips. So, if you guys want to go and do your thing, I think the company should have the right to take the tips away, allegedly.
What did you think, Lee?
I think it's just creating a more chaotic America. I mean, when you think about the fact that you go to these, like you go to a Chick-fil-A or whatever, and these people are getting paid minimum wage. $18 ain't shit, bro. That ain't nothing. That's like less than $700 a week. You know what I mean? So I feel like the more you pay people, the better service you're gonna get overall. That's what I think.
Oh, listen. I learned this: if a person is a crappy employee, you can give them $40 an hour, and you can give them $18 an hour. You know what they gonna do? The same amount of work. Like this idea that you pay people more. Listen, I'm telling you, it's a theory as a person that and actually hire people. This idea, if I pay you more money, you're gonna work more, is a lie. It's not realistic.
I'm gonna have to agree with either man. This is the deal. Baristas and certain jobs aren't intended for you to have a livable wage. I'm sorry to tell you, you have to up your skill set. Everybody's been telling people this for 30 years. Okay, if you want to get paid higher wages, you need a higher skill set. It's that simple. Stop trying to force these corporations, whether they're greedy or not, to subsidize a lifestyle that would put them out of business if they tried to provide it for you. So they're a bunch of lazy bums.
I'm gonna put it this way.
I mean, you say that, but that's just
Ederman and Lee and Ederman are both correct. But I'm gonna go towards what Lee said mostly. But both of you are correct. But this is what it is, okay? If you pay people low wage, they might not bring the productivity out because guess what? You pay them low wage. If you pay people high wage, they will even contribute more. You see what I'm saying? Because I've worked at bed. I'm telling you guys, but look at let me tell you based on my experience. Because you guess what? If you guys can't understand one thing about life, your experience is not my experience. So when I say my experience, hear me out. Because we don't have the same experience. When I was working at Best Buy, right? Best Buy wasn't paying commission. I was one of the top sales guy electronics over there. Best Buy will not pay you commission. So there was a day I sold over $12,000 worth of electronics. After spending 3 hours with a customer, $12,000 in sales, and you only pay me $10 an hour? I didn't even get a single commission. Whereas if I was at CS, which was the job that I had previously before Best Buy, right? I would have been paid 4% commission of $12,000. And after that,
it's a reason that Sears is out of business today. Like that's why your theory, Series not they went out of business for that reason. Like have you ever read why they went out of business and they don't?
I'll tell if you want me to break it down, I'll break it down why Sears went out of business because I was there. I will tell you completely how
if you was there,
how it went out of business.
They went out of business. It's your fault.
Guess what? Let me tell you how Sears went out of business. Sears didn't go out of business because they were paying commission. In fact, Sears stayed afloat because they were paying commission. The reason why Sears went out of business was because the guy that bought Sears, which is the owner of AutoNation, right? He bought Sears to liquidate the company because he's gonna make more money if he liquidates Sears. So his excuse of liquidating Sears was because of the pension. Go and read it again. It was because of pension.
Okay, all right. I don't want to argue about that right now.
All right, but hold on. But let's go back to his original point. All right, a person working on commission and a dollar amount is totally different, right? yes, a commission worker is going to work harder because they're incentivized to do more
Now
sales.
you're talking.
But we convoluting the conversation.
I know, but hold on. I'm gonna bring it back to Starbucks, right? If Starbucks don't pay commission on coffees, it won't happen.
Exactly.
So that's why that's such a bad argument. If they was to take their barista and go from $16 to $20, I'm telling you right now, those baristas are not going to work harder just because they got a raise. Matter of fact, it is proven the more money you pay them, the less they work, the less effort that they actually put out.
That is incorrect. Purely incorrect. And I'll tell.
Look, I want to get real in here before y'all go off on y'all tirade. I want to get his perspective on it because I want to hear when they come to these unions, these strikes and things. I want to hear people's perspective. I got mine, but I'm always intrigued to hear y'all views. What up, Real? What's going on?
What's the word, Big Timer?
Hey, man,
Peace to the panel. How you gentlemen feeling tonight, man?
Life is good. Life is good.
Hey, so we know unions are a business, right? We know the way that they make money is through union dues, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we know that Starbucks, McDonald's, Chick-fil-A all fall under QSR, the category, quick service restaurant.
Yep.
Okay. Somebody please explain to me what would be the purpose of unionizing at an entry level. Like most of the baristas that you see, like I know somebody was just saying something about a livable wage or something like that. Those barista positions typically are filled by like older people who are retirees, just need some extra income, or they may need health benefits to carry them through, or they're young high school kids. The people that want to earn a livable wage, they usually position themselves to get into leadership positions like management or something like that, right? Yeah. Then when people talk about Starbucks in terms of working there, like, yeah, they talk about the workload because all the drinks, the lattes or whatever are customized. But the main thing that they talk about is the benefits, right? So when you think about a total compensation package, you know, you're talking about healthcare, 401k, school, I think it's free school or something, like they pay for schooling.
Yep.
What else is the union gonna get you? What they gonna add on to that? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't. Anyway, that's my initial thought.
So
with Starbucks in particular, like
so
that's my initial thought. Go ahead, E.
So this is what Starbucks gonna do. They're gonna add $1 so you can pay your union dues. That's what you gonna get an extra $1 an hour, and that's gonna go towards your union dues to make sure you have a representative. So you get a representative if you decide to become unionized.
They can't do that. They can't add because that's almost like incentivizing them, and it would go again anyway. No, I'm saying this from a type of working knowledge of the situation.
Well, what I'm saying is usually when the company get a raise as a whole, it's typically no more than say if the union go negotiate the contract. I'm not saying once they become unionized, but say they go on strike and they ask for a raise. The company typically don't give them a raise bigger than $1. Like they don't get bigger than $1 raise, right? And if you really look at what we're talking about, how much the union dues cost.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. Yeah.
What happened is you just paid for a representative. I'm not saying I was trying to I wasn't trying to be long-winded, so I tried to shorten the statement. That's why I said
the benefits. This is what I'm thinking. The benefit package comes with guaranteed hours, right? I'm just listen for a second. That's what they're fighting for because a lot of these hours are getting cut, because it's where I'm at. The financial district is beat down right now, so a lot of hours is getting cut. So they're fighting to get like a guaranteed amount of hours, right? They're trying to fight for that, right? And the the healthcare and all that BS stuff. But ultimately, I don't get it either. I'm with Rilla. It don't make sense to unionize at any entry level job at all, to a certain degree, right? Now, let's just open it up to beyond Starbucks, right? When we look at the strike that's going on, I want us to talk about the strike that's going on in the auto industry, right? And then we'll shift to Hollywood. What do you think about the strikes going on in the auto industry? You think that they are going to be met, or do you think it's going to be disastrous?
Was that towards me or Chicago?
Anybody can answer it.
I think they're going to meet somewhere in the middle, and I think we're going to see a lot of people actually lose their job. I think we're going to see a big job. Some people going to get a raise, and some people going to get let go. That's just reality of what it's going to be. So yes, they are going to meet in the middle. They're not going to just say no, we ain't going to do it, because that's not how they do it. It's the art of negotiation. I think they are going to negotiate. I think they are going to give them a little bit more, but I'm pretty sure they're going to take something else. So I used to work for a company called EasyGo, and if you know, I don't want to go into details, but what happened is, when they said this, our production numbers went up. Instead of us doing 10,000 carts, we had to do 14. We had to do like 14,000 carts, and they wanted us to do it in the same amount of time. So they typically work you harder for a little bit of increase. You typically don't do the same thing, and the quotas change, the bonuses change, all those things change. If they do change the pay and different things like that.
I will say that they're probably gonna get nothing because, like, let's be honest, production has been shipping to Mexico for the last 15 years. Every few years, every time there's been either a negotiation or there's been a headwind, they've moved a factory or two down to Mexico. They're going to move more, especially a lot of the EV stuff and components. It's all going to be more and more down there. That's their plan. They've been even saying it. They've admitted it. The shareholders from, I think, GM, especially people like that. So
Stellantis has the most flexibility because they're not as reliant on the U.S. workforce as GM and Ford are. So you on mute.
I said, you do know what's happening. They're going to temp agencies. Like, if you go into a lot of these places, when they have these problems, they outsource to the temp agency. Yeah. And then their goal is to fire you before you come along. You got to be a really good worker, never been late. And so we've seen that they're going from self-hiring. When you start seeing these strikes and different things like that, they say, you know what, we're not going to even hire you. We're going to push you through a third-party organization. We're going to pay them because it's easier for you to get fired. It's easier for them to fire you than us to fire you. So I think they're going to just put a barrier to entry where you still working. Because what about all the people that's temp agents? They still work. They still work for the company. They just don't get all the benefits, the union dues, all that, because they're not an official employee.
Actually, there's been an example of that. Volkswagen in Tennessee have famously done that, I believe. If I'm not correct, but I'm pretty sure that's happened in Tennessee, and that's the model now, because they went from paying people $30 an hour to down to dang near $20 an hour to do the same stuff over a period of a few years. Yeah, they just replaced them all. They phased them out for temps.
So what happens if what happens if competitors say, while y'all are playing that game, we're going to compensate our people even more so because we want more market share? So then what happens? Go.
That doesn't happen because we all in the same game. We sit down at a round table, all the car companies, and we say, hey, this is going to be.
So you mean to tell me that everybody is okay with their current market share and nobody wants more market share?
Nope. I'm telling you right now, like it's an unspoken.
You sound absolutely crazy. No business. No business.
Sean, you're right. Sean, you're right.
It doesn't want more market
share. Let me put it this way.
I'm telling you, McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King has sat down. They have a secret meeting that we'll know about. And they said, we ain't paying these people more than $14 an hour. It's crazy. You can go to all of them, and guess what? You're gonna get the same thing.
And that's why my company was Smoke Your Company. That's why these companies that were staples are dinosaurs now.
What you said is not.
Hold on. No, Sean's gonna go out and pay $25 an hour, and he's gonna be out of business, and we're gonna go buy up all his equipment for half the price. That's why companies go out of business. It's because
that's not true.
That is not true. That's not true because a company like look at Lucid. Look at what Lucid just did to automobile. Lucid right now, Lucid is almost 1 or 2 years back ordered. You know why? Because companies like Tesla did exactly what Iman just said. They went through tech agencies, right, to get cheap labor. But what Lucid did was that Lucid went and built a $700 million factory, hired the top of the top, people that were ready to be paid, and he paid them and manufactured a car that is 2 times more stronger than the best of Tesla. 2 years behind order.
The whole game is market share, all of it. It's either expand the market or take more market share.
I get what you're saying, but we're not talking about an executive. I pay my executive top dollars because that person.
I
But
know
when
I'm
we
talking
talking,
about
hold on,
company
listen.
strategy overall. I'm not
I
talking
get
about the
what you.
executives.
I get what you're saying. The guy who's flipping the burgers, I can't afford to pay him top dollar because his skill level is so basic.
Oh, I'm not talking about the burger joint.
That's what we're talking about, though. We're talking about the barista. We're not talking about the manager. We're talking about the person who makes the coffee, the person who's in college, who's been doing this job for 30 days. You can't pay them a whole bunch of money. That's the whole.
That's right. No, that
Okay,
is correct. You're
I
correct on
agree
that
with
one.
that.
Right, I agree with you
Okay,
on
I
that
can
one.
agree. I
What
can
he
agree
was
with you on
arguing. We
that.
wasn't talking about executives. We're not talking about top managers. We're
Okay.
talking about entry level jobs.
No, I'm not. I'm not. But I'm saying what I'm saying.
Ima, what you just said right now is correct. Let me tell you. Remember, we were talking about Best Buy, right? Why Best Buy is in business and why CS went out of business. So what Best Buy did is this: if you go to Best Buy have a lot of turnover. The reason why is because Best Buy usually hire college students. Best Buy will pay those college students like $10, $15 an hour, pay them almost nothing. They will only stay there for a semester, they're gone. But you see that mid-level and high-level guys that work at the store, they've been there for 20 years, they've been there for 10 years. Best Buy paid them really good to stay there. Because back in 2011, right, Best Buy had a problem with the shareholders because Best Buy wanted to buy all the shareholders out. So it could pay commission because commission is the only way Best Buy can retain the lower level.
Well, you guys got to be careful not to conflict industries, right? Because industries matter. Like Best Buy, that may be good for their industry, but that does not mean to be good for the auto industry because there's differences there.
So look, so if we talking about, let's just say take Ford or Chevy, they only have about 2.8% globally in terms of market share. You mean to tell me that they don't want to be more competitive overseas in emerging markets?
Well, let me read these super chats real quick, and we're gonna talk about that. Grizz says statistically, people are more productive than wage. Yeah, well, that's fair enough. Arnold says y'all have no clue. He doubles down. Y'all have no clue. I don't know what he mean by that. I'll be forgetting that y'all are black Republicans. Shit, no. There y'all go. Y'all get upset about this.
Not Sean.
Sean is definitely not. The union will remove the temp workers. They would put it in the contract, speaking from experience. Now, fair enough, right? But let me show y'all what some of these insane demands, how they're being received, right? So let's pull that up real quick so you guys get a little bit of understanding of some of these insane demands, right? Let me see here. So briefly, Sean Fain is the UAW president, right? He's the negotiator, right? And he's made some big ask over this. He's basically said, and they're telling him he's crazy. He's raising expectations, and they're telling them it's like not likely going to happen, right? But they said the stakes are very high because the contract ends next month. And this actually, I think they have the most power the union. They're in a very strong position, a very, very strong position to fight this battle. But the problem lies, look at this type. So here goes some demands, right? He wants substantial wage increases, which amount to 46% over 3 years. Eliminating compensation tiers for new and old workers. So no more tier systems, right? Want restoring of the cost of living adjustments and providing a new pension plan and reducing work weeks from 32 hours, from 40 hours to 32 from the standard, right? Now, these are some crazy demands, but fair enough. That's a lot of money, right? Now, the ones that are at most at risk is GM and also Ford for many reasons because they have the most, right? They're saying that they're asking for $80 billion. $80 billion over the contract would typically last 3 to 4 years. That is a lot, right? Now, most of these people are saying they're not going to do it. So you're talking about 20 to 30 billion per automaker over the life of that 3 to 4 year contract, which adds $35 to $45 per hour to active labor costs. Now, fair enough, Stellantis has the most flexibility because they're the least reliant on it, right? But to me, what I find the biggest problem to be is that I don't think they're going to be able to come to an agreement. The reason why I don't think they're going to be able to come to an agreement is because I do think these demands are outlandish. And then also, Tesla has no union. Toyota doesn't have a union. And for the most part, they're the pretty big players, right? How does Ford and GM get out of this unionized system and get to a different system to compete with Tesla and Toyota? Because they really kind of need to get out of it, actually, because it's actually hurting them.
So, but I think we all assume that it's almost the assumption that they have to renew. Yeah, I gotta understand.
They
The
do.
company,
See, that's why I said, and this might be what Sean be talking. Right now, they have like less than a month to get this done. Now, I don't know how many temp workers they have, but they already don't have production goals set. They already having chip issues. So you're talking about all these stocks are under enormous pressure. So you're talking about laying off your staffing that knows all your systems, everything, right? Bringing in possible temp staff.
But Aaron, that's not how it works. So just because the union, I remember when I was part of a union, the union went on strike. You know what? Some people still went to work. People said, I'm a part of the union and I'm still going to work regardless because I need this paycheck. So everybody, just because everybody is a part of the union doesn't mean that everybody is going to follow the union rules.
That's what I'm saying. You thinking people gonna cave? Like you're have to be relying on the fact that they gonna cave, right?
I think the people gonna cave.
See what I mean? See, so you're relying on the fact that they're going to cave.
I think the people will cave before the company will.
I don't think so in this particular case. See, in normal circumstances, not the type of pressure that exists, not the market conditions that exist. You're talking about cars getting repossessed. They can't sell the new cars. GM and Ford can't sell what Tesla is doing, especially while they're making this shift. Plus, what's going on in California, they need to get these cars produced by 2030. Like, it's a lot of pressure to be done, and they got a month to get it done.
And think about how much revenue was lost because of the supply chain disruptions. Think what you're saying, either man, with things like this, these chips and everything have to be ordered far in advance. So they cannot afford. Once again, it comes back to market share and everything. They cannot afford disruptions in the supply chain or anything. What you're saying, I hear what you're saying, but that's something where you come to an agreement now, and then you start planning proactively, saying that, okay, we're going to start implementing these things right now, just like the thing that happened in 2020, that I think that sped up automation and things like that. So I hear what you're saying, but it would have to be, happen.
Let me ask you this question, Sean. How many payments you think that these workers can miss? Like before reality really started kicking in, how many payments you think that they'd be able to miss by holding out?
What kind of company?
I'm talking about, say for example, if we use GM, right? How many, they miss.
I wouldn't look at it like that either, man. I would look at it like, me as the company, I'm gonna keep saying the exact same thing. Me as a company, what can I afford to do? How long can I afford? What each individual employee is losing, as opposed to what GM is losing, that is exponentially different.
But no, you gotta understand, they're not really profitable right now.
Okay, but they'll be less profitable then.
But this is why companies go out of business.
But you talking about look what happened in 2019. They had a strike, lasted 40 days, impacted GM earnings by $1.89 a share.
Okay.
You already know in the auto industry, they have super thin margins.
And that's when leadership gets fucking fired.
Super thin margins. So
I get
they're already adjusting for transitioning over to the electric vehicles, where they don't have the formula that Tesla have. But Tesla got the margin game on lock. They don't.
Aaron, you got to also understand, first of all, there's a lot of other stuff going on in 2019. But the second thing that you gotta, the factor that I'm saying is we can't really measure it based on stocks because stocks are designed to move.
Wrong. So
they're not designed to move.
No. We can measure it based upon stocks because the leadership group, if you don't maintain certain levels, you don't meet thresholds, stock performance, they will fire you. So the leader of the company, the CEO, is under enormous pressure to make sure their shares price actually sustains or go up. So there you actually can correlate it. It's not a direct correlation.
But it's a problem. It's a problem because guess what happened? That was the same pressure that Boeing faced, and the CEO of Boeing faced that pressure. And what did they do? Instead of doing an overhaul of a skeletal body of 737, they use the same skeletal body of 737 they've been using in the 70s and try to add the MCAS for that plane to work. Guess what happened? You cannot use an MCAS on a 1970-something body. You have to overhaul the skeletal body just like Airbus did. But they didn't do the same thing Airbus did. Guess what happened? Planes start dropping out from the sky. Because the old body, the MCAS cannot function with the old body. So now they had to go and disable the MCAS. Boeing 737-MAX doesn't have MCAS anymore, whereas the Airbus A320 and the A321 both have MCAS in order to sustain the plane in the air without pilots operating the plane for a long time.
Either man, and what you're saying, assuming that you're in a position of strength, period. And it assumes that you exist in a vacuum, that none of your competitors are making any type of movement, that none of your competitors or any new competitors, new entrants, any disruptors will enter the market. So I understand why you're saying what you're saying, but I think it would be critical, and I think that I would fucking fire you if you did that and it didn't work.
Well, see, the one thing as a CEO, you're destined to get fired. this idea that I would keep my job forever is crazy. Like,
you have to.
I get it, Eric. But the point that I'm saying is, I get what you're saying is that, hey, I gotta find a way to be able to make everybody happy. But the margin is so small. I think if GM came to the fans and they say they're gonna go from a 40-hour work week to a 32-hour work week, and then they're gonna increase the profits the way that it is, I think that they're going to be bankrupt and they're not gonna be able to sustain the company they're not gonna be able to sustain that.
I'm in agreement with you on that. The numbers that I'm reading, that does not make sense to me. But I think this is the most pressure time I've ever seen these auto industries right now, with people having this level of social media, this level of influence to where they actually are in a position to really fight.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Hold on, let me say this one thing. The biggest thing that we're not talking about, they lost about 2,000 in 2019. They lost a large group of I think it was like 2,000 employees. So you gotta understand that these people who striking, a good bit of them gonna be gone, and I think we're gonna see another 2,500 cut when you take their pay and distribute it over the rest of the people. Did I really pay out more money, or am I asking a smaller amount of people to do more of the work?
If one of your suppliers raises the price on some of your goods for your business, are you gonna go out of business?
I'm gonna raise the price.
Exactly. If you have price elasticity, which car companies do have, then you'll just pass it on to the consumer. That's what happens with everything. You negotiate the best deal, you pass it on to the consumer. That's exactly what happens. You mitigate whatever you just did.
That makes me more uncompatible now, because now if my car costs $3,000 more than something that is equivalent to it, it's proven that people typically gonna go with the cheaper model.
That's not what happened during the pandemonium. People paid whatever the price was. People were paying over sticker price for everything. They were tripping over each other to pay.
But that was an illusion, and the reason was, go ahead, Aaron.
We don't have the market for that right now, Sean. Like, they're not gonna be able to sell these cars. Right. The market right now, these cars not selling. Used cars, new cars, They don't have the market to this battle is that I'm going to be really watching this battle intensely because the union has a strong position to fight to get as much as they possibly can. And these companies actually have to concede a lot more than they probably ever had to in a very long time. And they don't have the market conditions to raise prices. Tesla's dropping prices over in China. So like literally they're lowering the prices because
once again, it's market penetration strategy. That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. They are going for market share.
Yeah, but Tesla can afford to do that because their margins are already the best in industry. When we're talking about the big three, Stellantis, GM, and Ford, they don't have that flexibility.
So what's the solution for them?
They have to shift over to the vehicles which have better margins and sell those, which typically you know which ones.
But Aaron,
But Aaron, you know that Tesla is still not profitable.
I get that, but what we got to really understand is that in 2019, with that strike happened, they closed 3 factories. See, the idea that everybody's going to benefit from this, I think is completely crazy. I'm telling you, it's going to be an illusion that the people left made more money, and a lot of people are going to lose their job. A lot of people are going to be put in a situation where they was in a worse situation than what they was before the strike.
It's about making the best of a bad situation. You're just trying to mitigate, what can happen as a result of this. I mean, shit. If you got 2 deals on the table and both of them are bad, which one is the best? You feel me? Going out of business, losing more market share, your stock price going down more, and I know you don't care about that, but lose another $2 per share and see what the fuck happens. It's going to be new leadership making decisions.
But let me ask you this question though. So you're saying that if I decrease my workforce by 10, let's say 20%, and the people that's left gets a raise, do you believe that's a benefit to the employees?
If you know that they can cover that productivity, then they'll be fine with it. If you know that they can cover that productivity, then yeah, shit, who cares? You're trimming the fat. Absolutely.
All right, let me read these super chats and then we want to shift over to Hollywood strike because I want to talk about that. Big Gears composition, what's going on? He says, we just don't benefit working for companies on low-level jobs. More work, less people to cover it. More physical work, less time with your family, no value. That's pretty much what he is talking about. They're just going to have less people doing more work. Arnold says it's a profit share. See, NBA, NFL can't afford is one thing. Lowering dividends is another. Starbucks is closing shops just to break the union. Hey, it's their business. A, it looks bad. B, they lose profits. C, temps can't learn the jobs that fast either, man. In 3 days, it's about what they would spend on vacation.
That's a myth. I can teach a temp how to make a coffee. Like, we talking about low-level jobs. Like, how many days do y'all think, like, this idea that people can't do low-level jobs? Like, if I worked on an assembly line, and working on an assembly line, they taught me how to do my job in 45 minutes. They said, this is what you're going to do. You got a really simple job. You're going to load this onto this belt. You're going to make sure it's pointed this way. And you're going to do this for 8 hours. Now, when we talk about low-level jobs, they can learn it. Trust me, temp agency can learn those jobs quickly.
Yeah, but you can't teach a person how to make a caramel macchiato upside down with an extra shot, extra whipped cream on top, bro. That's not, you can't teach.
Now, the thing is, when people know their people, like when they come in and they see Angela or they see Alicia or they see Kimberly, they're like, hey, Kim, yeah, that matters to a certain degree. It bothers, but obviously their fix matters more. Arnold says also, why would Lee come on when they're talking about relationships? I don't know what that got to do with anything. I want to talk about the Hollywood strike for a particular reason. I'm sure you're a little familiar with it, but they're on strike because they, in particular, want assurances, right? They want, because the streaming deals don't pay as much as the TV deals for a lot of reasons. My best guess is they don't currently have a business model where advertising, the way commercials would come on in a system-based 45-minute show, 5-6 commercials set up, and compensation is set. With the streaming, it's a difficult business model to pay out royalties, etc., and people don't get paid that much. So they're striking because they want clarity amongst the streaming pay versus what they used to get, and then they also want assurances that AI technology will not be used to replace the writers and actors and all these things. Now, what side are you guys on? Are you guys on the actors, the writers side, or are you on the company side?
I'm definitely big business side. What we know is that things are changing. It's interesting about this Hollywood strike is because I think they just passed over 100 days, and they talked about 3 billion. I think it was roughly about $3 billion have been lost, and it doesn't look like Hollywood is budging. It is what it is. I just think that Hollywood is different because I do believe that they still will be able to produce high quality strips and high quality that they'll be a fool to put those type things in their contract. They got to adjust to AI just like everybody else have to adjust to AI, and I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I knew you was gonna go that route. I'm more with the creatives, right? And what's interesting is the music. Nobody's taking cues from the music business. The music business still doesn't have an answer. Let's be clear on that. Still don't know the price of a stream, right? I mean, Joe Budden kind of tried to dig into that, and you see how that panned out for him. I don't agree with that. I don't think they'll be able to produce anything of quality. They'll be able to produce something, right? So to me, I look at it when you say they'll be able to produce something of quality, it's almost like saying McDonald's can produce a quality burger or a quality meal. No, they'll produce something for you to consume. Doesn't mean that it'll be quality. Once you start taking that human element out of the writing, the ability for these actors to connect across the screen, it's a different ball game, right? And I think the market will respond. I mean, it's similar to what happened with the music business. I mean, it started with Napster in the music business, right? They never figured out how to monetize and pivot the business model. So then what they introduced, 360 deals, right? Where they take everything, the commercials, the extra money that the artists used to make on the side, that was their money. Now you're in the deal where they take all of it. I think in the end, I think the one thing we may agree on is that the actors or the writers and the actors, they won't get much and they'll have to capitulate. I think Hollywood will win out in the end. And for things to change, a lot of old Hollywood is going to, hate to say it this way, they're going to have to exterminate. I don't know what you can say on here anymore, but that you on mute. You on mute. Oh, wait. And rest in peace to Clarence Avant. Another library just burnt to the ground today. So rest in peace to Clarence Avant, the Black Godfather.
That's crazy.
So I just think that Generation G is going to do things different, and they're not going to be asking for what the older heads are asking for in Hollywood today. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to see a lot of younger people be able to have they're going to be able to, if this strike keeps going, show their talent. And I think they're going to be willing, the new writers are going to be willing to take a lot less than the veteran writers. And I think they're going to phase out.
Why do you think that? What industry has that happened in, period, where younger people, a newer generation has been willing to take less than the older generation? What industry has that happened in?
We saw that in the rap industry, in the music industry. Like if you look at, they was willing to give up, as the generation kept going, they was willing to give up more.
No, no, that's not true. They have more they're more independent.
Yeah, they didn't give up more.
So you saying that is so you believe that before 360 deals, you think that they had more ownership of their music, and now with 360 deals they have less ownerships of their music? And I'm speakly talking about people who is associated with a label. I'm not talking about an independent person, But someone who's associated with Hollywood, do you think they're getting more today than they got in the past?
So they're doing partnerships now. They're doing brand deals. They're doing label deals and things like that. They're doing more partnerships and things like that. So that mindset is becoming more prevalent than ever. Just that ownership mindset and the partnership mindset from people like Nipsey Hussle and things like that. Even Tory Lanez is in prison, but he owns all his masters and things like that. So as time goes along, they're more aware than they were before. Just like us, right? I say our generation was the first generation to fall for the student loan Ponzi scheme, right? Whereas our kids, so now that we know it wasn't worth it, our kids shouldn't fall victim to that. You see what I'm saying? I think it's the same premise.
Hey, Sean, and to your point, maybe you're saying it backwards, but before the 360 deal, they gave up way more. Like, we heard the horror stories of rappers selling their publishing and the rights to their music for a gold chain. So they owned less then, and now these shorties, a lot of them, I mean, they still sign the deals, but they not budging. I mean, they'll get into a 360, but they get into it where it's wildly in their favor. Like, I literally just watched a clip where Nas was talking about and Nas is the GOAT, but he was talking about how you know, at the time that he came up, everybody didn't get a record deal. Like, you had to earn it, right? And so now anybody, for the most part, with an audience can get a deal, and everybody is doing shows and touching paper. And you got more multi-millionaire artists now who control their own fate, who control their music now than what you did have in the past.
And the reason for that is audience. The one thing that, and we're gonna get into that a little bit later, is that when each generation, their demands are different. So you have to shift to what your newer audience wants. And so that's why we get into, because like I would say Rilla's like, man, he's passionate about what music means to him, and it's a stranglehold on the newer generation consume it differently. So it's when you're connecting to a newer audience, you change the way in which you sell. That's why streaming is so that's why this shift to streaming is, because the younger audience wants it. They're not trying to, like, when I look at cable subscription with, like, it's usually with older people that still have these cable subscriptions, paying $340 for these combo packages.
Hey, man, stop judging me, man. Stop judging.
I'm not judging. I'm just telling you. I be seeing it. And I'm like, I be looking at the reports. I'm like, look, why is you paying all that? But they be a little bit older. They more settled. They got their money up, and they just cool. They like the way it is. Younger people are all streaming. So I just think it's that is. But sticking on to this conversation, real quick, Arnold, did you want to get in? Because I don't want to shift past anything before you spoke your mind.
Nah, I was just saying, like, the way, like, the music industry is structured now is that the dudes, the label don't even do the A&R no more. They just see whoever the viral artist is, and then they sign them to a management deal. So that's what Jay-Z pivoted to the Rock Nation. So, like, it'd be artists that's already popping, and they're like, okay, now I'm gonna sign the Rock Nation. This is just management to making sure their image is good. When they front facing to the public, like that story that Russell was telling about. They offered him 17 G's and he was mad about it. But I guess it sounded stupid to me because he wanted to owe Rock Nation more money, right? If he already popping, he already a millionaire, why he worried about how much money the record label giving him? Because you got to pay that money back anyway. And that's what everybody be talking about, the old school dudes, that you got to pay that signing bonus back.
The popularity, the reason why the popularity thing is more important is because the way they connect with their audience now, they never could do it like this 20 years ago. So like, it's so many ways to monetize the artist than it ever used to be. So now, like, connection, hey, you wanna follow me on social media? I could charge you for that. Like, it's just so many ways to monetize because the audience is different. So the music, really might say this, it don't have to be as potent. It don't have to be as great now, because if I like you as a person, just like my homie got a restaurant, even if his food ain't better than this restaurant, it ain't better than Morton's, I'm gonna still go to your restaurant, and that's the likability. So that's why popularity is so important. But sticking to this Hollywood strike, me personally, I just don't see how you can. I just don't see how you can be reliant on people to control your business, because that's how I look at it. So if we cave into the rioters and all this, they are going to be controlling the business. So the employees is going to have more power than the employers. That's what I'm seeing. And I think that's dangerous because me personally, I would never want my business to be so reliant on people, on a few people or whatever the case is, where I can't shift you in and out, that my business will go under. And so it makes sense to shift towards AI technology and all these things in order to be less reliant on a human being who are fickle, and I can get more control there, but it'll take time because how the audience receives screenwriting and things is so passionate and all these things. I have to slowly shift y'all away from that. So this is their last real strike where they're gonna have any power, because if they don't get it right now, as these companies start integrating AI and all that, they done. They done. That's how I see it.
No, I agree with the last part of what you were saying. You and Eda, man, with this business mindset, man, is blowing because the one thing you talked about earlier was like recognizing different industries, right? And you know, when we having these conversations, understanding what applies in one industry may not apply in the other. That's why I pivoted and made the correlation with music and
streaming
film. Yeah, the film Hollywood in particular, because both of those do rely on people. You need the human capital. And here's what kind of messes it up, to keep it a bean, is when you have that business mindset, not saying that y'all doing this, or minimize the importance of the human capital in this regard, right? So it's not that the writers are controlling the business per se. They're asking for what they think they're owed based on the revenue that, well, I don't even know if they know now, because you like you said, they're trying to figure out when it streams on Netflix, Hulu, or whatever, you know, how are y'all divvying that pot up? Because you got the subscription, then you got the people who, you know, the commercials that run on some of these subscriptions, right? How is this pie getting? And again, that's the question that Joe Budden was trying to get answered. Go ahead.
This is why it's hard, right? The streaming business model is so complicated and difficult to monetize because they're bleeding money right now, right? Only Netflix has kind of figured this out because they're the leaders in this space. But what I see them trying to do, and it's just me just being observant, I see them trying to force people to pick a side. I have to make the pricing so high on the non-advertising model that you really, really don't want to see no advertising, so you're irritated that you pay this high, or I funnel everybody down to the lower price advertising model to where I'm going to get paid that advertising revenue because a lot of people are on that tier. So they have to afford, because mind you, regular TV has 6 commercial slots during the whole show, something like that. It's arbitrary. I'm just saying, you know, the show come on, it's going to be about 6 commercials. They going to pay, that's that money coming in there and there. And that's a known business model. With streaming, people don't want to see no commercials. And so if they have to figure out what's the right pricing point, and then how much do we pay you, and how many commercials can we actually put in there and keep it it's so new. They don't know yet. And so how can they really pay you when they don't know? Because they don't even know how to explain these business models. And even if they do know, they're not trying to get a formula away. So it's a lot of complications here that I'm seeing. And that's why you watch Netflix as the leader, because you're like, okay, Netflix proved when they did the whole the purge of all these people have secondary users and all that, they stock crumbled because their monthly users dropped crazy, right? But then when they adjusted the business model, they start shifting people, it start going back up. So Netflix is a leader. What they're doing is what everybody's going to end up copying. But I just don't know, how do you pay people? And Netflix ain't paying that well. If you hear what most people are saying with the business model, obviously don't talk Dave Chappelle and all that, but nobody's really getting paid like that. And Netflix is using a lot of AI and script writing and all this stuff. And so I don't see how everybody don't follow suit. I don't see this working for these actors and these writers. I don't see the leverage that they have.
I think the leverage is attention. That the leverage that Hollywood and that the music industry had is that they had a monopoly on distribution. Now it's the internet has democratized things. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has their own distribution currently, or their own potential to create their own distribution. So everybody can be an independent filmmaker without Hollywood.
but
Everybody can do that.
But what y'all not realizing is it's been 100 days and Hollywood haven't even like they're acting like they're not even on strike. Like they're moving along like
But you know why? If you have a diversified income, right? Then what's happening is that they're actually cutting back on capex, they cutting back on spending. So they're like, fine, we're gonna shift the budget down and we're not gonna even spend that money that we was gonna spend, and we just gonna hold out. And it's actually brought costs down a little bit for some companies. So the leverage is there. I'm with you, Sean. The leverage is there because they are a talent and they are still needed right now. I don't see like how you can cold turkey cut them off.
Listen, these are not the A ticket. Like this, not the top of the line people holding out, right? Let's be clear. We don't see The Rock holding out. No, for real. We don't see The Rock. We're not seeing people like Kevin Hart that's holding out for movies. I think these people are not having this problem.
So is it the writers or the actors or both? That's
well, it was both. It was a little bit of both, right?
Oh, okay. So that means if by chance those A-list people start to hold out, that's when pressure becomes really applied. It's the same as sports, right? So let's just say
why would they? Because they're getting the
no,
contract.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying if that happened. But if it doesn't happen, I'm with you guys. Then fuck them. You know what I'm saying?
The production is shut down. The actors and the writers are on strike, so that the A-list actors aren't shooting movies right now.
Yeah, they don't get to shoot either. Go ahead.
They're not
Keisha.
shooting movies. They got to get it.
Hold
Go ahead.
on, y'all, because Keisha's in this industry, so she can give a little bit better insight. Go ahead, Keisha.
Yeah, so the strike has been going. I'm just kind of tuning in, but the strike has been going on for over 100 days, and they haven't been writing. And now the SAG got involved, and so now even if you want to be a part of the SAG union as an actor, you can't take jobs right now. So yeah, it's pretty locked down.
Yeah, I agree with what she's saying. I just don't. What leverage do you think the writers and the actors have when trying to compete? Because I've been looking up stuff. I've been seeing actors talking about they got to give up their home. Like Eda Man said, they live in paycheck to paycheck. They not. I don't know if they can hold out as long. How do you see them being able to sustain this?
I think getting like your big name celebrities on their side, which a lot of them are doing. And then if you get those people to strike and not perform in movies and they have contracts like, your Avengers movies and stuff like that, that's where it's going to come into play.
Okay. See, the problem that I'm having is that they have pretty much demanded, from what I've been reading, is that they don't want to be replaced by AI and all this type of stuff. They don't want it. They want it written, put it in place. I don't see how a corporation can concede to that, knowing that the top competitors are using this and they're going to need it in the future because it's going to drive costs down insanely. How can they agree to something like that?
Well, that's why I think that's a part of the reason why they're on strikes, because it's accounting for a lot of that in the contracts, because currently right now they're doing that with background actors. They're copying their faces and using them for future episodes. So that's what's going on right now. They're renegotiating the contracts to eliminate those things, and also streaming residuals, adjusting that as well. And the AMPTP is not budging on that. So, yeah.
So let me ask you, Keisha, who do you think will cave first?
I think the AMPTP is going to cave first. I really do.
And are you saying that from a personal bias point of view, or are you looking at this objectively?
I'm looking at it objectively and from a shareholder's perspective, and I think they're going to cave in. They're going to lose too much money. Like nothing is filming right now, so I do believe they're going to cave in. I don't think AI is going to be able to provide the scripts that they think they're going to be able to produce, but
here's the problem. Then they won't be able to do it. They need the AI. They need to be able to use this in order to sustain the business as a long-term view of it. So how can they concede that when that is the one thing that they absolutely need to? They might give you more money, But taking away the AI control, I think that's like a deal breaker for them, because I can't see them agreeing to that when we know that they absolutely need that in order to sustain the business long term. So how can they rule that out?
Go ahead.
So I don't like, script writing is an art. I really don't think that AI can substitute for like a good script. Like I just don't see that happening.
What
But
good scripts? But like it seemed like a lot of strips that came out over the last 5 years was not good strips. Like we haven't really seen some good some
did I
next
say
level.
strips or like scripts?
But
No,
you
I'm gonna
gotta
look on
also understand that the scripts haven't been good because like, for example, Marvel has been cheap on their writers. They haven't been paying the top writers. They've been getting writers who just maybe wrote 1 or 2 movies, and they're getting them to write the next Marvel movie. Versus the top writers, when in phase 1, 2, and 3, they were getting a top writer. Now they're getting low budget writers.
Right.
That's
And
part
they're
of the movie.
they actually on set, they rewrite the script as they go. So they're supposed to pay writers to be on set. Well, that's not happening right now. And that's resulting in the script, like you're seeing it.
But Keisha, but it's some people
Being
writing.
cheap, like you was talking about earlier, Either man, you was being cheap. See, stop being cheap.
No, listen, but this the thing is, it's some people that's not aligned with them. Like it's people that's writing right now. It's people who say, "Hey, I'm gonna choose as a writer. I'm gonna choose Hollywood."
That's not how it works. If you want to be a part of these unions and you take a job, you're going to be blackballed from the business.
So what I get what you're saying, but what about the people that's not a part of the union?
You're not on the you're not
All
getting
the
in
big
on the set
Your SAG
without being in
AFTRA
the
is
union.
different. Your SAG AFTRA is
It's a
different.
closed shop. It's a closed shop.
It's not like that, man. Hey, Keish, can I ask them real quick? So, because you hitting on some stuff. The stuff that we currently see on TV, even though they're on strike, can you confirm that most of what we're seeing was stuff that was already in the can or already green lit, and so Hollywood is just kind of biding their time and unloading what they have already in the warehouse?
Yeah.
And that's why they can afford to strike 400
It
days.
comes out like
they're
a
getting a
year
residual
later.
off stuff they already made.
Well, from what I've read, they put an enormous amount of content out to the point where people feel like it's saturated, right? They're like, man, why they even do those things? So now they're actually pulling back and being more strategic about the content at which rates they're deciding to put them out. They were putting so many Marvels, so many of them out. They're like, man, there's too many, and people are upset about it. So they're kind of actually, this might be a blessing for them to pull back on content spending and the amount of saturation that's actually in the market. So
The only reason I disagree is if a movie costs me 200 million and I'm gonna make $1 billion every time, I'm not trying to pull back on shit because that's a cash cow.
Right.
Agreed, and that's what they thought was going to happen. But the problem is,
what I'm hearing is that they're losing they're losing $3 billion a day. The industry.
Yep. Yeah, they are.
So what you hearing is they losing $3 billion a day. That may be true. I don't know. That may be true. But so if you multiply 3 billion times 100 days, how much money is that? Because that don't make I'm not good at math like you.
300 billion. That's 300 billion.
That sounds like a whole lot of money.
The same as what we were saying with the auto industry. Who has the most to lose? I understand the mindset, but who the fuck has the most to lose? These people got small money compared to these people who are making billions,
But
and the shareholders.
Wait. When you say who has the most to lose, from the way I see it, the corporation with that deal, what they've been requested, are going to lose the most.
So if what y'all said something earlier about $80 billion, would I rather make a concession and negotiate that $80 billion down to that being a $40 billion concession, or would I rather lose $300 billion?
Okay, let me ask you.
Hold on, the 300 billion is wrong. They done lost $3 billion in 100 days.
Yeah,
okay, they haven't lost $300 billion. Like, okay, that's just
what I heard.
I get what you heard.
Where's your proof? When I've been listen to YouTubers who follow Marvel in the industry, and they've been saying $3 billion
Think
a day.
about what you're saying right now. Like if you tell me the top companies, they have a strong Universal Studios. Disney, right? Netflix, right? When you look at the
Sony,
top,
yeah.
so when you look at the top 3 or 4, their market capitalization can't take $300 billion hit. So that the numbers don't even make sense. I'm just saying it just don't make sense. But I believe they're losing billions, but it can't be that high. But I'll actually look into it. I haven't actually heard the exact raw numbers.
No,
But
it's closer to 30 million, like a day, what the number is. But like until the movie theaters get empty, it's not going to be a real big problem until they run out of stuff to put in the movie theater, and then the movie theater is going to get involved because it's interconnected.
well, they're going to lose money. So nobody's refuting the fact that they're going to lose money. But what E is saying is who's going to cave in first? Because here's another thing y'all have to start to correlate, right? Forget your job, right? Forget just the job aspect. There's other parts that's impacting your life. So now you got foreclosures happening, rent problems, people getting through out their homes. It's all kind of other issues you're going to have other than just wanting to go to work. Real life gonna hit you faster than it's gonna hit somebody else that have enough money.
And that's
but Aaron, you do realize that like those side actors who are getting paid like maybe let's say $300 for a film, they already have a regular job. They're doing that. They're doing it so they can become. They're doing it so they can become The Rock. But they're not. If they're a side actor, and they're only getting $3,000 for a movie, maybe $20,000. You know, from acting for a year, they obviously have another job.
It doesn't matter because what I know is they're not financially literate either way. So even if they had another job, it's not going to sustain them. It's like if they were using their acting money as well and they needed, because most likely they needed, and they only have this regular job. I mean, maybe, but jobs they ain't giving jobs away like that. Now the gig economy is a game changer because it allows you to supplement your income, but a lot of people be lazy. They think about how depressed some of these actors might be. I'm just saying, I don't know.
I put a link in the back chat with the numbers.
So what I'm saying is that it's just completely crazy that these people don't want to put their money up, but they want to control how much money they get. I've never understood if your strips are so good, why won't you put your money up and produce this independently?
Well,
that's the same thing they told Kanye, bro. Like that's what Sway told Kanye. Like, and it's infrastructure, G. Like even if I have even if I have the best script in the world, I'm still gonna need the connections, the machine.
Yeah.
Because again, we dealing with a different industry. This ain't cogs in the wheel. It's not a conveyor belt where you could cookie cut and have the same product coming down the line. I could be the dopest MC on the face of the planet and go unheard.
But Chicago Real, see, the problem I have with this whole take that we have tonight is we're trying to force business owners to bend to employees. And I think that's just it's just so horrible that we're trying to do that just because they have money. But you know, when they put up those millions and millions of dollars to put their stuff into play as a business owner, it took me a lot of money to put my business up. Somebody who just came in day one, who've been working there for 30 days, should not be able to dictate what I do as a business owner in my business.
Give me a second.
Wait. Let me finish this and I'll go back on mute. I promise. This is why I was pushing back on you and Aaron, because you have that. We're talking about a different industry now. You're talking about so for you with the business mindset, right? The people that are actually creating and the energy that you're harnessing, and you may push a pin or make a decision or green light something here. The people that are actually putting in the work, you're actually benefiting off the work that they're putting in. And what you find people saying is, okay, my creativity is what propelled or what started this. So I want my fair share cut of that. As the business owner, you're saying, nah, I'm the business owner, right? So say for instance, somebody was saying earlier, these shorties nowadays, I apologize for keep going back to music, but it's my wheelhouse and kind of what I know best, right? But it's the same, it correlates, I promise. What record company has to spend the money that they used to spend to put artists in the studio and fund? They don't spend nearly the amount they used to spend, because that artist already has to come to the label with a full project, with buzz, with an audience They have to come pre-packaged, ready to go, or they don't get signed. Nobody's signing just off of pure talent anymore. So the conversation that we're having right now is not about employees the way you're framing it, like employees trying to run a business, especially when we're talking about Hollywood and or the music business, right? Yeah. You're talking about a fight, an ongoing fight that's been for years with creatives against suits.
And I'm in agreement with you. I don't know why you pushing back on me. I don't know what we disagreeing on. In the auto industry and in the Starbucks, those are people you can shift in and out. They don't have actual value to the company. And people take however they want. But those jobs are designed to not be so reliant on an individual that they can shift somebody in, connected with pressing a button and the very. But in this industry, which I agree with you, this is a dangerous thing because the company don't have as much power over these people as they would have in people that
well, let's Carvana. It didn't work out that much, you know.
Well, no, I think what we're going to see is we're going to see a lot of foreign filmmakers be pushed into the scene. I know people.
No, it's international.
It's going international.
Nah, bro. That's not gonna happen.
They in Africa not shooting films.
Bro, we went and saw mad movies because it said a Spike Lee joint on it, bro. There's currency in it. There's cultural currency that exists.
Have you ever seen a real African movie?
Go ahead.
Have you ever seen an African movie?
Yep, that's what they got on Netflix. I'm telling you, we see Netflix is pushing them out right now. They pushing out all these foreign movies. I get that I get you said that you ain't gonna want to watch it, but if they don't make a deal, they're gonna have to find somebody who's willing to do the work.
So So a movie that has Tom Cruise in it that's gonna make $1 billion. You think an African movie is gonna be able to make anywhere near that?
Do they get any royalties on like?
I think you not understand that they get. I don't think you understand how Netflix model is. The actor doesn't really dictate how much more money they make because it's a subscription based model. They typically make about the same amount regardless of what movie they put in, unless they start having a high level of cancellations. I get that.
That means they need to figure out it.
So wait. So now we're talking about you're talking about just Netflix, right? Cool.
Well, I'm talking about
hold on. So you're talking about Netflix, right? So let's say you're right with Netflix. Let's say I'm gonna give you that. I'm not gonna say I don't agree with you, but I'm gonna give you that for a second. What do you think? How do you think the other production companies that rely on the theaters like AMC, and they rely on AMC theaters, that rely on you to go into the box office and watch that movie, not just stream it? What do you think? How do you think they're gonna react to that?
Well, right now we see what's happening to the California economy. They done lost $3 billion, and this is not just affecting the writers or affecting this industry. Hollywood is actually affecting so much more outside of that. And so what you're going to see is, I believe the people will cave way before the company will.
But you don't have anything to base that on. You just keep saying that, but it's not based on anything. Look, for a movie to be considered profitable, they want to double the budget. $200 million budget, $400 million movie. Profit margins are around 60%. So let's say we look at this like the NBA. All you're really doing is negotiating a different profit sharing agreement. If profit is 60%, okay, let's just say we can take 5% off the table, and on a $400 million film, now we're just busting down an extra 5%, with the people. And so you give a little bit to make a lot of bit.
No, but Sean, the reason you're wrong, let me tell you why Sean's wrong. The reason you're wrong, you only looking at the movies that come out of Hollywood that are successful. What are the ones who had a budget? They only made $150 million. They made $150 million. It cost them $200 million. They don't understand the loss that happens in Hollywood too. A lot of these movies that y'all think is profitable,
but that's the business you in. The business you in is hit or miss, bro. So to your point, I'll concede that most movies, most movies are not profitable. But that's the business they're in. There's still a cost of doing business, regardless. That's what your business, my business, any business, bro. We still have to pay our employees. It don't matter if our shit goes under in a month, in a year, or whatever. We still have to pay to get the best employees.
They make the money. They make the money either way when it goes in the theater or when it's streaming. So that's why you see Little Mermaid went straight to the to the Disney app. quick
No,
because
no.
it wasn't making no money in the theater. They're gonna make the money. It might not be as much as you want to see, right? But they make that money back off the production.
But see, what you don't realize is if
What
you
you don't
look at
realize, you just be
go ahead,
talking
bro.
sometimes. Like so,
Go ahead,
I
bro.
guess your business model is that you're counting on the employees to never get the Nat Turner mindset, right? To realize that it's more of us than you, right? That we have as much power as you do, right? That's the scary part, right? For the CEO and board of directors.
All right, so
they got the money, but the labor is just as important.
But
And that's the
right,
scary part for the big wigs.
and I agree with you. And Eman, let me ask you this question. You said a lot of movies lose money. Correct. How many of those? Now, what's the chances of you losing money if your actors or you're the best writers and the best actors say, nah, we're not doing. We're in alliance with everybody else. So your Tom Cruises, your Rocks, The Rock, your Chadwick, all them say, yo, we're not doing this shit. And even your supporting actors, who are the best supporting actors, they don't want to do this shit.
Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. And Keisha, let me know if you want to say something. The problem is this. What are people going to watch on TV then? If y'all not gonna write nothing, y'all not gonna get in these movies, what are people going to watch on TV? Because they're not going to stop watching TV. That we know for sure.
Hey, YouTube.
So
Tubi.
YouTube is going to be getting licensed content from somebody. So you can watch Disney on YouTube, you can watch HBO on YouTube. Like they're being licensed on YouTube. So you're still going to watch their content. That's the point. Whatever intellectual property that they own, you're going to watch it. And they're going to license it out, whatever the case is, until they start producing new content. But one thing that we all know, Sean knows this, really knows this, people want to be entertained, and they're not about to change it. They're not about to stop watching TV. They're going to do it. And if they're bored, they'll just watch the same thing over, stream the old show, go watch the old season, because they're going to do that because they're not going to change their life and do something that's going to make them more of a contributor to society. So we know that's not going to happen. So I agree with Will. The creatives have the most power because this is a true partnership business. If you really look at it, like they are very much as needed as the corporations are. There's unique times like that where it exists. Now, I would argue Hollywood more so than the music industry because the way that's set up is a little bit different. But I just don't see how they will give them the money. But the AI part that they don't want their face to read, I don't see them conceding that. And if they do, it'll probably be for a short period of time. I just don't see them conceding like we not.
That's a good point.
So that's
that's a good point.
Aaron, I'm saying this too. Also, one more thing to add to what you just said. A lot of movies, the longer this goes, a lot of movies that are in production right now are not going to be made because guess what?
They're not being made. Like
I mean, I'm talking about ever. I'm talking about like because like let's say Aaron is like let's say we got The Rock, right? He's scheduled to do 2 or 3 movies this year, right? And the movie he's acting on right now, the movie he's doing right now is on hold, right? So let's say it's on hold until December. You start back in December. He was supposed to be in the movie in January, but he can't do the movie in January because the movie in December. He has to finish the movie he's doing in December. Now that movie in January is not going to happen at all.
So let me ask you this question. So when companies are putting out a good example is the Fast and the Furious series, right? And they already got they have their release date when they're coming out with their next movie. Are you thinking they're gonna try to force roll these things out last minute? And you think that they're not doing no production right now?
No, they're not.
No, they can't.
Yeah, they can't.
They actually can't. She's right. They actually can't. Like that's how
SAG either.
But
that's why I said
they can just be using things that are in the vault, though.
Now, some movie sets do have passes that they're giving out to where they can continue filming, but it's just a couple.
And on top of that, you gotta say like they can do their production in terms of like if a movie's already been acted on and they're just doing like sound effects and they're doing like they're doing it for special effects. They can do that right now. You know what I'm saying? Because they own that part. but they can't do that. Nobody's acting right now. There's nobody writing or acting right now.
I think what we're seeing right now is a lot of series, right? Like remakes, part twos, different things like that. And I think this is why we see, hey, we're gonna give you a portion. This is the first time we've seen the Fast and the Furious. They made a portion of the movie. It said to be continued. We're gonna make the other portion a little bit later. They got a part two in movies now. We didn't see that at a large quantity.
Well, part of the streaming business model is that when you look at TV series, when they used to be like 20 shows, 21 shows, the streaming series are getting pulled down to 10, 11 shows. So it's costing them a lot of money in that aspect. So that's why they probably have to do a part two.
I'm just saying some people got the green light, and I think the people who have the green light is about to win really big right now.
Keisha, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You were talking about the studios that have these passes to film. I just want to know, is Tyler Perry one of them studios right now?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. But he probably is a part of the AMPTP, the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. But no, but also I wanted to say this to E-Man's point about, you can outsource writers and things like that. So a lot of like the film set is hierarchies and you work your way up. So a lot of these writers have actually been writing for years and they've been promised, oh, okay, I'm gonna get a contract. I get to be on set for this number of days, and they're not getting that. And they've already dedicated their time to it. So that's happening as well. But all these seasons that you're talking about, there's not going to be a season 2 or season 3 because these writers aren't on set. They're on strike. They've been on strike for 100 days. And SAG just kind of stepped in as reinforcement. But yeah.
SAG started in a month ago.
And a lot of these production companies get movies from actors. A lot of these production companies are actors, like Denzel Washington and all like Reese Witherspoon. They all have production companies.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are creating movies on Netflix and things like that. So it's all intertwined.
They don't have a budget though.
Now look,
they're relying on a lot of partners.
Now, if y'all could guess, would y'all be able to guess how much the top independent film of this year's made?
How much the top independent film this year?
Yeah. So the budget was 14.5 million. That's what it cost to make them. I'll save you the suspense. 131 million.
And that was the top one. Okay.
Sound of Freedom. So Sound of Freedom. 131 million on a 14.5 budget.
And what studio produced that?
I have no idea, but if you look up Sound of Freedom, you'll see it.
It wasn't a lot of
It's independent, and they
either.
sold it to the big studio.
So the point is that there's always room for disruption. When you create a vacuum, things fill the vacuum. If you go to BoosieMovie.com, Lil Boosie is doing what Master P did, making his own movies. So what I'm saying is, at some point, people say fuck the structure, and they can do it themselves. I'm not saying that it's going to be super saturated right now, but more and more as we go along, people realize I have distribution myself.
Angel Studios was founded like 2 years ago.
What? Are you serious? Oh, that's a home run. That's a home run. That's a home run.
It was founded March 25th, 2021.
I'm just saying, like these things, these infrastructures, these things exist, these industries exist, but things can go away.
Actually, that's what happens. When you get to Lucasfilms and then they get bought by Disney, what happens is these smaller companies that are then these bigger companies gobble them up and give them that money and go, hey, you got the content. So that's another backdoor that it might have to go in, because what's going to happen is if this continues for a long enough time, what happens in every industry, market consolidation. Hey, we need to merge together. Like that's what's going to end up happening. And then you bleed out, you get the revolving credit lines, you bleed out until you win, and then you get back to business.
Listen, but then I'm telling you, Aaron, and go ahead, Keisha.
But then also that movie was filmed like years ago. So we're getting a bunch of like old things that already filmed.
So all I'm saying is when their eyes was closed and they had the big old shop producers that what you got? Now they can't talk to y'all. Now they're going to be looking for the smaller people they got to juke. Like what you got going on? and work from there. But like I said, this is a
But it gets sticky because if they want to join the AMPTP, they can't do that. Like they will get blackballed.
hey, listen. People would turn their back on y'all for less.
I just think that this idea that the loyalty gonna last as long as y'all think it is an illusion. At some point, somebody's gonna dangle a carrot in front of somebody who got talent, and eventually what they're gonna do, they're gonna cave and they're gonna say,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get in my contract that this whoever is gonna take care of me when I'm gonna have enough money, even if you didn't want to give me nothing else. I'm still
They
gonna be
said,
taken care of.
they said the last strike lasts 6 months.
Yeah, like look, I see this been listen. We are at a pivotal moment, right? Because in every sector, every industry is experiencing some level of pushback from people, and this is the battle of the have and the have-nots. We go through this every bunch of years, right? Where it gets a little chaotic. They like you making too much money, and it gets a little fuzzy there. So we go through this all the time. The question is how long it will be this time.
But every time we go through this, guess what? You know who still be here? The company. And you know what? They really
That's not true. That's not
true at all.
That's what companies will still be here, but companies will go under. There will be some destroyed because they didn't pay workers.
Well, I believe that it's some companies that's too big to go under. I know that might sound crazy.
You crossed over industry. Shout out to Will. Will says the most remarkable thing about streaming platforms is how they trick consumers into purchasing music/movies again. I don't think they trick consumers. It's their choice. And Arnold said he was talking about the auto industry, Either Man, and at that time I remember that. And welcome to Either Man Mondays. He's saying you think you run Monday shows. Go
this
ahead.
is my show.
Hey, so
I want my writers, since you on the writer side, I need a contract that favors me, Aaron, since this your platform.
It's Aaron's platform. You just a worker, bro. Stay in your lane.
Yeah, I've been talking
Stay in
that
your
crap.
lane, bro.
Oh, listen.
I got nowhere to work with Aaron to make the platform.
I was hoping
You a worker
that y'all said all the stuff that y'all said. So, Aaron, you need to be in favor of Williams.
So look,
Don't switch up now.
last year the Avatar movie cost $350 million to make. If you $300 million into making that movie and production gets halted, you're not anxious to get a return on your investment. You got 300 already sank into
And
it.
it already was halted from COVID.
You feel me?
Yeah.
You ain't anxious to recoup.
Sean, it ain't about anxious, right? You know that you need a 8, 10, 15-year horizon view. They're not looking at this short-term money. They done made that money before. They need to be in control of the destiny of their company, and they have to navigate it properly. So I agree with you. Yes, they want that money, but long-term, they need to win. They need to win the battle today so that they can be here 10, 15 years from
That's why I agree with what you intimated a little while ago, bro, on it being something short term, just kind of more of a stopgap. So I think that would, that would be a middle
I think they're
ground.
gonna have to. I actually think they're gonna have to do it like a short deal where they just cave into the AI, which is going to hurt, and I mean hurt a lot. And because they need to develop, because right now AI can't step in. AI robotics can step into a lot of other industries. They can't step in here. Keisha's right. The talent that it takes to get the on-screen talent and the writing, they don't have that yet. But give them a few more years. Let them continue to build out, and they gonna start to have it. So they might have to concede a small contract, but I would hate to see it happen.
I just think strippers take less every day. We're gonna see the strippers in Hollywood come out.
Hey Aaron, if they offered you a gig, would you do it?
That's hilarious.
Bulldog, they don't offer people like me a gig. This is where we do those random questions, hypotheticals, not for these industries.
Now, could they make it a deal where it's like, you know what? All right, if you're gonna use my likeness in AI, I just need a cut of that.
Right.
Yeah, I believe that you should control. I don't have face technology. Like I'm not scanning my face or things like that. I don't do that, right? So I still own my face right now. Okay. The rest of y'all that got that face ID and y'all been using that and stuff, y'all probably conceded that they have a right to do some stuff that y'all probably don't know. But when it comes to this, I think that's the one thing they have to stand on is if you're gonna use my likeness, I must be paid. So they need to fight for that. I agree with the creators on that side. They need to fight for that.
Oh, I think they're gonna get paid. I want to make sure nobody
but you got to understand the business. Streaming is not profitable yet.
No, yeah.
So
I'm not saying that they're not going to get paid because I think that they're going to offer that they're going to dangle the carrot, but the idea that they have like future rights and saying AI can't replace them, I don't think they're going to be able to succeed to that point. Is what I'm saying.
But do you know how much
it's money?
But also, do you know how much that can hurt somebody? All right, so think about it. So Aaron is Aaron, right? Cool. Now let's say you take Aaron's face and you put it in like the studio says, all right, we're gonna take Aaron's face, we're gonna put it on in a random show, and they have Aaron doing something like cutting out of his character, or it doesn't feel the same way. It's his face, but it just don't feel the same way. It don't feel like Aaron, right? Now all of a sudden, people gonna look like, oh, Aaron did this. Man, I don't know about Aaron. He's kind of off. Like we're not gonna fuck with anything else Aaron does in the future. That could truly hurt somebody.
Yeah, and I think just after COVID, the nature of the business has changed so much because actors aren't getting paid as much from the theaters, and now they're dependent on the streaming, and there's a cap on that. So that's the biggest thing.
Because nobody
is the
understands
royalties.
the streaming industry is so new. Nobody understands. Nobody has the intimate knowledge. They're not sharing the information. And so people don't know what to fight for. You don't know how much money that you can ask for because you don't know the formula. They're hiding the formula, whatever it is. They're not sharing it. So people don't even know what to request.
So, Aaron, I don't know what happened with Scarlett, because I know Scarlett Johansson, she sued because her movie was supposed to go in the theater, but they put it on Disney Plus first. Did we have the results of what happened with that?
They settled. I don't know what the settlement was, but they end up settling. So I could look. Let me see if I can look into it real quick.
That could be at least a groundwork or at least a foundation of what we might be.
She a top dog though, like you know what I'm saying. So she ended up settling for $40 million. She asked for 80, and she got 40.
Hey, what makes you think that the AI can't study all these famous YouTubers the way that they are, so they can make the content in the way that they
I truthfully and honestly think that AI at one point is actually going to be better than humans. Like they're going to produce better pictures. I know we heard it in the rap industry about it's like, oh, it's going to lose its quality, but I do think that AI is going to make it better.
I don't know.
Ain't never gonna rage quit.
I have to push back on that.
Count on that.
But either man, what you're taking away is the human element of us. Just because like people are paying thousands of dollars to go see Beyonce. It's an event. It's a thing, right? You can't replace that.
No,
because humans still have to consume the thing.
So no, what I'm saying is we see this on Netflix, and Aaron made a good point, I think a couple shows ago. The AI gives you the ability to interact with it. It almost can predict your response. Like, hey, would you like to do this or that? And it's going to create a human experience for the customer that because when you talk about writers, they're trying to assume or they're trying to say, hey, this is what we think people want.
So let me explain it, E. I know what you're talking about. So to the point, right? We all have profiles, right? So companies sell your data, whether they do it on a personal level or they create a prospect, right? But they use your data as the prospect to sell, right? So if you look at the AI and you look at their ability to, and by the way, they've been collecting data from us for the last 30, 40 years, right? We free data on these apps. If they don't cost us nothing, then they taking our data. That's literally the trade-off, right? So they know our habits, when we wake up, what we like to consume, how much we're willing to consume.
I just have you OG dirty and Kyle.
1300 to 1900.
Hold on,
Yeah.
one second.
Hey, Uncle T, wait, Uncle T. Guess what I just Googled? I'm sorry, Kai. Guess what I just Googled?
No, it's okay.
Appreciate you, Snowman.
I don't know if this is true or not, but it says it on this article. It says in practice, district attorneys who prosecute the bulk of criminal cases in the United States answer to no one.
I know.
What?
Yeah.
He's
on
on-
another, he might be on another panel. That's fine. Okay, so good. That's kind of a distraction there. He'll deal with that in a moment. So I'm saying in the sense that the collecting the data. So really, you like music from here, huh? Oh, so like all they have to do is collect the data from you, and then they can personalize it to your habits. So when you're talking about they know the Chicago really live 123 Fake Street. All right, these are the type of movies you watch, and these are the ones that you like, and then they take data from other areas. They go partner with another company. All right, so this, and they just have a collection of data, and they can personalize your experience to you. That's something that a screen person cannot do. They have to just write it off. So, but it's going to take a minute to get there. Let me not make it seem like it's about to happen overnight. They already have it, but they can get close to perfecting that.
Well, they're doing it now with Netflix. You have your, they're actually.
But at a limited basis is what I'm saying, because they still don't have enough to where you could be like, whoa. But they will, every single year we give them an opportunity to code something, to put new things in the listen, they are going to be able to do it, and you can't beat it because everybody want to feel special. Every girl think that they special instead of saying we 99% the same. My name is Keisha. Me and her ain't the same. Don't judge us. You don't want to feel the same. So you want a personalized experience in life and everything. So,
but you want the selection to be a good quality as well, which is not happening right now.
I get what you're saying, because me and Aaron's talking about the future. But imagine I can create one project that caters to a million people a different way. Matter of fact, the engagement on that is going to be so much better because you felt like they made that for you.
Aaron, what's your favorite movie of all time?
That's true.
Dang, I can't stand you. I don't watch a lot of movies, so probably like Man on Fire.
Man on Fire. So you're a Denzel fan, right?
Big time.
Right. So if Man on Fire had either fucking man as the lead, who the fuck would click on it? My point is that everything y'all saying, it doesn't. If I'm a Keisha fan, I'm clicking on that thumbnail. We still have to click on the thing. If I'm clicking on that thumbnail because I think Keisha's a great actress and she's beautiful.
So Sean, let me tell you what you're missing. Let's say I agree with you. I'm going to use you and give you Denzel, but I am going to indoctrinate and condition my newer audience. So like they don't grow up with the same superheroes. They don't grow up with the same TV shows we do. They're going to start there. And so they're going to keep giving Sean what they want for this time. And then later on, the new audience, because y'all have to understand, the reason why business and industry is changing to e-commerce, etc., is because the millennials and zennials. The other people don't want to do that. They don't want to go on these computers and be afraid to get fraud and all this type of stuff. So they are still going to have their old models, but they're predicting in the future these millennials and zennials going to have a bag, and so we need to get them into our whole ecosystem now and build them out over time. So,
but I think this is going to be a supplement. We're presenting it as a either or, but I think it's going to be more of a supplement because at the end of the day, I'm not watching the Bollywood version of fucking Denzel. I want to see Denzel. I'm watching the Bollywood Denzel.
Well, they gonna
I get what you're saying, but it's almost like the same thing we heard in, people say it's no way that they gonna take Ubers and Lyft. It's no way that cabs are gonna start getting phasing out. Typically, certain things will get phased out, and we see it happen in every industry. They said the same exact thing about Hollywood movies or blockbusters. They said there's no way people are not going to walk in here and do X, Y, Z, and I think that we're going to see a big change in Hollywood.
Y'all are so determined to put us in that RoboCop, Total Recall, Terminator, futuristic. E-Man, do you know that vinyl for music, because I know y'all want to go in the future, vinyl is the top selling format. That outsells everything, right? So there's always going to be a place for that nostalgia and that wanting to hold the physical copy. And you're right, Aaron. People, I don't know who was saying, I'm sorry, I'm old. I'll be 49 Saturday. People do want to feel special. They do want to feel like they do want that one of one. But there's also a thing where we want to feel part of a group too and share that commonality, right? So if there's a program, like if you think about the water cooler talk, I know E, man, I know E, I know. So there's something about being able to come together, and I see Sean, I'll be like, yo, did you see such and blase skip woo woo? He's like, oh yeah, man, I saw that. And we exchange our shared experience over that. If I'm just sitting up watching my one-on-one or one of one, there's no real like satisfaction from that. I don't get it. I gotta hear you on this with E. Why are you shaking your head? Like, help me out.
I just disagree.
You've had something created for you that you paid your money for, and it's just special to you, and it was worth it for you.
No, so have you did the Netflix experience, the Men versus Wild, or that experience yet? So the plot, the most of the plot is the exact same, right? They manipulate you to think that you're making a decision, but you still end up with the same destination. So it's not an idea that we watch two different movies. We watched the same movie. We just had a couple of things that was different based on us. But guess what? We still experienced the exact same thing. And let me respond to that first part that you said. Listen, if I go to someone that is Generation Z and we talk about vinyl, they'll look at me like I'm crazy. Yes, for the older people, it makes sense. But when we start talking about the new generation, it's not. I get that might have been the best quality you ever heard, but the new generation not going to even know that it existed. That's the point I'm making.
You got to get outside, brother. You got to go out. The
You low-key
people
out of
that
touch,
are
bro.
driving vinyl sales are the younger people.
There's younger people about vinyl.
The people the ones that are driving vinyl sales. Me and my guy was just talking about how everything is cyclical, and one of the things that he blew my freaking mind with. Like, I'm old enough to remember when the 70s came back around and people were wearing bell bottoms again and froze and all this other stuff. So he was like, everything is cyclical now, to the point where the late 90s, early 2000s are what the younger people are trying to recreate or relive. So like you see like Cross Colors and Carl Kanai, and even the music like is a reflection of that, right? So it's not like it's an old people thing yet. Like for me, yeah, you're right, 1000%. I prefer that. But one of the ways that I'm able to connect with these young heads, they're the ones that listen and go out and buy vinyl, like collect vinyl, all these new, like Taylor Swift. What old head you know is buying Taylor Swift vinyl? You go in your Walmart, you go in your Target, you're gonna see Taylor Swift vinyl. So it's not, I'm just saying, just for the sake of this point, it's not an old head thing. It's still, at the end of the day, when you're done with the dollars and cents, it's still about human connection and having shared experiences across the board, right? And that part, I think, is what business always try to figure out how to monetize, whether it's art, whether it's music, whether it's movie industry.
Well, I get what you're saying. I don't see vinyls when I walk into Walmart. I don't see those things as a big seller, front page type things when we start talking about making money. So I get what you're saying, but I had this conversation with a group of young men and they had no idea what it was. Like I get that you're saying that it's some that knows, but it's a lot that don't.
You don't see drugs being sold; they still being sold. Look, the other thing is that look, no, it's a perfect example.
That's a great example.
It's a great example. The other thing
example.
is that this is what I keep saying. It doesn't have to be a replacement. The audiobooks, lots of people consume them, millions, but most people want to hold a book in their hand. You can't replace that for them. People still have to consume the thing, and it becomes a thing where both things can coexist. Well, the things can coexist. For some reason on YouTube, we want things to be either A or Z, and most things are somewhere in the middle.
I get what you're saying, but I believe, I know it sounds crazy, in 150 years, it's not going to be any physical books. Like, I know y'all might think that's crazy that we're going that direction, but slowly we see things phase out. And I think some of these things will phase out. Like VHS phased out because you can produce something that is better. And I think that's what we're going to see.
But
Yeah, but
VHS was
the
different.
audio quality is better on the vinyl, so they can't reproduce that audio quality on the vinyl. That's why it's still here. So
So,
like the other stuff, like
but
the
you're
VHS,
limiting, but you're
it
limiting
can't get HD.
technology. That's the point that I'm telling. You're limiting technology. You said that mankind in
The
the
point of
next
the
100.
technology is to get the best sound.
Listen.
The vinyl has the best sound.
I get the point
That's
that you're
why it's
trying to
still here.
argue. I get the point that you're trying to argue, but I think mankind is smart enough to figure it out in the next 150 years to make a digital version that sounds as good as vinyl.
No.
I get y'all might think it's impossible.
bandwidth make it tough. The
Can I ask
bandwidth makes it
you,
tough.
E, are you an audiophile?
Yeah, do I listen to audio
No,
files?
no. I asked, are you an audiophile?
I don't know what you're asking.
You don't even know what that is.
Right. So that's why vinyl is not going anywhere. See, you're thinking that you're saying that they would be able to recreate digitally, right? A quality sound or something comparable to vinyl. And what we're both saying is no. I'm not saying it's not possible, and I'm not ruling it out, right? Because I think Sean was saying, and I think he's right. It's not an either or; it's both and. Both things can coexist in the space. They may come up with some quality. They thought they had it with mini discs. They thought they had it with 8-track. They thought they had it with cassette tapes. They thought they had it with CDs. Maybe I don't see it. When you listen to whether I'm listening to streaming or whether I'm listening to I'm sorry. There's nothing that compares to listening to live instrumentation outside of being at that concert, listening to that on vinyl and hearing that warmth and that crack. Nah, bro. That's why I asked where your audiophile. Audiophile is somebody that is like either obsessed or they're really big on music. So
that's not me. I'm not that big.
Right. Yeah. It's cool, bro. I get the point that you're making.
Just for the record, I posted a link showing that 60-some% of people read books as opposed to 20-some people who do audiobooks. So just saying.
No, but that's
they can coexist.
I said what you're doing is you're talking about what people do today. If I go pull the numbers of what people did when we blockbusters out, the numbers will show different than it showed 20 years later. I'm saying in the future, I think that's drastically going to change, especially when the older people die off. I do believe that it changes. It happens in every generation. It's the reason that we don't do certain things now that was did 100 years ago.
I disagree because how long have books have been around for centuries? So that's not every generation.
Well, no, Sean, let me. You have feedback. So I think you gotta cut off your if you got YouTube playing in the back because I couldn't hear you.
Oh, that was my Bluetooth. I said books have been around for centuries. So that means that it doesn't change every generation.
But it does change. So say for example, we would have went back, I'm about to explain it. If we would have went back 80 years ago, a physical book was the only way that you could send knowledge. Based off the stats you just said, it went from 100% down to 60%. So it tells us that if we look at over time, it is decreasing. Let's just say over the next 60 years, it only decreased by 1%. Eventually, it will be extinct.
There is a tipping point. So even has a point. There is a tipping point in which once you get past that tipping point, everybody ends up adopting it. So maybe audiobooks may have not reached that tipping point yet.
It's all going to come down to what's most cost effective. At the end of the day, what's the most cost effective thing? And you can only bleed so much.
I'll say with as far as acting and using deep fakes and AI in place of actors, I think that when it comes to that art, you have to take into account the human consciousness. So like Aaron said, his favorite movie was Man on Fire. And let's just say they create a Man on Fire, part 3, and they use a deep fake for Denzel. When you go to that movie, aren't you going to feel cheated that you just watched a movie with a deep fake instead of an actual actor? I do believe that human beings can pick up on what's fake and what's not, especially when it comes to film. You don't think so?
So I believe they can right now, maybe, but I also believe the majority of people are sheep. And so you're gonna do whatever you're gonna do and buy whatever these companies tell you can buy. What kind of milk you buy? With the one at the grocery store, I don't know who make it. What company is it? So I believe they're gonna do as they told, like most people do, and give a false premise that they think they're making their own independent decision. Most people are conditioned. So yes, well, I probably feel a little cheated. It just depends. It depends on how great it was. Did they tell me that it's a deep, like a lot of things play in that factor. But I mean, think about, how about this? Wait. How about this? What if Denzel passed away? And now I still have an opportunity to get movies from him, and they got his tendencies, everything down to a science. I'm not saying nothing's perfect, but I still get to experience this person. It sounds kind of crazy.
It's gonna
They
go
did it
just
with
like
Bruce.
those. It's gonna go just like those Tupac posthumous albums and stuff.
No,
You
those
know
are
what I'm saying?
holograms.
I'm just saying it's not. I don't think it's gonna do as well.
No. I'm just saying, listen, it's so hard for us to believe how crazy this technology can get, because in this moment we like, this stuff ain't hitting like that. It's gonna be hitting like that. It's gonna be hitting like that.
So question: how cost effective is it to put
see how long
an
they
AI
last?
face on somebody?
I said, you see how long the holograms last, right? It's like they bring them out for a couple of minutes on some celebration stuff, and then it's over with. Nobody would want to sit through a 3-4 hour concert of a hologram.
No, I don't disagree. No, I don't disagree with the hologram, but I'm saying that if they just get better and better and better and better, I mean, at the end of the day, y'all know how this goes.
So Aaron, so how much you talking about cost, right? On the cost side, how much of the cost is it to have a face to have you with the artificial face of with the AI face of Denzel acting that movie?
It depends. It depends on if we get to control our image, and I don't know if that's going to be the case. I don't know if, So
Bruce Willis already signed over his rights. Yeah.
Who did?
Bruce Willis.
That's because he has dementia, right?
Yeah, he has, I think,
Come
Parkinson's
on,
or
Sean.
something
How you
like
gonna take a
that.
shot at him like that?
I'm just saying, like he can't perform like he used to. That's all I was trying. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So like, and the reason, so I had a chance to watch one of these movies, and it was talking. I think The Rock was in it, and it was talking about. I think his cousin played most of the scenes, and they just replaced his face. I don't think most people would have known that wasn't The Rock if they didn't tell us that happened. I get it. Like Keisha, she's in that industry. She would know, but the average person ain't going to have no idea unless that person come on the stream and say, that's not me.
But Edom Man, I got the stump. Hold on, Edom Man, I got the solution. Listen, this going to stump y'all. This is going to stump Rilla right now. Y'all can't stand that mumble rap, can y'all? But guess what? These youngins love it. So y'all love the art. The art, man, is so beautiful. These youngins killing stuff. Well, they got an audience, and the youngest is the future consumers. So regardless if y'all think this art stuff matters, is it really Denzel? Don't matter to these youngins. All they have to do is craft around them, and over time, that's the new audience.
I'm gonna tell you why I disagree.
I'm
gonna tell you why I disagree.
Great point, actually.
I can agree with you partially, but I just think that look, if we're gonna use my face, cool. Just make sure I get half of that money.
I think it depends on what we're talking about. When you're talking about tangible goods, I agree with you, Aaron. If we're talking about the arts, I disagree. Oh, well, arts or entertainment. Say for instance, right? What is LeBron's value over replacement? LeBron versus the Johnny Kilroy LeBron. You know what I'm saying? LeBron versus some.
No, we can't use.
What I'm trying to illustrate is something simple, right? Like LeBron is a top NBA player. We talking about the top artists, the top writers. We talking about the top actors and actresses. I'm just saying that those types of things mirror themselves. The best is the best, regardless when it comes to human capital.
Let me tell you
But
why
it's quantifiable.
I hear you. Hold on. Let me tell you why that's a bad comparison. Because we get to go see those basketball players play in real time. See, when you talk about movie industries and things like that, it's video, it's cutting, all this type of stuff,
endorsements.
So I'm just saying we have to physically go to the football game and see physical human beings. We can't AI that. You know what I'm saying? Like we can't do that yet. So the correlation is difficult to get with. I understand your point, but in that industry, look what Lauren just said. Lauren just said, I saw an AI model on IG that has 70,000 followers, and people were arguing in the comments whether she was real or not. They can't tell.
Right, but if I know it's not the real Michael B. Jordan, why would I pay whatever to see the movie? You know what
But
I'm
see,
saying?
but I think Hollywood got that figured out, Sean. I think they're going to.
How?
I'm about to explain it
They
to you.
can't reveal their hand.
Listen, so
No,
what?
they have to.
Hold on, listen. I think they're going to come to a person like Denzel and say, "Hey, Denzel, we want to do X, Y, Z, and this is what it is. Hey, I'm gonna pay you to use you, and I'm gonna get you to sign a non-disclosure that you're not going to disclose that this not you."
But they have to disclose to the consumer.
No, they don't.
No, they
What?
don't.
What are you talking about?
How
You
do they
trying
know
to?
And like
about
the
Come on, bro.
FCC
Y'all
is not
tweaking.
that far in the future yet. So like the FCC is they not even that's not even on their radar yet. It'll
They don't have
eventually
to.
be on their radar, but it's not on their radar yet.
They don't have to tell us that that's not Denzel.
Right, but I'm saying the FCC is gonna get involved because it's gonna be
Y'all
create like a
crazy.
security risk. It's gonna be a security issue.
You crazy if you think that you can
I
charge
think that
consumers
only applies
hundreds
to
of millions of
defense.
dollars to go to see a movie and you not tell them that the actor is not in the movie for real.
Yeah.
No,
You're
no,
crazy
no.
if you think that's a thing.
Now,
I'm not saying that he's not going to be in the movie. He might be in the opening scenes. I might use a portion of him, but the majority of the movie might not be him. Like I'm not saying that they completely eliminate him altogether because I'm paying them. I might as well have him. But imagine he do the open scenes. We get somebody else to do all the rest because that's kind of what my understanding is. That when you talking about somebody who do all the danger and all the stuff, I know a person who used to play the Taylor
Or
Swift
the stunt
sisters,
double.
like their stunt devils. They do majority of the work anyways, and they use AI to replace the faces to make it look like that person is doing. So we're not so far off from what we're talking about.
so I think we might have an example of that. Now I'm not sure. I could be wrong. But didn't Carrie Fisher, didn't she pass away during the filming of the last Star Wars movie?
I believe so.
Did they use AI for, because he was in that movie, so did they use AI for a portion of that movie?
I don't know that they did. I think she was I think they had to pivot and write her out. Like that was her death scene or something like that. I don't know. I don't want to, go on record saying like definitively yes. I just remember she died during the making of the movie. And I can't remember if they used any artificial anything for her character in that movie.
People who like AI movies will go and see them. People who don't won't. It's really that simple.
But listen, at that point, we going all AI movies. At that point, y'all gonna cave and go, all right, we're gonna just take whatever contract y'all give us. So that's what the man is saying.
Oh, y'all gonna go in the box. Listen, you gonna go in your room and watch a whole bunch of reruns. If that's the only thing this is what we saw with mumble rap. When they start only putting that out, you know what, people, I've seen a whole bunch of old head. You know what? It's not that bad. After rapper after rapper, I heard, and I know not Chicago Rilla, but some other old
What
heads
are y'all
start
talking about? I
nodding their
like
heads.
Migos. I like Migos, man. I was listening to Versace on my way home, man.
No, I'm just saying, but
you gotta admit, they said the youngest killed rap. They were
No, but that's every generation.
They said that every generation.
That's the same. That's the same thing they said about jazz music.
So y'all making either man's point.
So the point that I'm saying is that everybody want to fight the grain. I see this in companies all the time. When a company come out with a change, nobody following the rules, nobody doing it, and over time, you know what people do? They adjust to what the environment
That's
is.
a different conversation, though. You're talking about the evolution of it. You're talking about the evolution of an art form versus Jay-Z
Right.
being replaced by an AI generic version of Jay-Z. That's two different things.
What I'm saying, let me give you an example of what I'm saying.
That Drake song was hidden? I thought they said that Drake song was hidden.
What Drake song?
They
The Drake
said
song
AI
was
did a
fire.
version of Drake song and it was hit. I never heard it, but I heard it was fire.
What's the name of this Drake song?
Fire.
What's the name of it?
But once again, it can coexist with Drake. It's not going to replace Drake.
But I'm not advocating for replacing Drake. What I'm advocating is, like, yes, they gonna have to be able to get paid money, but if I can be able to make you do less work, should I have the option to pay you less money?
The AI Drake song is called "Heart on the Sleeve" or "Heart on My Sleeve." I still listen to it to this day.
All right, so look,
gonna
shout out
lie.
to Gabe. So he
Hey, what's up, y'all?
solidified
What's
what
up?
E and me is talking about. Eventually, over time, all this artists, oh, look how Denzel so smoothly do.
Yeah.
Put the AI into this. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time.
And then we gonna be able to see Denzel dance with the AI.
I don't know. I don't think people are gonna buy
I
it.
mean,
assimilate.
Yeah, I don't. Shout out to you, Gabe. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't see it. And listen, and I'm perfectly cool. Here's the other thing I don't understand. if like I couldn't imagine trying to convince my grandma, and I'm sure I have, but I just at this age, I know I can't convince her to get with it. Right? She's stuck in what she's stuck in.
We okay with that.
But
I mean, the thing about it is that it's already different, isn't it?
No, but you
like
make
it's
it
already.
you making
go
my
ahead.
point, really. Like for example, y'all don't want to get on the internet. Y'all don't want to sign online. Y'all afraid that they gonna take y'all little money and y'all, you ain't
They're
got no
already
choice.
doing that, right? Yeah.
We closing all branches. We closing all banking branches. If you don't go online, ain't nothing you can do.
Right.
They'll never do that. Okay.
I mean, it's completely different. I was gonna say it's completely different as it concerns instrumentation. When's the last time you seen somebody playing a saxophone on the track, or like when's the last time you seen a guitar? I mean, they just synthesize and they just mimic. No, but like on
you
now,
talking about mainstream
none of
music, bro. Like there's all like you still got. I mean, taking the bangers. Anyway, I don't want to get into all that. There are people still playing instruments. It's not maybe the most popular or mainstream marketed music. There's still audiences.
I love that
for those
but
artists.
back then, that music was mainstream. You talk about Stevie Wonder. You talk about who else? Ray Charles. It was live music. They were playing instruments live.
I'm sorry, bro. Now I'll go back on mute because you just got here and I'll let you cook. But it goes back to what Aaron was saying, which basically is whatever is the most cost effective. It's not cost effective to have these bands and these jam sessions in the studio for months at a time trying to, cut a record. Like that's not cost effective. So that's why you don't see it. However, I can't tell you what type of experience I had when I was just in New Orleans and I'm walking down there in front of Cafe Du Monde and they busting it out just out of nowhere. That's a different experience that AI can't give me, bro.
Second line and brass band music, that's almost like a relic. Like it's still good, right? But I mean, when last time you heard a second line anywhere?
Wait, a relic. Hold on, E. A relic to who?
A relic to anything popular today.
Well, but and that's where we diverge because I think you guys are arguing from like what's the most popular and I guess what would be monetized from that perspective. And I think for me, I'm coming from the perspective of because I see this happen in real time. The artist and the creative who understands that balance in terms of being creative with their art and mastering that business side. There's artists that are touring, independent or even old school artists that are touring right now, legacy acts that are touring, where these young bloods can't hold a candle to what they doing. And the older artists are checking the bag.
They're not checking bags like they checking bags today. Come on. The newer artists.
I just had this go.
No,
y'all please don't do that.
Come
I
on.
do what I'm saying. See,
the
listen,
bag's not the same. The bag, they way different.
Are y'all seeing
different weights to it?
I'm about to help you out because y'all all shaking your head. I know what y'all saying. Y'all may be thinking about Taylor Swift, who just did $1 billion on her. I'm not talking about that. I'm specifically talking about rap and R&B specifically. Those youngins compared to older artists are not. All those shows are getting canceled, bro. These shorties. Their shows are getting canceled. The legacy artists who cater to people like me, who after I pay the mortgage, I have the disposable income still to go out and see them. Yeah, those older artists are checking them out. People want to still see Big Daddy Kane perform. People want to see KRS-One perform. People want to see LL Cool J perform. Yes, that's happening.
They performing for some of them performing for free now. In Atlanta, you got some old artists.
Wait.
It's okay not to talk sometimes.
Who's performing in Atlanta for free? You know how many shows they have in celebrating? And I'm talking about Atlanta, in Atlanta alone.
50 breaks of hip hop,
yeah, 50 years of hip hop. The mayor had one free show, so maybe those artists got paid, perform for
Nobody.
free.
They was the city paid for that. Like they not
Right.
working for free.
What you mean? Who's performing for free, bro?
Only new artists work for free.
Hold on,
It might as well.
I would concede to your point. They performing for minimum wage. Maybe I should have said minimum wage.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Wait,
You think they
wait?
for their hour show they got paid $15? Is that what you saying?
No, you missing. They're not making.
No, you be missing it. You just be talking,
ahead.
bro.
Go ahead,
You have
bro.
nothing to say on this subject, but you still talking.
Speak your mind. Yeah, speak your mind. Tell me how you feel. Go ahead.
What's on my mind is that you have nothing to say on the topic and you just be talking sometimes.
But if you're
bloviating about stuff that you don't know nothing about.
If you look at how
you don't go to, do you go to shows?
Listen, if you
How
look
much
at
does the ticket cost?
We just had a.
What's the average ticket?
Part of an event. I just was part of a set up an event like a couple of years ago. We
You
had
go to free
112.
shows.
And for 112, we paid them like 2,000, maybe 3,000 for 112.
All right, so
whoa! You saying somebody paying 2-3 G's for a 112 concert?
You get that?
No. We paid them.
You get that.
No, he
Palmer
paid
package.
promoter. Whoever that is a promoter. He's saying as a promoter, he paid 12,000, 12 to 3. What'd you say? 3,000?
No, $2,000 to $3,000. I forgot what the number was.
Yeah,
112.
Yeah.
You pay for
They
travel
can
and
perform
hotel?
at birthday parties. I'm like,
That's
what
what
is
we
that?
paid them 2 or 3 days. They performed the whole night. We paid them $2,000 to $3,000. That was it.
And wait. Hold on. And what market is this?
In Boston.
In Boston?
Yeah.
Okay.
That ain't
What you gotta say about that one? What you gotta say about that one? Chicago really?
They paid them 3,000.
That's a living. They say on a 1099.
I know it's a living, but they gotta listen. They gotta break that 3 up between all of the members. So they coming away with they walking away with hundreds for an all night
These
show.
old heads not getting money like that. Real up here.
They
tripping.
not. They really
He over
not.
here tripping. He talking about a very small select group that can still
Right.
command a certain amount of money. They not getting that money like that.
If
You got
you
some
live-
old heads that can barely like. They got to ask other old heads to go on tour with them so they can be on tour.
I
Wait, hold on, Aaron. That's all these acts. Wait. That's all of these acts now are doing that. What do you mean? All of them are booking shows together. Like
But they need each other to be like you got.
what
old
artists? Just really quick, Aaron.
Wait,
What artists? And I'm specifically talking about hip hop. What artist do you know is selling out a show by themselves?
Drake.
Jay-Z.
Chris Brown.
Probably
Jay-Z is
Future.
not selling out a show by himself. It's
Yes,
usually
he did.
Jay-Z's friends.
He absolutely did.
Young
I
boy.
was at it. I
No,
was there.
Jay-Z bring a whole
Beyonce, he
bunch of
opened up for
people on
Beyonce
stage.
now.
Baby.
No. I went to a
The Baby
Jay-Z concert.
show.
Literally.
Baby,
Hold on.
stop. Baby
Literally in
just got a whole bunch of
2017.
shows
In
canceled.
2017, he came to Boston. I was at the show. It was totally by himself.
The
Jay-Z.
baby probably too, yeah.
Not the baby eating, man.
I said the baby.
Oh, you got on. You
Oh,
got
you
on
said
one.
baby,
hand.
my bad.
Who is
You
the
got
Willa, we love
Kanye
you.
too.
We love
Add
you,
Kanye
Willa, but
to
these
it
old
too.
heads not doing that. We
I told I
Kanye
know
showing
for a
up
fact.
showing up by himself too.
I know for a fact you can get Genuine for about 1,800.
To do what?
You talking about the drink? Or you
Perform.
talking about the cat? Oh, okay.
You get Genuine.
talking about?
I know you get Genuine for about 1,800. You might get Keith Sweat. You might got to pay 3 bands, maybe 4 bands for Keith. You like if you really look at like you want Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown doing shows right now for about 1,900, and you might get him for.
Boy, y'all
They talking about the same Bobby Brown that
Them
just got off the
them
tour
price-
with
them
this
price
shit.
ain't
Y'all
nothing
gotta
like
stop
that, boy. Y'all
disrespecting
tweaking.
folk, man. Y'all is wilding.
But yeah,
Y'all
bro,
gotta stop
That's the truth.
the young dudes don't have enough songs to go for an
Them
hour.
price-
Though. That's
them
the
price
that's
ain't
They don't
nothing like
need it.
that, boy. Y'all are-
They could have one song and charge 50 for it. 50 G's.
Who's doing that?
The Ice Spice. I bet you Ice Spice
Can I
probably
just give a
getting a
couple
good
examples
30 to 50.
of youngins who are in the game that can sell out?
Travis
So
Scott.
you got Cole, you got Baby King. I mean, you got Tyler
Baby
the
King
Creator.
selling out.
Baby King
Yes.
selling out in LA.
Tyler
Not
the
all
Creator.
LeBron.
bro, he's not doing the
Tyler the
stadium
Creator.
by himself.
You got
LA.
Future.
That's
Tyler the Creator, I can see.
You got Future. You got Russ.
Future's not selling
you got
out.
Drake. Y'all niggas tripping.
Drake
bro.
is supernova. Okay.
Uzi.
What does that
Come on
even
now.
mean, though?
Uzi,
Nah,
what are
Uzi's
you
not
talking
selling
about?
out by himself.
Bro,
Yeah, maybe
what
Uzi,
are
maybe
we
Uzi.
talking about?
Yeah.
Y'all
Selling out by
don't know
himself.
nothing about young people. Then if y'all not understanding who the target audience for these artists are, bro, y'all old
Brother,
niggas
I
talking about
do.
legacy, right?
Wait, hold on,
But
Sway.
you
I'm
talking
gonna
about
go on
the
mute,
new
Sway.
niggas,
Sway.
right? Y'all not listening to the new niggas, so I'm putting you on game to what the new niggas.
I think if you combine 21 with any of them,
no,
that'll probably
bro,
be
21 is getting. What are you
what are
talking
y'all
about,
talking
bro?
about?
21 is 21 is not selling out of the show.
Who?
I think he.
21 Savage?
I think they sell out certain places. Yeah.
Y'all are wild and G.
I
I
don't know about that. I got Chicago Rilla. A real question. How much you think we can get?
Little
Ja
Baby?
Rule?
What are we talking about? Little Baby?
I don't know.
You think Little Baby selling out of the show?
By himself? No.
He's selling out.
Y'all is wildin'.
Wait. Hold on. I just want to be clear. Y'all
all right. The weekend.
Sway, I'm going on mute. Wait. Hold on. You're telling me the artists that y'all naming are selling out shows by themselves, like they're the headliner and they're selling out. They're not doing Rolling Loud. They're not doing Coachella. They're not doing Lollapalooza. They're not doing Pitchfork. They're doing shows.
Yes, they have their own. They have their own tours.
NBA.
Yes, all these artists have their own tours.
NBA Youngboy. Oh yeah.
There was some artists that got
They have their own tours.
I look him up, but he was just sold out the Boston Garden.
What about Moneybag
Yo?
Yo?
I get my guy up here for this, man.
Moneybag Yo, especially in Memphis.
I know Moneybag Yo.
Hold on.
Gorilla, you just wrong, bro. You wrong.
Okay, he wrong. How many seats?
I forgot about Dirk.
Hey, look,
Dirk sell out.
Hey, but look, y'all didn't even frame this, bro. Y'all got to frame the conversation because when you say sell out, we talking about like Beyonce and Drake and them selling out like stadiums. You know what I'm saying? So there's no. Damn, hold on. Damn, you nigga. Everybody got to talk at once. Look, there's different levels to selling out. What Sway is saying is true. These young boys are selling out, but everybody, whether young or old, there's levels to everything. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't selling out a stadium like Cowboy Stadium.
But
Everybody
no,
ain't doing that. That's what I'm saying. What do you mean by that? How many seats is that?
Hold on, no, but what he was comparing is the young performers versus the old performers. And if we take the young performers, they are selling out way more. It don't matter what arena it is than the older people.
I agree with Sway. I agree with Sway.
I don't understand why we saying that like that's some surprising ass shit.
I agree with Sway.
Well, the reason we said this because Rilla said that's wrong. They counseling.
I said the old heads are checking the bag. That's what I said. Number one. Number two.
$39 tickets is not the same as $500 to $1,200 tickets.
You said who?
I said $39 tickets is not the same as $1,200 to $500 tickets.
Who got a $1,200 ticket, bro?
Lil Yachty.
Yeah.
They making more than six figures for less work than a
bro. You're not hip right now, bro. It's just come on, bro.
I get Sway. Listen, I get it. You got your thing against old heads. I get it.
I have nothing against old heads. I'm just being unbiased and telling you the truth of what the situation is.
Okay, tell me the situation again.
That if you want to go see one of your legacy artists, you can when they doing this legacy tour for $40.
Okay.
25 bucks.
Okay, how much am I paying for your Uzi by himself? That's selling out. How many seats?
Come on,
where you want to be? You want to be in the nosebleed? Do you want to be mid? You want to be up front?
Say I'm in the nosebleeds. How much am I paying in the nosebleeds for Uzi?
50, bro. I just googled it. 50.
Probably about 50 to 100.
I
would say that, yeah.
I would say it's probably about 50 to $120.
Hold on.
If you Madison,
I'm looking at Lil Uzi Vert at the Armory. Wait, I'm looking at Uzi Vert at Aragon.
Okay.
Either man, you said you could get Genuine for $1,800, right?
That's not hearing no numbers.
Yeah, you get 112 for 2,000.
Oh, no, just look at the one person said get Genuine for $1,800. Right?
You getting the whole 112, or you getting?
How long is that show? How long is
the
that
whole
show?
112? The whole 112.
How long is that show, Either man?
I might with Genuine. I get about 7 songs. He gonna take pictures. He gonna do an after party. He gonna show up to the Genuine out here hurting right now.
So it's gonna be.
What's the numbers, Rilla? What's the numbers? You said you're looking at his concert tickets.
So what we saying is $1,800. $1,800 for a couple of hours of work is not getting to the bag. That's what we're saying in 2020.
It's getting to a bag. A bag.
No, that's not.
Yeah, that's not the bag that Rilla trying to talk about, brother.
That's not a bag.
But it ain't the bag. It ain't the bag Rilla was talking about.
Hold on, y'all got to stop this. I said the old heads are checking a bag. I said they checking a bag. Did I not say that?
But it's like how many times? So
We heard it on air.
like you got to quantify the bag. That's the thing. Like you got to quantify it
because
you doing what?
Personal bag or like a full size carry on.
Hey man, listen.
That's
Y'all
$20,000 a month.
You might get Bobby Brown for like $500.
Listen,
You might be able to get Bobby Brown for like $500.
I mean, I see if you're doing like 5 shows a week or something, or 5.
You can work on a week. You can do Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
You can get Bobby Brown for like $500.
That's $20,000.
Hold on, everybody.
That's bread.
Let's just reset and calm down because everybody just calm down for a second. Let me get to the super chats real quick. Rilla says, Rilla's $39 tickets is different from the $500 tickets. I ain't paying for no $500. So if I can get somebody to sing for $39, I'll take the $39. Sherelle says J. Cole sells out by himself. Yeah, that's J. Cole though. What's this Sideline style? Song sell out stadiums. I don't think that song sell out.
Is that Gundam Style?
Yeah, Psy is the artist that made the Gundam
I don't
style.
think those songs are selling out stadiums, but I'll say this.
That shit, dude.
Look, rappers be getting like 60,000 just to walk through the club.
Yeah.
So like you gotta understand 25,000 to walk through. Like Chris Brown get
Genuine got to pay. Genuine got to pay. Genuine got to pay to walk in the club.
Chris Brown get 500 racks for an hour show.
I mean, it's just not comparable. It's just not comparable.
Kind of bad.
Yeah, compared to Genuine, get $1,800 and got people to after party himself. He got in the line for the after party.
Royalties for a feature.
I know who to ask for some money. Aaron, loan me $200.
Hey, what's up, Chris Brown? We gonna talk.
Crazy.
It's $20,000 a month. Ain't no money.
No. We just say $20,000 ain't no money. Listen, the comments before you came here, okay? Chicago Rilla was passionate about because we discussing the strikes that's going on and the impact of artists and the creators versus the companies, right? So Rilla is a strong. I don't know if you was here. I don't know where you was at. But Rilla got a strong passion for music industry, so he crossed parallels to make his connections, which is totally fine because I know that's his passion. Now, unfortunately, he slipped up. He was like, "Yeah, these old heads, they get in the bag," and we was like, "Huh?
Yeah,
like, they going on tour," and I'm like, "These tours is."
You missed the important part, Aaron. He said they get in the bag and the young people shows are getting canceled.
Exactly. He's right.
Well,
he's right about the young. He was smart. He compared it to the rappers and the singers. That was smart because the rappers are getting these shows canceled because they are very much a liability. He's not wrong about that. He's not wrong about that. But what the rappers do get when they do perform, they get molded in the old heads that singing. That stuff ain't even close.
Well, I think it was just a shooting at a Dirt concert the other day, wasn't it?
That's exactly what I was saying. I wasn't saying that when these artists are on the road, they not like I know what they get for walkthroughs and all that. I'm not. That wasn't my comparison. I was saying in comparison to the cats that are getting canceled. That's what I was saying. And y'all listen, right? Y'all ran with it. You did your thing. Go ahead.
But Chicago, you trying to
still a bad.
You trying to compare the best of the old school to the worst of the new school.
That's true. You did try to do that.
You're not doing apples to apples, and that's why I said I didn't like your point.
That's true. He did try to sneak that in there. I ain't gonna lie. I can't lie.
You're comparing a GameCube to a PS5.
I was just talking about my friend. She just went to an Earth, Wind, and Fire concert. $25.
Hey, but look, this the thing. This the thing, y'all.
Hold on. It's only one person performing as Earth, Wind, and Fire right now.
Right.
Now ask your friend that went. Ask your friend that went how much a Anita Baker ticket.
But look, this
and Lionel Richie showed up too.
This gets to Sway's point, right? And I know it's a different genre, but this gets to Sway's point. BTS made 200 million touring, you know what I'm saying, with 42 dates. Bad Bunny, BTS is K-pop. My 16-year-old daughter is obsessed with him. Bad Bunny made 435 million in 2022 touring.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying like people are getting to the bag now. You know what I'm saying? They really are.
No. But talk about them old heads that he talking about Earth, Wind, and Fire getting to the bags. Talk that money to us, Sean. Go ahead. Name what they was getting.
Oh, I'm not co-signing that one. Really, my guy, but I ain't co-signing that one.
No, hey, wait, hold on. That's the other thing we're not gonna do. I don't want to
Fight back! Fight back! Fight back!
Jujutsu Kaisen. I like that one.
Oh, that was cute. I don't want mess up nobody's situation, but you got to show me these tickets where you went to see Earth, Wind, and Fire, where there's only one person living performing as Earth, Wind, and Fire. And I think you just said Lionel Richie showed up for $25. Yep. You got to show me
trying to
this,
pay
bro.
them car notes, man.
I charge.
Wait. So wait. Wait.
He probably get a
I
good
just
15. I think he probably get a
hold
good
on.
10, 15 for showing
So
up.
now y'all saying you could get a Lionel Richie ticket cheap?
Yes.
Yes.
The casino is subsidizing them careers, bro, to get the old heads to come to the casino.
Y'all is
Yo,
It's a business
Rilla, what's in it? Akib Talib or some shit like that? Isn't that an old rapper?
Yeah.
So my dad's
a football player, bro.
Yeah, that's
That's a
no
quarterback for the
Quib.
Broncos.
No, Quib. You said it right, Gabe. I can't say his name right. Yeah, that dude.
Talib
So my
Kweli, yeah.
Talib Kweli. So my dad and them went to go see them for $40 a piece. So I'm just saying, bro,
Right.
like
Talib
they're
Kweli-
going on these
Kweli
tours,
about that.
man. Y'all seeing all y'all favorite artists. This is y'all time to get in where y'all couldn't, man, because they coming back, getting that extra little
with a
100,000,
huge discount.
200K a year. You know, they looking for that 250 a
Aaron,
year.
can you bring up as many
Making
ones
about
as you please?
yo,
Anybody have a
they
thought?
hope
Let
these
me
legacy
get one
guys
second.
hope they make 10 bands a show.
Let me get this off. It's a 50th anniversary hip hop concert that's on YouTube that they did at Yankee Stadium. Watch the first 30 minutes of that and see these old 60-year-old rappers trying to rap. They not checking the bag.
No.
Watch that video.
But Chicago know better than he wasn't talking about the rappers getting that money. He was talking about singers because that is a
No. I'm talking.
That is
Go
a
ahead,
true
y'all.
talent.
They still performing, but they
You
not
didn't
like
tell
that.
the truth. It wasn't $25. It was $28. So you can get
Plus
Earth,
fees.
Wind, and Fire
Plus
and
fees.
Lonnie Richard, and that's the 200 section. So they ain't selling out like that.
Nah, check them floor seats.
Hey, listen.
Man, I'm looking at a Travis Scott.
Wait,
Man, he going crazy too.
Guys, 1 second. So Chicago Rilla, if you want to see your favorite artist of all time and your pocket's a little hurt, just know.
I think we need to move Lonzo.
That ain't no problem.
Huh?
That ain't no problem.
Well,
Aaron, you ain't shit.
Aaron, I got one of Uzi.
And I looked at the flow seat since y'all brought it up, $125.
So this is the cheapest one. It's 146, and then the most is what is it? 548 at piece. So I mean,
okay,
Bro, look like nobody buying it.
This is in Chicago, ain't it?
Nah, that's a great point though, because
That's a
niggas
club,
come
though.
up
That's
with
like a club.
and shit.
yeah, it looks small in there.
Oh, at the
But
Aragon. That's what I said. I said
that's
Aragon
small.
Hallway.
The fact that it's that small and they charge that much a ticket.
Relax. Whoever said that's gonna get shot.
Is that small and they charge that much a
Concert
ticket?
tickets looking right now, Rilla.
That was hilarious.
Y'all are funny, man.
That was at a senior center.
So I did got a question. So what was going on in Hollywood? Do you think that this is actually going to give like comedians like a space? Because because what we're looking at, like say when we see like the comedians performing, they don't really need the writers for that. They can actually do that independently. So do you think we'll see a lot of that come out now?
Nah, but the business
Some
model for
comedians need writers.
is to be. They are the writers though.
No, but it looks like the comedians are not doing the same. They're still performing.
Like
Yeah,
the
but
live
they're
shows,
not
like,
Writers get
They're not
late
taxed.
night shows and everything. Those are
It's two different. Those are two different. Those are two different. Yeah, but also two different unions.
Yeah, you get them tickets for 2 beers.
No, the point that I'm saying is because
That is
that's
hilarious.
something that Netflix figured out early. Is they said, hey, we want people to have their specials over here. We want like the Chris Rock special. It was live, that kind of thing. That was him and his creation. Yes, it was a production team, but I'm saying, does that X out the writers when you start talking about those live stand-up comedies and different things like that?
I don't know.
I don't know if those writers are on strike with. I don't know if those writers are on strike with. I don't know if that's the same dynamic, right? So the writers have a union, the actors have a union. Comedians, I think, have a separate union, a different type of union. These are all different unions we're talking about. There's not just everybody's just on strike willy-nilly.
What I'm saying is,
I think it's also the fact that like a lot of those shows are like kind of far and few in between, right? You don't really see them that often. You might see 1 or 2 specials a year from some of these comedians. So I don't know how viable that business
No, I'm just saying, is this my time to get my special? If I'm a comedian and you ain't got nothing else on TV, you want to see somebody on TV. So when I want to like kind of secure my contract now to do something, because they can go in there because they're not the same, is what I'm saying.
Hold on, Shaq Channel. He says, how many albums are the youngest selling though? Well, let me answer your question. They're not selling a lot of albums because we're in a streaming era, but you have to understand those old heads that was singing albums didn't earn their masters. They was in 360 deals, or like they wasn't.
They sold them early.
So they don't own their
albums
own
right
nothing.
now.
So they might have sold a lot of albums, like. But you remember TLC?
You get 10 cents an album.
We broke. We got the #1 album in the country. We broke. So listen, it be like that sometimes.
Yeah, they went down. They went down and get 10 cents an album.
So listen, it be like that. But to either man's point, there's this actor. I guess Billy Porter said he got to sell his house due to financial struggles that's going on by this Hollywood strike. So either man said they ain't gonna have enough money to make it through. Do
you think all that is true? I think it's a degree of actors acting to try to, sway the masses. I don't know if they all
they broke.
The truth. Maybe that's just a little bit tinfoil.
They broke and
they may be broke. They may be broke, but you got to understand though, man. It might be a short-term sacrifice, and also the union has to agree to stop the strike.
Yeah, see, y'all be confusing like good earners for financial literate people. They not literate.
Right. That's true.
And they getting hurt in every way. They got agents, they got managers, they getting died, nickeled in every way through. So most of them is hurting.
And you gotta understand, a lot of these people are staying in Hollywood. And if you understand how much money they have to output to live, like he's selling his house because his house, he ain't got no $200,000 house that he talking about.
See, but at the same time, I think that a lot of these people, like they get on the show, but then they have multiple streams of income, right? They might have invested in some real estate. They might have partnership deals. They might have advertising deals, right? So, I don't
messing up again.
Yes, but
that's what the regular person knows. Hold on. You thinking about Iron Man that's getting these deals? The majority of the actors don't get that money. You thinking A-listers and B-listers and C-listers argumentatively. Everybody else is where my 15 seconds at. Those are the majority of the actors you talking about right now.
You get partnership deals from YouTube.
Regular actors get like 20,000.
Somebody knocking on their door. Somebody
20,000 was a regular.
I think Gabe is onto something. Guess what? We are seeing like people take their stuff to, and not more writers, but actors said, let me make a YouTube presence, let me make a Rumble presence, let me find other ways. Yeah, let me find other ways to be able to monetize my creativity. 100% agree that people are looking to these platforms now.
But most of their podcasts are trash too.
It don't matter.
Cam Newton got one. A lot of these basketball players, Pat Beverly, Paul George, like they all got podcasts and they're heavily watched. Like they
no.
People watch them on YouTube.
No. We're not talking about those entertainers. Those are the unique talent. When it comes to football, basketball, like we have to literally go to the arena to see them. And so we need them to be real. But these other people in Hollywood, these deep fakes and all this AI, like this stuff can make up for a lot of this. It's not gonna be perfect because Keisha gonna be mad. That's my girl Keisha. She gonna be mad.
We talking about actor. We talking about actor A. We talking about actor A in the bar. The dude who's like on the side of the bar, like drinking a drink while the main characters are doing their thing.
Yeah, like the main characters are not going to be hurting because like, if they got 40 million in that last film, they could chill for a minute. They could sit on ice for a minute. It's everybody else in the industry, so everybody not getting those executive compensation packages. So that's the.
We talking about the actor. We talking about the actor who was in the mailroom while they did that scene. They're in the mailroom. They delivered a cup of coffee real quick in the middle of the scene.
Yeah.
But Aaron, the piece that you were saying, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on this a little bit more because you was talking about the difference between high earners and financial literate. And Billy Porter is not, like he's not a. I mean, maybe he's a C. Is he a C lister? B lister, maybe.
He's recognizable.
He's recognizable, right? So I just wanted to hear your thoughts a little bit more on, the difference between somebody like him that's a high earner that he's saying he's going broke.
So here's the thing, right? When you speak to creatives, right, the one thing you have to understand is they be driven by creativity. They don't be driven by financial education. So a lot of times they just want to create art. They're passionate about it, but they're not business people. So most of the time, especially in the beginning, they're going to be getting taken advantage of. That's pretty much everybody's story. They don't come in like with a LeBron mindset where he been a business since he was 14 and he knew.
Yeah,
they are getting worked. And by the time they've been in the industry, they veterans and stuff like that. Then they start to figure it out. But they still live a certain lifestyle. They got into this business because they want to live a certain way. And so eventually, you always think, oh, it's a lot of work out there. It's work, 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 and they don't have the mindset that that they're contract workers. Really, they really think they day-to-day workers. Like that's how their minds work. So they had that mentality. Go ahead.
So Aaron, I got a question for you. I think that this is a good thing for sports, though. I think, say for example, if they did take the movies out, do you believe that like the live sports, like football, basketball, is that more valuable to TV since that we don't have the Hollywood strips?
Oh, so the best way to look at it is this: when you remove a component from a business, their job is to fix you being removed from their business. So like you saw it in the restaurant industry. If you leave my business, then we're going to get automation going there. We're going to get robots to make coffee. We're not going to stop our business. We need to find a way for business to continue. And so when these actors go on strike, what they do is they tell the company this: dang, y'all got a lot of leverage on us, and I don't ever want to be this vulnerable ever again. So my business could be destroyed if y'all decide not to work. So they have to put in a plan to go, you're not destroying my business. So when you don't work, you actually work yourself out of a job. People don't know that. They assume that these corporations really need them, and they need some of y'all. And y'all ain't strong enough to stand together because we're individuals. Some of us not greedy. Some of us don't want as much money. And you may want more money, but I don't. I just want to act. And my kids is good. And I'm not. You asking for too much, I think, and you doing too much. So I'm going back to work. At some point, you have to realize we're in a country of individuals. Yep. So you can have all this union all you want, but at some point, these corporations are going to find a way to replace you and keep on playing. I say I'm going to work. Everybody's like, I'm gonna just stay home and get these checks that the government sent. I said, I go to work even for less money.
And I think the catalyst is going to be. I think the catalyst is going to be these young writers, because these young writers are going to have less expenses. And I think they're going to be willing to take less, especially initially coming into the door.
So I think kind of something that you had brought up was talking about how do you think sports and kind of what's like real is going to be more valuable? I don't know about that because I don't know if real is as valuable as the fake right now. Like I think it's all about waves. So these comedians who make their own jokes, these players who actually are physically involved in the process. I think it's all about waves, and I think fake is actually becoming the new real, if that makes any sense.
There's always
people don't care. People don't care.
They do care. There's always an emotional component, right? So let me give you an example. If somebody says something offensive, right? Like if somebody says something offensive about gay family, your favorite actor disrespect your mom, right?
Yeah.
You're probably not rocking with them no more. But
yeah.
You should. But why are you mad? It's personal. So there's a personal component that we have with things, and there's an emotional component. When it comes to artists that we really, really like, there's a connection. Well, don't get into the science of music, because when you get into the science of music, how it really has an impact on your actual body. So like it's a lot that goes into it. So people care about real, but it's not to the extreme way that some people are. Some people are just diehard, and some are not. And so you have to pick and choose which your clientele going to be. And I agree with you, Gabe. We might be leaning towards less of this diehard creative stuff. And that's what I was telling Real. I'm like, this mumble rap, y'all was thinking it was the worst. And now y'all realize the audience is good with it.
So Aaron, let me ask you a question. If so, how much control does it actually have over actor's career, right? So now that we have the AI, right, and you have an actor who's an A-list actor right now, right? So let's say Denzel, the A-list actor, and they said he signs over his right to become AI, so he's AI now in the next few movies, right?
They're never going to do that.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, right? He's AI for a second. I'm just giving you an example. And then all of a sudden, he said some shit. He said some slick shit. So now they're like, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna make this AI do some fucked up shit in this next movie. So he just ruins and torpedoes his whole career.
Yeah. So
are there protections against that?
Yeah. So the thing is, they're never going to do that. The top actors are never going to sign. Like they're going to have creative control.
Well, I just use Denzel because he's like.
I know, but they're not. But the problem is they're not going to do that. They're not going to give you creative control to make a movie with my image without my input and my control to kill it. It's not going to happen. So the point of it is they still need to have access to do it, but they're not going to get creative control over people. I don't.
But it might not be. It might not be the movie. It may be the marketing, for example, of the movie. It may be in. They may do. This is limited to just the movie. Is it? Or can they do an interview?
You're gonna have to sign off on it. Is my point. Regardless of the case, it's going to require those individuals to sign off of it. Most people are not going to sign off. Most people are not going to give their likability away that are A-listers or B-listers. It's not going to happen.
Right, but I'm talking about and in reality, I don't really know what we would consider C-listers.
Well, you don't need. But the problem that comes to issue is you don't need a C-lister if you're going to. Because think about it. At this point, if you're using AI and all this stuff, let's say we're a few years down the road, you can just create a new face, a new person. And if you're not going to be able to use the most recognizable people because they're not going to give their rights away because that's idiotic and they're not going to do it, then you might as well just create a new person if that's what you're going to do.
I mean, that's what they've been doing, though, right? Like these people are not really, these artists and these entertainers are not really who they really are. They're like created. They got teams behind them that go into their look, go into what they say, the content that they put out into the world is all scrutinized. It goes through filters before it goes to the public. I mean, how much is really even real today?
No,
that's not controlled to some degree.
It matters to people. These top art, like these top. Go ahead.
I would argue that it's going to be in the future. It's going to be an AI artist or a person or like this make believe person that they're going to be able to make as likable as Denzel. Imagine you start watching this AI at 18, 19, 20, 25. At 35, you're going to be like, this is my favorite actor. And
you know what you can pull from if you want to try to
like cartoons.
If you want to pull from something to try to make a comparison to what could be, if you look in the adult entertainment industry, right, and you look at how they consume things, they have no problem falling in love with a fictional character and creating an AI. Because remember, that was this one girl that made an AI of herself, and she made like a crazy amount of money. So we know there's an industry that have what we call maybe incels, whatever you want to call them, that will clearly gravitate towards something like this. So you just pull them from the industry like style and move them in this direction. There's a lot of ways that can go with it. I don't have the mind power to figure all this out. Obviously, there are people way smarter.
So I got a theory.
Isn't full length, Aaron? No, that's what I was trying to say. Like full length, 2 hours, 3 hours. Like no, it's that type of content is for the shorter span, videos and stuff like that. You talking 5 minutes, 10 minutes max type stuff. You know what I'm saying? I know it's this one chick. She even do the cartoon stills where she puts the stills up and then she reads the words that come along with it. And I mean, but the videos are never longer than 7, 8, 9 minutes. You know what I mean? So it's not like they're producing full length features. Even though I would say that movie, what is it, Alita Battle Angel? I ain't gonna lie, I thought that movie was fire. And even though I know it was a real person but the whole character in the movie was, the likeness was AI generated. I like
so what do you think about like Avatar, movies like that does use AI to a high level?
Yeah, that's a good point, Eda, man. That's actually a good point. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Nothing is real, man. None of this stuff is real.
Well,
I got simulated.
I'm saying none of this stuff is real. What's wrong with you?
Well, I got
what's real.
I got
Tell
a
me what's
theory.
real.
I got a theory on this. If you guys haven't it, I don't know if you guys
have
have actually entertained this idea yet or not. But
what's up?
My theory. You know how the actors they went on the strike and they're posing it as it's all about not getting paid enough and the AI aspect, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're using the AI as an excuse. Now, my theory on this is what if, you know how we just had that, it was like 3 months ago, that Ghislaine Maxwell case, right? But no names were ever dropped on it. What if
Ghislaine?
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell. She was tied to Epstein.
Okay.
All right. She was Epstein's co-conspirator with all that stuff. Now, granted, now just rock with me for a second and just open your mind to this idea. I'm not saying it is a case, it's just a theory. What if all these actors are striking on this and using AI as the excuse because of the potential that there may be video footage of them coming out in the future doing nefarious things? And now they can, if they get ahead of it, they can try and say, well, that was them using AI and it wasn't really me, and try and get off on potential allegations of, because we all know how weird Hollywood is and the stuff that goes on in Hollywood, right? You know,
Yep.
so I'm
the white man always got a conspiracy theory, man. I'm gonna say it so y'all don't have to say it. Fuck all
I
that,
agree.
man.
I agree.
Fuck all that.
But if you think about it,
I agree.
It is feasible that.
So you think that they're doing this because there's something coming out about them? So they're trying to create a war between entertainer and AI, or
well, no, they're trying to basically clear their name beforehand. You know, get the whole AI thing out there. That way, if anything comes out that could implicate them in something nefarious involving children and things. That seriously, I mean, just
so you think it's going to be like, rather than blame it on the devil, blame it on AI?
Yeah, this is something that they did to try and smear me.
So
I didn't really do this.
Let's back up.
Smear thing that they used AI for.
You believe in all that baby stuff? You believe in all that Q stuff?
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying. Do you believe in all?
Do I believe that there is a
that there's a cult of people eating? There's a cult of people.
I didn't say anything.
Whatever.
I'm
just asking, do you believe that?
People.
I'm just trying to get an idea of.
Do I believe that there are children that are coming up missing that we know are a part of a bigger worldwide sex trafficking ring? Yes, I do.
No, I'm talking about the far right wing political thing that about the children. Do you believe that?
I don't know about that. I don't have no.
Okay, I'm just trying to get an idea of who you are and where it's coming from, because that shit sound crazy as fuck. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'm just saying, dude. It's a theory. I mean, look at all.
Does it really sound that crazy?
Oh, absolutely.
No, because we hear about stories all the time where for example we get somebody who supposedly did something, and then we get like hundreds of people saying,
yeah, but
we got all these people saying that this person did X, Y, and Z.
Yes, I'm taking. If it's possible, listen. If it's possible for the human brain to think it, 9 times 10 it doesn't happen somewhere in the world before.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe
I don't think it's that far fetched.
You gotta leave conspiracy for Wednesdays with Uncle Tom.
Is that people eating babies? Is that where he was going? Somebody said people was eating babies or something for the people that was missing. What was he saying?
I don't know about that part. I don't know.
I thought that's what he was saying.
It's somewhere in the world that people are eating people. Like I'm telling you, like if the human mind can actually think it, I'm pretty sure that somebody said, "Let's do it." Now, are we doing it in mass? That's crazy.
Let me get Prolific in here. Go ahead, Prolific.
So I just want to say, like, pertaining to I know people disagree about some people disagree about AI, of us adjusting to it. I mean, I just look at it like this: we all adjusted to Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. You know, so it's just like I just feel like everybody just gonna follow the trend, especially with this technology out here nowadays, advancing. I just feel like that we're gonna, everybody's gonna fully adapt to it.
Tell people in every change you have a resistance. You have a resistance, and eventually the resistance do two things: they fall in line or they die off.
So you saying with every change,
Exactly.
you saying the resistance never wins, either man?
Nope, they ain't won yet.
Either man, you wild as hell, man.
Tell me what resistance done won.
You come on, man. You wild as fuck, man.
No, tell me. Please educate me.
All right. So you the man. Like you shouldn't go down this path. All right. So look.
I wanna go.
So here it is.
We got
So
26 more minutes before he end the show.
I hear y'all on here when I'm not on here talking about them pushing this agenda with like different alternative lifestyles, right? So if we all, let's just assume we on this panel are against the alternative lifestyle agenda, do you think us as the resistance, do you think that we're doomed and we're going to lose?
I think it's proven that everybody
Yes,
was
that's yes or no in my Beans voice. That's yes or no question.
I believe so. The answer is I believe yes. What we have saw is everybody was against same-sex marriage, and then slowly people start drafting over. Everybody said we'll never, ever agree to this. This is the most craziest thing, and most of y'all I see accepting it now. Now I'm saying you still gonna have a resistance. Listen, you still will have a resistance, but what they want to push typically go through.
Yeah, either man is right. The resistance will be futile. It's not going to stop. They are going to get their way, not in totality, but they're going to be able to push some of this stuff out. Like so, yes. But it depends what the resistance is. Is it immediately no? Does it mean stop in full? I don't think we win in that. But we gonna stop what they've been doing. The excessive stuff for sure. We're gonna slowly stop it. But yeah, you're probably right. I don't know if we're gonna be able to stop it long term.
I just feel like this industry, this AI industry is just personally going to cause like a ripple effect, to be honest with you. And it's going to be real damaging. If you if you look at the previous, Web 1, Web 2 and all that, it wasn't really a drastic change when it came to like, of course, like employment and stuff like that. But I feel like with this, industry right here, I just feel like we are in a different time, a period of time where it's going to, like I said, affect a lot of people.
I think strikes and holdouts and all this stuff is nothing but fast. It's nothing but just shifting faster to the new industry. So like
Right.
if y'all don't want to build these cars, then we're gonna find a faster way to shift over to the place where we're building these type of cars. If y'all don't want to be in these movies, we're gonna find a faster way to make these movies, which y'all don't want to be in it. Everything is gonna be, when you do this stuff, we're gonna find a fast way to shift to the newer part. So streaming is a difficult business. So now they got to find a faster way to make streaming profitable.
Right.
Because y'all all these holdouts and stuff like that. So that's all I see these as, is forcing companies to go faster. And it might be intentional, to be honest with y'all. It might be
if you look at Tesla, to be honest with you, Aaron,
Tesla doesn't have
say it again.
Tesla's not unionized.
No, I'm saying when you said a much faster, approach of producing vehicles, right? So if you look at it, I don't know if you noticed, but like it takes like 30 or 45 seconds to build a Tesla vehicle. So it's just like I'm just I was really shocked about that. Found out the information the other day.
I'm gonna need you to say that one more time. It take how long to build a vehicle?
Yeah,
Wait,
that's what I
hold
wanted to
on.
ask.
Yeah,
He said 35 seconds.
So hold on one sec. Keisha said they are catering to their shareholders. Who's catering to their shareholders? I don't see how this is catering to the shareholders. I think they're trying to shift industry because they know it's like, let's just use the example. We remember when Blockbuster was here, and then we saw what Netflix did. I think they're trying to get ahead of the curve and realize streaming is what young people want. People want to stay in their homes. People want to work from home. So that they need to be able to shift to that, understand the demand and the pricing model and how to generate more money. And the money is in advertising. The advertising industry is what pretty much is the point of everything. They need to be able to throw ads at this. They need to be able to advertise this. That is where the money is. So if they have to find a business model to where advertising is something that you guys are willing to pay for, or at least pay for the business model. Go ahead.
So just for the record, it takes 18 to 35 hours to build a Tesla.
Yeah,
you can't build nothing in 30 seconds. But
I seen an article on there though.
Yeah, I knew he was out of his
go back.
mind, so I was gonna wait till somebody corrected that later. I didn't want to do that to him.
But the problem that these companies are having is not putting a car together, is getting the parts, the chips to put into the car. That's the shortage that they're running into.
But that's actually the higher cost too. It costs more to make it doesn't cost, the labor doesn't necessarily cost more, but the parts cost more, and that's where the struggle is.
Well, do you believe like the first start is to cut operational costs? To be honest with you,
no. The first thought is try to. Well, let me think about that because operational costs mean cut you. That's what I teach people. Whenever you hear a company say we need to cut costs, that means you. That's all you need to know.
Right.
But I don't think that's the case. I think they try to find the best strategy for what's best for the business long term. That may be adding more employees. It doesn't always mean cutting them. So it just depends on the time. And in this situation,
I said, and then companies.
Cool nerd.
Yeah.
And companies.
You're tripping.
I said companies do understand a sense of loyalty too. I actually want you to work for my company because it's a high chance that you're going to buy the product too, since you work there. I know that sounds crazy, but it's a large people that work for Ford is loyal to Ford and they drive Fords. So you also, I want to support my consumers because I might get that money back over time.
So you speaking of like Fortune 500 companies, basically.
So I'm saying like, for example, when I worked at Kroger's, I only shopped at Kroger's. I didn't shop at Walmart. Now I understand
you didn't have the money for Walmart. You didn't have the money for Walmart. Okay, Dr. Main says I'm on the ethics board for the Bear. The strike isn't about money; it's a battle for content. Who and what is represented? It's one-sided. Riders, the real ones, are in a chokehold. I think that it always comes down to the money. This particular strike is not necessarily about money. You're right. It is about content, but it's about control because they need to use AI. They need to use these things to, benefit the business. But these writers, these actors, they don't know how that's going to impact them, and they're terrified. And they also need to know how they're going to make these money for streaming episodes.
So, Aaron, do you think it's going to be some 360 deals for writers coming out that somebody can own all of the creativity that they do?
No, I don't think they're gonna be able to get it done on this deal. I think that this is gonna be the best deal that the auto industry can get and the best deal that Hollywood can get because they have the most leverage right now. Because economically, we're not in the best space where people are buying things off the shelf left and right. So we're not in a euphoria, right? So when the markets are good, everybody's euphoria, everybody's happy, everybody buying everything. You throw money in the stock market, everything green. We're not there now. So people not buying cars at the same rates. Used cars is sitting around. So that industry is not booming right now. So they don't have the leverage that they used to have. And then they also don't have the liquidity to fight this battle as well. So
let me add a quick question though. As far as you said adding people, which I think might be a good idea. Now you said the shortage. Like one of the big things and highest cost is the shortage of chips, right? Do you think a lot of car manufacturers are going to start building chips in house and start having microfabs in house?
So America is servicing. Well, America, the majority of jobs is service in America for the most part, right? Everything out for the most part, they pretty much outsourcing it, right? So are they going to build chips? Intel's building a new facility, sure. But enough to make it no, because we are
I'm at auto manufacturing. So like for example, Ford decided to take a division and for a semiconductor and start making their own chips in house.
It's too hard. Like Apple's doing the Apple's making their own chip. They got the M1 chip, right? But they got so much money and they spend so much time doing this, they can do it. These other companies don't. It's making these chips are very difficult. It's an intricate thing. It's not an easy process. So I don't think they can in-house them. I don't think they have the money. I don't think they have the tech. I don't think they have the experience. They need partnerships. So I don't see them being able to do that in-house.
Right. And hey, I want to say it. I got a question for you, Aaron and Eden, man. I haven't yet got the right answer for it, and neither do I have the answer. But it's watching an interview where like the CEO of OpenAI was talking about.
Can y'all hear him? He cut out. You guys start over.
Look at God.
How I'm tripping. How AI is going to create new jobs, right? And I couldn't really see that, you know what I'm saying, and to a certain extent, but I did want a good understanding about it.
Okay,
like,
so you're saying you don't see how AI is going to create more jobs. So even I was going to talk about IBM shortly, but even IBM is cutting a bunch of jobs, and their CEO is claiming that it's going to create more jobs. Right? I'm not exactly sure what they mean by that.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's not the clearest thing. It may be you need people to. I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I don't know what that means, but I do believe what they're saying. I just don't know if they mean it's going to produce more jobs. So there's a difference between producing jobs and then producing a lot of jobs. I don't know if that's going to be the case.
So I think what they're saying is more like quality control. There's certain things that a computer might miss, so they might have to have like a quality control officer. But the biggest thing is, I kind of get what he was saying. What he was saying is that it will be more jobs out there. I still think that the human connection of selling, you could say that a robot can sell, but there's certain things that.
Well, it depends on the audience. I agree with the older communities. They want that handshake. They need that. But think about conditioning, right? If we have to condition you to be on the internet, think about it. Like you said, over time, it can happen. But I agree with you in general. You kind of need that human connection, but we're getting further and further away from that year by year.
Well, but what I'm saying is it's a reason every company has a sales team. It's not a company.
Yeah, because they need that person. Yes, okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, I agree with you on that. But at some point, people don't like, you can't uniquely have a sales pitch for individuals the way a computer can.
I disagree.
No, you can't get to enough people. You can, I get, but yes, for some. But I'm saying at the scale at which I can type in a program and for 50,000 people have it uniquely catered to them, that's not something a human can do. And if we can get to that scale, go ahead.
Well, let me tell you what I'm saying. And
I agree to that.
I get what you're saying, but most people don't buy the product because they love it. They buy it because they love the person. There's a reason that a person go see 4 different cars at 4 different lots, and everything's the same but they seem to
see. But now you're going to get your own argument.
Well, you don't get out of here.
No. He is right. He is right, but you're going to get your own argument when you talk about future projections, right? Because you have to understand, if we shift what people consumer behavior and what they're used to, and shift it from that component slowly but surely, we'll breathe that out.
But that's the point that I'm making to you. So the point that I'm making is some jobs that you can't replace. I can replace the barista, but I don't think that I can. Certain sales jobs, you're going to have the human component.
Okay,
let me give you an example.
We agree, because I don't.
Wait, hold on. So wait a minute. So since you agree, let me ask you a question. How do you explain Carvana?
So that's what I'm explaining to him. But he's saying there are certain industries. Now, if your question to him is what industries, that's probably a better question.
Yeah, because I'm saying, like, in my lifetime, I've owned maybe about 40 cars, and I can tell you not one of them that I buy because of the person who was selling it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I bought it because I wanted that particular car, or I bought the car because it had enough of what I was looking for based on the budget that I had. You see what I'm saying? I'm not knocking what you're saying as far as sales go.
I get what you're saying, but a lot of people that buy cars, me being a car salesman, I was a car salesman. A lot of people buy cars because of who the person is who's selling them the car. The art of car selling is to get a person not to buy what they came there to get, but to buy what you want to sell them. And most people didn't understand that art.
I won't debate with you. I'll say my opinion is different, but I won't debate with you based on your experience because that would make me foolish, right? Because I know what I usually do. Swear to God, when I get to the lot and I get the salesman come out talk to me, one of the first things I would tell them, "Hey, my man, please don't try to sell me, bro. I know what I want. I'll let you know." Like, because don't even try to coach me into buying some shit that I don't really want. You see what I'm saying? But I get what you're saying, and I would agree with that when it comes to dealerships and specific types of communities. Because I know there are dealerships where people go back to that dealership multiple times, getting their vehicles because they have a relationships with the dealership itself and the people who sell that. So I'm not going to take anything away from the salesman, but I'm just saying because of my own experience, my anecdotal experience, is that it's very difficult for me to believe that the majority of people are purchasing their vehicles based on the person who's selling it. But I won't debate with you.
But and then you also got to understand when we start talking business to business sales, that's a whole
So what he means is, that's what he is saying. Like, if I'm selling to a corporation,
yep,
they ain't going to no robot to discuss what we buying. So like that,
that's a great point.
Always going to be industry for me, and that's why I didn't push back. But I do agree with you as well. The online experience is this connectability stuff. We ain't really interacting with people all the time. We're interacting with interfaces and things like that, and so we kind of like things. Lights get us, certain action get us. So you like. He wants to control to shift the car and go 360 deal around that car and see what's under the hood and let me see what this will look like with this engine. And if they can get all that stuff customized to his desire, it don't matter who the hell the salesperson is. He already just customized his car.
I get what you said, but it's a difference if we talk about I'm buying a $20 thing on Amazon. But for example, buying a house. I'm not about to spend
you can't compare that.
So now that's the point that I'm saying is that now the amount of money you spend makes a difference.
So now I'm going to disagree with you. So when you look at Zillow, when you look at Open Door, when you look at people buying houses through apps online, it's going to be a thing. It's going, and I'm gonna tell you why. Right?
It is.
It already is.
Because one, they're already doing it, and they're actually doing this millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. It's going to be a multi-billion-dollar industry. It will not be the only industry, however. But once again, the consumer behavior matters. Younger people are used to going on Zillow, and just because they're afraid to discuss their finances. It makes them uncomfortable. So being able to see the raw numbers or see close to numbers, it makes them feel safer. They don't feel like they have to say, I'm only making 20 grand a year. And they can say, okay, I can carve this out. And year by year, you're going to see. Why do you don't think that's going to play out?
I disagree because it's so many things you can hide in the house on camera. See, because you got to understand, when people take pictures of the car, they give you the best shots. They don't.
That's a fact.
Okay, but once again, let me land. I don't want you to land yet. How can you explain people that are buying houses that they never seen?
I don't know.
I know somebody that did that.
They are doing it. Is what I'm trying to tell
I know
you.
somebody
That's
that
what
did
I'm telling you.
So
especially people that flip.
I know somebody that lived in Florida and bought a house in Texas.
But typically, they had an agent who walked that house for them. They had,
but they didn't see it though.
But see, that's why you've been disingenuous. Hold on, let me answer him first, because I know exactly what he did. He hired a person to go represent them, walk the house, do the inspection, do all those things, which is the human interaction.
But they didn't see the house.
No, but that's not what Aaron talking about. Aaron talking about going on Zillow, clicking the button, and saying, "I'm gonna buy this house."
But it has been time where people bought a house online and they didn't see it.
and then the house wasn't what they expected.
How do you buy a house online? Tell me what website.
Well, not online, but
wait, hold on. Listen, this what he's saying. He's saying that it's very difficult for people to buy houses sight unseen, right? I get that, but like even with the car industry, that's what I was saying about Carvana. That process is damn near all the way automated. Like, you know what I'm saying? You buy the car and everything, and then they pull that motherfucker up to your house. You know what I'm saying?
So
Like,
you can start with Open Door as the industry leader, right? You can start with them. And right, like I said, it's early stages. This is kind of like a flip off of industry. It's a sub part of the industry. And what I'm saying is, I don't disagree with you. Right now, it's not going to be at a high scale. But I'm telling you, consumer behavior, they don't want to talk to another human being. They feel more comfortable just going on the app, go, okay, this makes sense. Now, does that mean some people might get burned? Over time, it's going to play out. That's how I see it. But I think it's going to be in the next 5-10 years? No, I think it's going to take longer than that.
And plus, that takes out the real estate agent as well, you know, from the transaction.
Hey,
So
hey,
definitely.
Either man, I bought my last 3 cars and my son's most recent car a couple of months ago off Car Gurus. Literally. And here's what's crazy. Wait, I know, but listen. Here's what's crazy. I'm on Car Gurus once a day, and I'm not even trying to buy a car. I just be on that looking. You muted, dog, but I just be on that looking all day. That, like, I'm telling you, that's the thing now.
I'm not arguing the fact for cars, right? I get what you're saying, but I know for a fact that it is a legal process you must go through. When we start talking about a mobile notary, we start talking about a whole different other factors that comes into buying a house. I can't just I cannot go online. Hello, and I might be wrong. I'm gonna concede to it because I'm about to go on open house. I can't go and say, "Ooh, that's a nice house. Let me click this button and transfer $500,000 to this house and go pick up the keys." That's not how house buying is. It is a process, and that process have a lot of humans in the process.
No. This is the problem, right? Because we did. Now you get into intellectual sparring because you're trying to play on words, right? Listen, I'm gonna repeat again. You said sales. They're not going to be getting sold to. That's what we're talking about. It ain't going to take a salesperson to sell that home anymore, is what we're discussing. Yes, there are obviously parts where you have to deal with a human for certain things, but it ain't selling to them anymore. This is the disagreement that we're having.
And that's why I felt about the car industry, you know, that you can just replace them with like AI chat bots or whatever, you know what I'm saying, to be able to close that transaction, to be honest with you.
Because you can damn near put every aspect that you're looking for in a house or a car online. So you know I'm in the neighborhood I want. I got the square footage I want. I got this, especially if you're gonna rehab it anyway.
It's limited, but like it's limited right now, so it's hard for people to see. But you have to understand they're starting to build out on that industry, and that's what I'm saying. The sales aspect of it, people just want to go to Zillow and go, this how much it costs? How much is a down payment? Okay, you ain't got to sell me on this house no more, okay? They already spend all kind of crazy money, 3D rendering, all the best stuff. Listen, I'm saying the selling aspect is where the dispute is, not that we have to deal with humans.
Yes,
and you know why that is, right? And you know why that is, right, Eda man? You know why that is, right? Because why? The same reason why people would prefer another industry they need to automate is mechanics, because you can't trust them. You cannot trust the salesman. People don't trust salesmen.
I got you, but listen. This is what people don't even understand in the home buying process. First of all, you got to be educated on how to put an offer together for a house. So when we start talking about me making an offer on the house, me talking about concessions on the house, me talking about all these different things on the house, you have to have a license. It's a reason that real estate agents have to have license.
And you don't think AI can do that though?
No, because you know what I can do? Listen, let me tell you why you can't do that. I can say, hey, give me my $500,000 back because that wasn't me.
Okay, look at this. I use AI in my company, right? I can be like, hey, look, give me 10 different, great business models, you know what I'm saying, pertaining to this, right? So you don't think AI can do that pertaining to negotiating, a deal for the house or whatever,
No.
Man, please. I think you
You ain't slick either, man. You ain't slick. You talking to me now. We discussed the salesperson. Not that we don't have to deal with humans anymore. And I'm telling you, you ain't gonna have to sell homes to people no more. You're not convincing them no more. They gonna get to that point on their own. That's what I'm saying.
See, but that's what I'm telling you. Like, even the inventory is not all available on these websites. For example, if I go to Redfin,
you know,
let me.
He's slick as hell, Aaron.
I still got him though. Go ahead.
So let me explain what I'm saying. So if I go to Redfin and I Google houses in this neighborhood, it's gonna say these 5. If I get a real estate agent, they're gonna have stuff that's not on the list, things that I can access that is not on these websites.
I get it. Once again, as we continue to go through this and they continue the online process and they continue to pass laws, they continue to make things available. I'm saying it's going to get past that point where they don't just control that inventory list.
We won't see it in our lifetime. How about that? We won't see it in our lifetime.
We will. Oh, you out your mind. We too young. So you telling me in 30 years you don't think we're going to see? You out your mind.
I don't think we're going to see.
We already looking at flying cars. You think we can't do that?
Listen, I'm telling you, because the home industry tried to automate a lot of this process. And you know what happened? A lot of fraud happened. When I say the fraud was crazy.
I get that part. And that's what I'm saying. I understand you still need people, but selling to them is the argument that you're not going to get away from.
So if I get a commission, is I'm considered the salesman? See, no. Let me ask. If you picked your house yourself, right? If I get the commission, is I'm still considered the salesman?
Yes, but if they eliminate the commission, then no. And I think some places are eliminating the commission. Or at least, let me give you an example, Eda Man, right? When we look, if you look at Fidelity, right? If you look at Charles Schwab, any of these brokerage companies, they used to charge money. They used to charge commission for you to buy a stock. They don't anymore. So right now, you're right. It may cost for you to get this close or get this commission. But at some point, they gonna get off those commission fees and shift it somewhere else.
And consumers going to be for it.
I'm just telling you, the selling aspect of people is going to go away because people are not going to necessarily need to be sold to at the rates in which they do now. And they're going to go online to make their independent decisions.
And consumers going to be for it.
I just want to understand that. So y'all believe at one point in time, the real estate agent will go away. It will not exist anymore in our life.
No, you ain't sick. You ain't sick. No, you ain't sick.
I just want to know where you stand at, Aaron. I want to know where you stand at. You said the sales.
I'm standing on that.
You ain't sick.
Oh, okay, hold on. He's still on it. So you believe in our lifestyle, they're going to get rid of real estate agents, and it's going to be an automatic process for you to buy a house where you don't have to deal with a real estate agent at all.
Right, because think about it, the consumer is going to be for it because, hey, look, I ain't got to pay $5,000-$10,000 extra, you know what I'm saying, to this real estate agent. Well, they might even have it where you can go do it yourself. You know what I'm saying?
So
right, that's what I was about to say. You know what it's going to look like? It's going to look like the McDonald's on the highway. Where you go, if you're on the highway, you go to McDonald's. You know what you do? You don't order at the counter. They have a kiosk. Right, so you go in, you put your order in the kiosk, they call your number, you pick your food up.
Let me tell you what they doing, right? So Jeff,
so you agree with him though, right? You agree that we getting rid of real estate agents, right?
That's
not a good
feeling. Look, it's still people in the McDonald's, right? But it's just the ordering process is not the same.
You talking about a 99-cent cheeseburger.
Stop. Podcast, it actually ain't no people in the McDonald's. So here's the thing. Yeah, go look at the automated ones. There is no employees there. So
crazy.
It is crazy. I know. So you have to understand this, right? Jeff Bezos is investing in the company that's doing this. You're going to be able to buy a home as a stock. So let's just say the house costs $250,000. It's an arbitrary number, right? And you want to own 1/10 of it, right? You got your portion is, and 10 other people will own that home with you, but you will actually own it. That's what they're working on right now. So you can't imagine people online. I'm just telling you.
I just can't imagine. I get it. So this is what I'm gonna put on my post on Facebook. Hey, don't go to real estate because according to the Aaron O Show, we're getting rid of real estate agents.
I didn't say don't go to real estate. There you go, because you might. You an evil man. You an evil man. Okay. I said we getting rid of the salesperson. We don't need the salesperson.
We do need the salesperson. Like it's never gonna be a time when we don't need the salesperson in any company.
You need a seller, right? Because when we looking at buying and selling, you need somebody to sell to you, right? But
they're not. Let me start. So what's the seller?
You the homeowner, either man. You selling the home to me.
No, that'll never happen.
So you can't sell the home to me.
No, it'll never happen because the government have put regulations on purpose to make sure that they get every dollar that they can. So people think that the real estate agent and the mortgage person, all the escrow company is for us. That's not for us. That's for the government to make sure they get their portion of the transaction.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What if I want to buy the house from a company? Forget you, the individual owner, right? Let's say BlackRock owns the home. Let's say if I want to buy from them, go to their website, see the house, click buy. Do I need a salesperson to and mind you, there's a distinction here. We understand that by title, you might be a salesperson. We're talking about selling to us, meaning that we need to be convinced, right? Because just honestly, these
I didn't say convinced.
I know you didn't say convinced. That's why I'm telling you, this is what we're talking about. When podcast said, I didn't give a damn what that person could have said, nothing. I went on there and customized what I wanted, but it still has to be sold to him from somebody. And that's what I'm saying. That's the loophole in your argument. I'm selling, the convincing aspect is not going to be necessary.
So that's it. You know what it's gonna look like? It's gonna look like when you go to the grocery store and you do self-checkout. They got people there overseeing it. They ain't doing shit. They ain't selling you nothing. You picking out what you want, you checking it out, and they just got people there make sure you doing right by it. That's it.
I think the funny part about this whole argument, y'all think people smart enough to do this by themselves. Like they gonna be able to, because you especially. I'm not talking about in Aaron's example. Aaron talking about the dude that have $500,000 sitting in his bank account. Cool, he can go press it. You really believe that if a person get a VA loan, they gonna let you do some automatic stuff where you don't have to have a salesman? Nah, I don't see it. I think it's certain. If you're talking about an FHA loan, it's gonna be automatic where you can use these loans and you don't need. Nah, I just think that's crazy.
This is what I don't understand. How you can't see it when you can already see they're trying to shift people to online. They already look. Give you an example. B of A is one of the leaders in the industry. Is shifting from physical locations to online. So they're closing many physical locations to the online processing experience. So if they're already having a major shift in business, you don't think they're going to start building out systems to at some point be able to do this? Like you really believe it's in? Like you'll tell them, hey, look, that industry, we can automate that, but you don't think it's possible to automate a lot of the stuff we discussed? I don't know, bro.
I just don't think I don't think it's impossible. That's not my stance. I just don't think we're going to see it in our lifetime. I don't know what's going to happen 500 years from now. Of course, you can go on the web and buy a house and move in the same day. But I'm just saying it's a lot of legal things that's going to stop that from happening. Like,
man, I can tell you the best thing I can tell you right now, man. 3 words: better, faster, cheaper. That is the world that we live in right now.
Not for houses.
Not for houses. Is that you, brother?
Yeah.
Okay. Just gotta be sure. Got a lot of trolls.
Manny, what up, bro? You got trolls out here trying to take your channels down and stuff like that, man. Flashing and everything.
So, Mandra, you think you're gonna be able to go to Amazon and click on home at 2820 Fish Road?
Here's the thing, man. When it comes to business, you and I agree on a lot, but they were damn sure working on it fast.
And what happened? Let's talk about it.
They're in the process of working on it fast.
No, listen, this was a big thing coming into 2010. And what happened is a lot of fraud. People was getting tricked out of their title. And the government said, hey, we need to come in and we need to figure something out, because making this automatic, it explodes the level of fraud that can be happening. Because I can post on Amazon that I got a house for sale.
That happened in all industries before. This is why this let me give an example. This is why I'm gonna up in your argument right now. Look at crypto. This is why they keep begging for regulations. They're not trying to get rid of it, but they want regulation to come in. Hey, we don't have no systems in place. There's a lot of fraud here. Can we get some systems in place so we can figure this out? You'll sit here and say we can find a 9-year-old genius to help with global warming. We can do all this type of stuff, make a rocket, all these things, but somehow, some way, we can't put systems in place online through apps to get it done. It's
of course they can, but they don't want to, Aaron. That's the thing.
Not yet, and that's why I said this is not a 5-year process. When you talk about 20 to 30 years, I see it as being at a higher scale because they already have a process right now at a low scale in place.
And then another thing, Aaron, I ain't gonna lie, man. This is one thing that I'm looking forward to. I wouldn't say that, but obviously we know that every industry has a bad player. I wonder what AI is going to bring. To be honest with you.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, so I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, Aaron. You're just saying that you'll be able to go on a website and you'll be able to choose your home, right?
So
you can do that now, though.
You said what?
You can go online and choose your home right now. You can have it built from the ground up online.
No. I'm not talking about new homes because I'm talking about what I am talking about existing homes.
So I got you.
Yeah, the thing is they'll figure that out. But the thing is they're already what I'm saying is they're already in the process of figuring that out, and they're working on they're writing up legislation right now
Here
for
goes
it.
the answer. There will be no direct to consumer aspect, right? So I can't buy either man's house, me directly to either man, no. But if either man sells to BlackRock and they own it as a corporation, then I can go to that corporation and order it online. They have to follow whatever government regulations that they agree to, and they going to be responsible for the ownership, the title of that home, etc., and me getting it through their technology on their website. And I'm telling you, they're doing that now.
That's what I'm telling you too, man. Aaron's absolutely right about that. 1,000%. Because even Stone Martin builders do that. They build from the ground up, but they also buy pre-owned homes and they do sell them online. Like they do it now. I mean, it's crazy to think. I understand what you're saying. It's crazy to think about. But me, I offer my fitness services through an app. You have any idea how in January I'm going to automate the shit out of it to where the only thing I have to do is just show up for one-on-one Zoom calls. Like the person who goes out and looks for customers, that is a person I'm going to hire to do that. You know, and now they're working on AI to do it for you. So, I mean, everything's looking to automation. What people are going to do for a job, I have no idea in 20 years, but jobs are going to be exceedingly scarce, man.
So when we talk about the negotiation process about
OnlyFans gonna blow up.
All right. So when we talk about the negotiation process of buying a house, right? So if you know a house hit the market, right? The seller says you have until 10 o'clock to get in your bids, right? You believe that you'll be able to go online and everybody be able to put their bids in, and they'll have it as simple that the everyday person will be able to comprehend. And then on the flip side of that, the person who owned the home will be able to know how to do to tell what is a good bid versus a bad bid.
No, you're not slick. I'm gonna repeat it again. You're not will be able to go to direct consumer. What's going to happen is a corporation is going to have to be in ownership of that home, and you're going to have to go to their website and their process in order to purchase the home. So if it's open, if it's owned by BlackRock and they have it for sale and everybody's bidding, whatever the case is, they have the technology to distinguish these things. You're right. A direct me to you is not going to work because of fraud, because of many misconceptions. But a corporation can do it.
But you still how
that explains why they was buying up all the fucking property, huh?
No, but listen to what he's saying. He said, I own a home. I'm going to be limited for me to operate in this system. I'm gonna be limited. The only way I can sell my home is to go the traditional way or sell to a corporation. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Sure. And then the corporation's going
Wait, what other ways can you go besides traditional or the sell to a corporation? What other ways would exist?
I think people are not going to want to sell to the corporation.
Oh, it's fine for you to say that, but
so
regardless of the case, there's a product, there's a system in place where it already happens. Now you could say they might not want to adopt it. You're talking about behavior, but to say it won't happen is the issue I have. I agree with you. You ain't getting rid of real estate agents. You didn't get no pushback from me there. But to say that these companies who are buying properties right now and selling to them people right now is insane for you to believe that's not going to happen. Who are these
But
companies?
they have agents. Even these companies have agents.
They're moving to automation as well. Like I just told you, me, one guy as an individual, I'm automating one of my businesses. I mean, if I can by myself automate a business that brings in 6 figures a year, come on, what do you think a conglomerate's gonna do?
But let me tell you the difference.
McDonald's doesn't. The podcast just says
it. I get what you said.
And that's food.
If I am selling a product where the government is not included, quote unquote Amazon, if I go to Amazon and buy a shirt, is no government agency involved in that process. When
yes,
buying,
they're regulated. Amazon has regulations.
No, I'm not talking about taxes. So for example,
I'm not talking about that either. I'm talking about there's a certain process that they have to follow. There are procedures that they have to follow legally.
I get what you're saying. So are you saying that buying a home and shopping on Amazon is the same process?
The thing is, it's gonna be E-Man and sooner than we all think, dude. E-Man, I gotta disagree with you on this one, brother. I do.
It'd be different. See, it'd be different if y'all talking about something that's not my field. Like if you understand what I do, I deal with this, sitting down and going through the process of home buying, and it's just too many legal things that it's going to make it where AI is not going to be able to be involved.
You're literally arguing something that you're wrong about, because yes, that's your field, and to sell to a person. But when you talk about there ain't no companies that are actually buying homes from an owner like you, and then they own it, and then somebody go on their site and buy it, it's happening already. That's what we're talking about.
That's what we're saying. There are companies that do it now.
You saying wide adoption, then you could argue that. You be like, oh, I don't think they're gonna do it at a high enough rate for it to mean something, but they're gonna do it in the billions because they're already doing billions.
I think Eden Man believes in what's it called, decentralization. To be honest with you,
No. The Eden Man is saying is there are a lot of regulations, there are a lot of things that exist that people don't really talk about, and he's right.
He's right about that.
But the thing that I'm saying is that there are actually companies that buy people homes, and then for you to go on a website to buy their home on the online experience, it's been done. That's all I'm saying. Now, is it going to be widely adopted? I think in 20 to 30 years, because of consumer behavior, yes, because the rate at which people be on Zillow and all that stuff, looking to buy stuff, and they don't want to talk to a person because it makes them feel uncomfortable, because that's the thing about consumer behavior. Salespeople, they don't like them. People don't like salespeople. Doesn't mean they're not important, but they don't like y'all.
But even with Zillow, soon as you go in and click on the house, they got a sales rep that calls you. If you go to Redfin, listen, as soon as you click on the house and say you want to buy it, they have a sales rep call. I don't know about open house, and that's why I don't know. I didn't know on Open Door, I can go and purchase the house. I can choose the house. I didn't know that was an option.
Yeah, they have a person that walks the house. Walks the house for you.
And mind you, this is early in the industry, the sub industry. This is early on, so you're watching what they're doing at a small scale. If you think AI can do all this stuff in other fields, it's going to be a matter of time. Now, I understand the human component, all these things.
I don't think banks and what I'm saying is, it's a very small market that actually use cash buy. They're cash buyers. Yeah, banks have their own regulations.
I know it's only a certain amount of bones, but the fact of the matter is, oh my bad. Hold on.
So yeah, I think banks ain't gonna let you just play with their money like that, where you can go just buy something online and then they wire $500,000 and they don't have a licensed person to make sure all the stuff is done correctly. I think salesmen
try to be slick. They do have.
Let me land. So I think salesman roles might change, but it always will be a need for, and they still gonna always get a commission. They're not going to be hourly out here giving out homes. Like, hey, check this out. We're going to give you $15 an hour to do these houses. I guess they're going to have to get a union too, because I don't see that happening.
Hey, the crazy thing that I'm thinking about right now is like, pertaining what he said about the car industry, right? If you implement, like I said, you implement AI within that, right? Take out the sales rep, right? And then, I personally believe just looking at it, I mean, it would definitely the company would. I want to say it, the dealership itself can offer better rates because they got low, operational costs. You think that's a great approach to it?
Well, no, I think you're looking at most people don't buy new cars. Like it's not a fleet of people going to buy 2013. They usually buying cars that are reused, right? How do you get reused cars at a dealership? Either somebody has to trade in the car, which comes to a dealership, or typically somebody selling it on offer up as a private seller, different things like that. I just think that the human component, yes, you can force people to try to send their cars to like Carvana. It's a good example. But the problem is, why would I send this car to Carvana for $1,000 so they can resell it for $2,500 when I can reach out to Aaron and Aaron to pay me $2,000 by cutting out the middleman? So that's what I'm thinking. Even if you're your own salesman, where I'm selling my own car, I think your career as a salesman is the best career going into what we got going forward.
I got you, E-Man, but the thing is, you got to understand, it's convenience. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but you think the average person is smart enough to buy a home online and take care of all the paperwork and whatnot. They're going to use software to deal with that, all that stuff. They'll use software to deal with that. But the average person is not smart enough for that now. But people are just dumb enough to sell their car to Carvana and let Carvana sell it at twice the price.
Hey, I gotta disagree with y'all on that. To be honest, with
They
you.
are. I mean, look how successful Carvana is. And how
No,
many
but that's what
limits
I'm
people
saying
buy
because
from it.
I just went through this process and I messed up. So I got a quote from Carvana for my car, and then and here's the thing about it, Edie, man. This might lean towards your argument just a little bit if we take it away from sales, though. So I got a quote from Carvana, but the process was it was just a part of the process that really made me mad because they wanted me to give them my 10-day payoff, right? But I had to bring it into the office. And I'm like, I'm not doing all of that when you got email and all this other stuff. We could do this stuff quickly, right? So I ended up going to CarMax. Well, I ended up missing out on $2,000 because Carvana was offering me $2,000 more for my car. I literally got back exactly what my car was when I purchased it. I would have gotten that back from Carvana. Carvana is actually giving top dollar for vehicles, bro. They actually are. So that's the only thing I wanted to say is different. They actually are.
Yeah,
You're
but
muted, man.
Yeah, but the thing is that they're selling the cars back. When Carvana sells the cars back, there's a markup because they got to make a profit too.
True.
And that's the thing. You might sell your car for $5,000, so they're going to sell it for eight or nine.
Yeah, it's usually a $3,000 markup that car dealerships are trying to make.
Companies like OfferUp gave me the option to say instead of me giving it to Carvana for $5,000, I can sell it to you for $6,000. I make more, you pay less. You might as well go directly through me.
True, but the problem is, well, I'm gonna tell you like this: I wouldn't, and that's the thing about it is more often than not, people will pay more to a car dealership because they feel like the process is more reputable than they will to a person on the street. I know I would.
It's perceived. It's perceived value, E-Man. It falls under that category.
Not to mention that the car dealership you get the finance, so that's also different.
So I think people always going to feel this way. So what I see, especially in the real estate world, somebody like Aaron might say, you know what, I cannot negotiate the best deal for me. I don't think I could do that for myself. I'm gonna need somebody.
Can tell
Let me finish. So Aaron saying,
please tell her what we was. We was gangs. We was all gangs. All of us. She was gangs.
What's wrong with you? You embarrass me like that. I can broker the best deal. The best deal. You guys, thank you for tuning into the Aaron O Show, but we got to get up out of here, okay? The show has come to an end. I appreciate everybody coming on. Either man is trying his best to convince us, but I'm telling y'all now, look it up. It's coming, Either man, whether you like it or not, okay? It's going to happen. They're going to buy your home, and then they're going to sell your home to somebody else. Do their business, okay? Businessman. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure you leave a like on the way out the door. The Aaron O Show is gone.